The story begins with the protagonist of the story, the Baskerville family's hound, Victor Van Baskerville's head on a guillotine. He was a loyal hound for the family, but he had been sentenced to the guillotine for false charges of associating with the Demon Clan. As he faced his death, he made a vow that if he were to live again, he would not live as a hound again. Afterwards, Victor woke up in a cradle, disoriented and confused. He thought he might be in hell, as his surroundings were loud and his body felt heavy. It looked like Victor was currently at a nursery, as there were many children there, all of them crying. Meanwhile, the Baskerville family patriarch, Hugo Le Baskerville, was inspecting the children's cradle. He roamed around the room and noticed children crying, and he dismissed them as insignificant, and even referred to them as trash. However, when he approached Victor, he noticed that the child was quieter than the others. Hugo ordered for Victor to be moved to the Cradle of Swords, and his attendant obeyed without question. As Victor lay in the cradle, he looked up at Hugo with pure hatred in his eyes. He knew that Hugo was the main culprit behind his false charges and subsequent execution. Victor realized that he had been regressed to when he was a baby, and that he had lived his past life as a hound for the Baskerville family. Victor had been born into an illegitimate family and had received training in a poor environment. He had been raised to be a loyal hound, willing to do any dirty work that was required of him in order to make the Baskerville family the best of the 7 families. Victor had stayed loyal to the family and to Hugo because he had wanted to be acknowledged, but his loyalty had ultimately been repaid with a death sentence. The reason behind his execution was simple. He knew too much. Victor swore that he would never live that life again and that he would take his revenge. However, with his newborn body, he knew that he couldn't do anything. Being moved to the Cradle of Swords was a good opportunity for Victor to become stronger. Children born into the Baskerville family had to go through one trial called the Cradle of Swords. They were thrown into a maze of swords, and after going through that, they had to get to the Styx River to be examined for their talent. The Styx River was a legendary river that turned the bodies of children into iron. However, there was a limit to how many children it could affect, so being able to reach it faster was crucial. The only way to reach the Styx River first was to head straight out of the helix-shaped wall of blades, which was no easy feat. As Victor crawled through the Cradle of Swords maze, he couldn't help but think about his past life. He had been ousted by his siblings and couldn't receive the effect he so desperately needed. But this time, things would be different. He was determined to monopolize the Styx River's blessing for as long as he could. As he made his way through the maze, he suddenly fell into the Styx River. The water seeped deep into his body and bones through his cuts, causing him intense pain. But he knew that he had to endure it for as long as he could. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away from him. Outside the maze, Victor's attendants were shouting for him to come out. They were worried that he would die if he stayed underwater any longer. But Victor was determined to hold on for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Hugo watched with expectation in his eyes. He asked the Baskerville family head butler John Barrymore how much time had passed since Victor had gotten in the river. Barrymore responded that around 7 minutes had passed. Hugo laughed and said that Victor might die. The attendants looked at him with worry, requesting the patriarch Hugo to save Victor. Hugo called out to Victor, telling him that he could come out of the water now. But Victor was too busy absorbing the Styx River water to pay attention. He thought to himself that he couldn't give up this opportunity so easily. He needed to absorb as much as he could until the very end. But then he started to fall down as water entered his mouth. Despite the danger he was in, Victor knew that he needed to endure it. He kept repeating to himself to endure, endure, endure. It looked like Victor was about to drown, but Hugo pulled him out of the water with a smug smile on his face. He commented on how greedy Victor was, even drinking the water from the Styx River. He then noticed that Victor already had teeth, which surprised him. Hugo asked the head butler for Victor's name, and he learned that it was Victor Van Baskerville. Hugo smirked and said that a very greedy son had been born. Victor, who was still somewhat conscious, thought to himself that he needed to use this time to sharpen his canines in secret. He was determined to rip his master's head off when the time came, and he would do it with his own hands. The Baskerville family would disappear into history too by his own hands. Victor Van Baskerville was born as the bastard son of Hugo Le Baskerville, a renowned nobleman of his time. At the tender age of 8, it was apparent that Victor possessed an extraordinary intelligence that far surpassed his peers. However, within the Baskerville family, he was considered nothing but ordinary, as he did not possess the direct lineage of the family's prominent bloodline. As Victor grew older, he began to explore different fields of interest, eventually settling on the treacherous paths of assassination, espionage, and conquest. By the time he had reached the age of 20, he had already embarked on several missions that showcased his impressive skill set. But despite his achievements, Vicar still felt inadequate in comparison to those of direct lineage. At the age of 30, the gate leading to the demonic realm had opened, signaling the beginning of a terrifying invasion by the demon clans. Vicar, now a seasoned warrior, stepped up to defend his realm, engaging in battles that saw him slaughter monsters left and right. For the next 5 years, Vicar endured through the era of destruction, fighting tirelessly to protect his people. And when the long war finally came to an end, it was the humans who emerged victorious. For his unwavering loyalty and bravery, Vicar was rewarded by the kingdom. However, the reward he received was not what he expected. Instead of being praised and celebrated for his efforts, he was met with defamatory accusations and false allegations. These unfounded claims led to Vicar's eventual execution by the guillotine's blade. Vicar sat up on his bed, realizing that he was in a nursery. He looked around and came to the realization that he had successfully absorbed the Styx River. This was a major achievement, and he knew that he now had a better starting point in life than before. Suddenly, he heard the door open and a maid entered the room. The maid seemed surprised and murmured to herself, saying why Madame had asked to place this sort of thing on the bed of the young master Vicar. Vicar was surprised to hear the maid refer to Madame, as he never expected anyone in the Baskerville family to give him, a bastard, a present. The maid left after placing a box in Vicar's bed. As Vicar saw the box opening, he was shocked to see 2 bloody mambas coming out of it. He wondered if Madame had sent them to assassinate him. Vicar knew that there were only a few people in the Baskerville family who would be referred to as Madame, and whoever it was, she was probably trying to reduce competition. As the mambas hissed at Vicar, he realized that they could kill all of the babies in the nursery. However, Vicar caught both the mambas with his bare hands. Filled with hatred, he thought that he would bring the entire Baskerville family down with his own 2 hands. The next day, the people of Baskerville were shocked to find the child sleeping peacefully next to the dead vipers. All the nannies who had been on shift that night were executed after torture, but the reason for the viper's appearance remained unknown. Only the young Hound Vicar knew the truth. 8 years later, Vicar was back in class, listening to his teacher discuss the levels of swordsmanship. The teacher explained that if one cannot yet imbue their sword with mana, they are considered a sword beginner. The next level is the sword expert, where one can infuse the blade with a little bit of mana. When the blade emits mana in liquid-like aura form, it is called sword graduator. Lastly, the level at which the aura is solid and the form can freely be changed is called sword master, which is the highest level of swordsmanship. Upon hearing that Sir Hugo, the strongest of the Baskervilles, was a sword master, all the students present exclaimed in surprise and astonishment. However, Vicar was lost in thought and felt the need to regain the power he had prior to his regression before the coming-of-age ceremony. The teacher noticed Vicar's distracted state and thought highly of him, knowing that he had earned a strong physique by diving in the Styx River for 7 minutes. The teacher believed that Vicar was much more talented than the other students and that the patriarch would be very happy to know about his progress. As Vicar was lost in thought about how many years he needed to kill Hugo, he didn't notice the triplets giving him an evil look. After class was over, they pushed him and started mocking him, calling him a garbage van, and talked about the rumors about him diving in the Styx River and strangling 2 vipers to death when he was just a baby. Vicar recognized the triplets as the ones who had stabbed him in the past when he was running away after the defamation. They were known as Hugo Le Baskerville's Trident, and their names were Highborough Le Baskerville, Middleborough Le Baskerville, and Lowborough Le Baskerville, all 9 years old. The triplets continued to taunt Vicar, telling him to stop lying and that they didn't like him. Vicar thought to himself that they were going to be a real pain in the ass in just 10 years and that it might be a good idea to put them in their place now. As Vicar stood before the triplets, one of them brandished a knife and taunted him with a rumor he had heard, that if you stayed in the Styx River for long enough, your body would become like steel, and you would be impervious to injury from blades. The other 2 triplets eagerly echoed their agreement, while the third gave the order for one of the others to hold Vicar still. The triplet caught Vicar from behind and covered his mouth with one hand and said, "I'll eat my hand if he can endure this for 3 minutes." Vicar was not afraid, and even played along with this cruel game for a moment. The triplets attempted to harm him with the knife. 1 minute passed, 3 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, but Vicar remained unscathed, and the triplets began to realize that the legend they had heard was true. They grew bored with their game and began to release Vicar. As the triplet holding Vicar released him, he noticed blood on his hand and realized that his finger was missing. Vicar then spat out the triplet's finger from his mouth. The triplet was shocked and asked Vicar what he was doing. With an evil smile on his face, Vicar reminded the triplet of his promise to eat his own hand. Meanwhile, the other 2 triplets were trying to calm down the situation and suggested that they go to a priest to put the finger back. but Victor was not interested in that and instead asked to let them go. The triplet then attacked Victor with a knife, calling him a bastard and reminding him that they were a year older than him. Victor did not dodge the attack and allowed the knife to stick into him, but to the triplet's surprise, it could not pierce his skin. Victor twisted the triplet's hand and reminded them that they had forgotten that they were dealing with a Baskerville, where power and talent overcome age. With an evil look on his face, Victor suggested that they continue playing until the end. Victor twisted the triplet's hands mercilessly, causing him to cry out in pain. He declared in a low, menacing voice that they were in Baskerville, where age doesn't matter as long as you have strength and talent. The triplets, terrified, looked at each other in shock. Victor suddenly punched the triplets, knocking him to the ground, while the other two watched in disbelief. The third triplet attacked Victor in a fit of anger, but he quickly kicked him in the face, sending him crashing down. The room fell silent as the triplets lay there, battered and broken. Victor stood over them, looking cold and unfeeling. He then told the triplets that they would get better with treatment, but he also made it clear that he wouldn't let them leave the room and they would have to live with the discomfort of their own bodies. However, he would be generous and allow one of them to leave. The triplets were surprised and relieved to hear this, and asked which one could leave. Victor picked up a knife and threw it in front of the triplets, telling them that they would have to decide for themselves who would leave the room. He then started to leave, but not before turning back and issuing a taunting remark saying that he can't wait long, so decide quickly. At least one of you should live right. The triplets looked at the knife and then at each other, realizing that survival was their only option. They began to fight, each trying to grab the knife and gain the upper hand. The sounds of their struggle echoed through the room, and Victor listened with satisfaction from outside. He had successfully caused the Triton of Baskerville to split, pitting brother against brother in a fight for survival. In the Patriarch's office, the head butler, John Barrymore, delivered some unsettling news to the Baskerville clan patriarch, Hugo Le Baskerville. The Moore clan had been causing trouble in the Ruby Mines, claiming it as their territory. However, Patriarch Hugo assured John that they would handle the matter when the Moore clan reached out to them. John then reported on the interim evaluation of the juvenile fortress and informed the Patriarch that Master Victor had scored the highest on the written exam. The practical exam was scheduled in 5 days, and the Guardian Knights had vacated the premises in preparation. However, John hesitated before informing the Patriarch of a recent incident at the juvenile fortress. John informed the Patriarch that there had been a big fight amongst the young masters at the fortress. Patriarch Hugo was concerned and asked how many of them had died. Butler John informed Hugo that there were no casualties, but Master Highborough's teeth had been completely damaged. Master Midleborough's jaw had been smashed in, and Master Lowborough's left index finger had been amputated. While they had recovered their health since being treated, the psychological damage done to them seemed significant. Patriarch Hugo was taken aback and remarked that they wouldn't have fought amongst themselves since they were so close. John then revealed that there was some friction with another young master, an 8-year-old named Master Victor, who had wounded the 3 young masters and who also had the highest scores on the written exam. After Patriarch Hugo expressed his concern about the incident at the juvenile fortress, he summoned Victor to his office. Victor arrived with a smile on his face, and Patriarch Hugo commented on how much he had grown since they last met. Patriarch Hugo then brought up the issue of Victor disabling the 9-year-old triplets in his senior class. Victor responded that the brothers had received proper medical treatment since then. However, Patriarch Hugo pointed out that he was not talking about physical disabilities, but the disability of the heart. He explained how the incident had torn the brothers' relationship apart, and asked Victor if he thought what he did was wrong. To this, Victor responded with a question of his own, asking what did he do wrong. Patriarch Hugo pointed out that he had turned his brothers into a total mess. Victor, with a confident look in his crimson eyes, replied that he was stronger, and how could the stronger person be wrong? Patriarch Hugo then revealed Victor's brothers had forgiven him, yet he still didn't feel an ounce of guilt. Victor seemed surprised by this news and asked they forgave me. Victor suddenly recalled a memory before his regression. The youngest daughter of a family that was ruined by the Baskerville clan came to pay Hugo a visit. She had become a nun after many years, and she forgave Hugo despite his clan being responsible for the ruin of her family. Victor repeated the same line that Hugo had said to the nun, that forgiveness is an excuse made by the weak who cannot seek revenge due to their lack of strength. As Victor talked about the importance of strength, Hugo showed his approval by nodding and his eyes glowing with agreement. He then turned to the head butler, Barrymore, and instructed him to allow Victor to take any snack he wanted from the food storage, enough for him to carry on his own. Victor expressed his gratitude by requesting chocolates. As Victor was leaving with head butler, Hugo addressed him as his son, urging him to perform well on the upcoming evaluation and not to lose to the direct descendants. Victor acknowledged the advice, but his face was filled with hatred. Victor and head butler made their way to the storage room. The head butler began to inform him about the chocolate. He explained that it was the highest quality chocolate that the Morg clan had obtained with much difficulty, and that it was enjoyed by their gourmands. However, Victor quickly interrupted him and stated that he didn't want anything that was processed. The head butler was taken aback by this and asked for clarification. Victor then requested cacao beans, ones that had a rich aroma. The head butler was confused but complied and had the beans brought to Victor. As Victor put one of the beans in his mouth, the chef informed him that they were the bloody beans known for their rich aroma, and that with just one bean, he could produce 100 liters of chocolate. The head butler watched as Victor ate the bitter bean, and thought to himself that Victor must really love chocolate to eat something so bitter on its own. And this was a good method to obtain more chocolate, as after being processed he would have a huge amount of chocolate available. The chef asked Victor if he wanted them to process the beans and send them to his room, but Victor declined and said he would take them as is. The head butler was left wondering if Victor just had peculiar tastes. Victor had no interest in eating the chocolate, but he had a plan for the cacao beans. Victor planned to use the beans in the upcoming practical exam in 5 days. Little did they know, a catastrophic event would soon occur, unlike anything that had ever happened before in the Baskerville clan's history. In this world, the Baskerville family is known as the Berserker family due to the intense training and evaluation that their children undergo from a young age. The training begins when the children are able to take their first steps, and they are immediately put through a rigorous test of their stamina. They must run up a steep mountain and are not allowed to lie down or rest on their stomachs except for allocated times. As if this wasn't enough, when it's time for them to sleep, they are required to sleep alongside a monster corpse. This is to help them adjust to tough environments and become resilient in the face of danger. These extreme practices are what make the Baskerville family feared and respected throughout the land. After this period of grueling training, the children reach the age of 8, and the real test begins. The young hounds, as they are called, must undergo a deadly evaluation. This is the defining moment that has earned the Baskerville family its notorious reputation. Now, on the outskirts of the territory, there is a mountain known as the La Rougette La Noire Mountain. It is filled with monsters, and it is here that the young hounds gather to undergo their evaluation. The instructor of the Baskerville family, Shadow Dog Pavlov van Baskerville, stood before the young masters and explained the rules of the test. They needed to survive for a month in the area and hunt large and strong monsters. He went on to explain that the points for being successful in surviving were 10 points, and if the young masters survived without becoming disabled, it was 30 points. If they failed other young masters and survived, it was 50 points. If they defeated a monster and survived, it was 70 points. And if they fulfilled all the above conditions, they would receive 90 points. Pavlov also told the young masters that if they stole the badge that was given to them from someone else, additional points would be given. However, if they died, they would receive 0 points. He emphasized that there were no 100 points and reminded them of Sir Hugo's lesson that a swordsman dies the moment they become arrogant. The instructor also cautioned against leaving the designated area, as La Rougette La Noire Mountain was a restricted area with many undiscovered things. He recommended that the young masters move within the given space where the monsters had already been subjugated. He informed them that during the exam, shadow dogs would be hiding and grading them. As the young masters waited for the start of the practical exam, some of them noticed Victor and began discussing his past feats. Despite their comments, Victor remained composed and thought about the La Rougette La Noire Mountain, which he had visited before. Meanwhile, the triplets standing near Victor were visibly nervous, sweating with fear. Shadow Dog Pavlov addressed the young masters, wishing them good luck before the bell rang, signaling the start of the exam. As soon as the bell rang, all the young masters started running towards different parts of the mountain to occupy advantageous areas. One of the young masters had a plan and thought about going to a place he had seen in the last year's exam, hoping to gain an edge. The young master behind him thought he could not survive alone and decided to follow him, with the intention of taking it from him. Meanwhile, the triplets were arguing amongst themselves, each wanting to do things their own way and come out on top. Shadow Dog Pavlov observed as the exam began, knowing that it was important to keep casualties to a minimum. Although killing was not prohibited, it was discouraged, and any contestant who did kill would have points deducted. Pavlov and the other shadow dogs were determined to do their best to prevent any unnecessary deaths. One of the shadow dogs that was assigned to follow Vikir was surprised to see him heading towards a restricted area. He wondered where Vikir was going and if he was the rumored genius who had distinguished himself since childhood. The shadow dog was intrigued and looked forward to seeing the skills Vikir would display. Vikir approached a large tree and wondered if this was the right spot. He thought that the soft ground would be suitable for him to set up camp for a while. Vikir then considered taking a break, which left the shadow dog following him confused. While other participants were busy fighting each other for points or facing monsters, Vikir gathered wood and practiced with a wooden stick. Later on, he slept peacefully under the tree. The shadow dog who had been watching Vikir grew impatient and started to question his actions. He wondered how long it had been since Vikir had taken a break and observed that he spent most of his time digging holes, hunting for food, or collecting equipment. The shadow dog started to doubt the rumors about Vikir's supposed genius, wondering if he was planning on hiding instead of actively participating in the exam. At last, the shadow dog decided to leave and find something interesting elsewhere. As soon as the shadow dog left, Vikir's face lit up with a smile. He was happy that he could finally relax and thought to himself that camping outside reminded him of the old days. Vikir recalled a conversation with his group mate about using cacao beans to make fish smell less fishy. He threw some bloody beans into the fire and remarked that the interfering shadow dog was finally gone and he had finished all his preparations. He wondered if he should start his hunt now. A few days later, Vikir entered the restricted area and recognized it from his scouting days. As he was roaming around, he noticed a burning smell and burnt tree roots. He knew that the habitat of the monster he was looking for was around there. Suddenly, he spotted burning stool and realized that he had found it. There was only one monster around there that produced that kind of dropping, a hellhound. The hellhound stood in front of Vikir with flame erupting from its mouth. The hellhound was a dog from hell that brought horrific disasters to those who encountered it. It had a risk rating of B+ and was 3 meters in size. Its sulfuric flames that came out of its mouth and eyes were extremely gaseous and could trigger sparks. If it bit someone, they could not survive. The living things used as firewood would burn and not go out until they completely disappeared. Vikir knew that he was in trouble when he saw the towering figure of the lookout monster that swallowed the hellfires of the oil world, the hellhound. The beast was known to be one of the most dangerous monsters in the land, and Vikir had barely survived his encounter with one when he was just 18 years old in his past life. Now, as an 8-year-old, Vikir knew that it would be impossible for him to defeat the hellhound alone. But he remembered a way to take on the beast that even a child could manage. As the hellhound lunged towards him, Vikir quickly dodged to the side, remembering the first weakness of hellhounds. They could only move in straight lines. They found it difficult to suddenly change directions. Vikir quickly dropped some water on the ground, and as the hellhound charged towards him, he shouted out the second weakness of lookout monsters. They were unable to cross water. Because of the water Vikir dropped, the hellhound took a longer route to reach Vikir, giving him more time to dodge. Vikir knew that even a shallow depth of water could slow them down significantly, exposing the weakness common to all canine monsters, opening their mouth while running. Vikir found himself in another life-threatening situation as the bloodthirsty hellhound attacked him. But Vikir was prepared, and he threw a bloody bean into the monster's mouth. After landing, the hellhound suddenly started to whimper in pain and become unable to move. Vikir explained that chocolate was poison to canines, and with the bloody bean's power to make 100 liters of chocolate with just one bean, it was obvious what it would do to a canine monster like the hellhound. He drew his sword and aimed for the hellhound's weak spot where the ribs were not present, the kidney. With a swift and decisive strike, Vikir pierced the hellhound's kidney, killing it easily. As he absorbed the energy called XP or karma from the defeated monster, Vikir felt his body getting stronger. He swung his sword and felt it becoming lighter, knowing that he was catching up to where he was before his regression before he even reached the age of 15. Vikir couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression Hugo would make when he brought back a monster with a risk rating of B+ as an 8-year-old child. Vikir stood there, ready to take the head of the hellhound he had just defeated, feeling confident in his abilities. He knew he had already secured first place in the practical test, and was eager to claim his reward, something he never would have dreamed of in his past life. But his moment of triumph was short-lived as a group of hellhounds approached him, likely seeking revenge for their fallen comrade. Vikir remained calm and collected, already knowing the weaknesses of these creatures and how to defeat them. As the hellhounds drew nearer, Vikir took out his sword and prepared to take them on. He had plenty of bloody beans left and was ready to use them to his advantage. With a smirk on his face, he cut the dead hellhound's head and taunted the hellhounds, knowing they were no match for his skills and knowledge. He had already defeated one of their kind and was prepared to take them all down. The hellhound suddenly started whimpering, which immediately caught Victor's attention. He couldn't believe that the fierce beasts were feeling scared of a mere 8-year-old's bloodthirst. Hellhounds would never submit to their prey even if they were to die. Victor thought to himself, trying to figure out what could have caused the hellhounds to feel so uneasy. As Victor turned around, he saw a monstrous creature with 3 heads standing before him. It was a Cerberus, the legendary 3-headed dog from Greek mythology. The creature was massive, measuring at least 7 meters in size, and Victor knew that a Cerberus had a risk rating of a+. Victor was bewildered as to what a Cerberus, which typically inhabited the 7th ridge of the La Rouge et La Noire mountain, was doing here. The Cerberus was known as the ultimate lookout monster, residing in a place where all the dead spirits were headed. Victor noticed that the Cerberus was bleeding and had multiple arrows stuck in its body. He realized that someone might have been hunting it, and it had come all the way to this place being chased. This was his chance to kill and injure a +rank monster, and he decided to attack the Cerberus. Despite the Cerberus being a powerful and dangerous creature, Victor had been hiding his true abilities as a sword expert and had already reached a high level of expertise. His body had been strengthened by the river Styx, and all the weapons he possessed were working well against the injured Cerberus. With his refined swordsmanship, which he had developed through wars with the demon clans, he successfully landed some hits on the Cerberus. Victor thought that he could do it, as an injured Cerberus was doable. Victor's attack on the Cerberus seemed to be working, and he thought he had a chance of defeating the injured +rank monster. However, in a moment of carelessness, Victor let his guard down, allowing the Cerberus to strike back with its claws. The first attack broke Victor's sword, and the second sent him flying through the air. The force of the Cerberus's attack sent Victor hurtling towards a tree trunk. With a sickening thud, he smashed into the tree trunk, and blood poured from his mouth. The impact had clearly caused a serious injury, and Victor lay still, his body broken and unmoving. Victor's eyes opened slowly and a surge of panic rushed through him as he remembered the direct attack of the Cerberus and felt a sharp pain in his left arm. He wondered if the beast had ripped his arm off in the attack, but when he looked down, he saw that it was still attached to his body, with some injuries. Victor was relieved that the Cerberus was wounded and had not managed to sever his arm completely. He thought about the river Styx and how its magical properties might have played a role in protecting him from the beast's full force. He felt grateful for its protection but knew he couldn't rely on it completely. His relief was short-lived, however, as he quickly realized that the damage was still significant. He knew he wouldn't be able to take another hit from the Cerberus, and so he dodged as the beast attacked him once again. As an experienced hunter, he knew that he had to find the best way out of situations like this. The best possible decision right now was to run, with his tail tucked between his legs. As he ran, Victor's mind raced with thoughts of survival. He knew that he had to find a way out of this situation, and fast. His eyes darted around, looking for an escape route. That's when he saw it, an iron fence just a few yards away. Victor's heart leaped with hope. He knew that if he could get past that fence, he would be out of the restricted area and closer to safety. He pushed himself harder, running with all his might. With a burst of adrenaline, Victor pushed himself through the gate, his heart pounding with relief. He had made it out of the restricted area, but he knew that he was not out of danger yet. He had to reach that place, the safe haven he had prepared for himself before embarking on this dangerous mission. As he ran, he searched for something in the woods nearby, his heart racing with the fear of being caught by the hellhound. Finally, he spotted what he was looking for, a pit he had prepared beforehand. He jumped forward, narrowly avoiding Cerberus's jaws, and the hellhound fell into the pit full of wooden spears. Victor couldn't help but smile to himself, knowing that he had prepared well for this battle. He had smeared the wooden spears with the bloody bean essence that acted as poison for the canid monsters. Cerberus growled and foam started oozing from its mouth, but Victor remained focused and prepared for the next phase of the battle. He knew that Cerberus was a high-ranking demon and that this fight would be one of the toughest of his life. Victor prepared a wooden spear and he threw it at Cerberus, hitting the hellhound's side. But the Cerberus was still alive and walking towards him, ready to attack. Victor counted the hellhound's steps as it approached him, one by one. As soon as Cerberus took the 7th step, it stopped abruptly, falling to the ground right in front of Victor. Victor let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the rumors were true. The wooden spear he had just thrown was not like the others. It was a spear laced with the venomous fang of the deadly bloody mamba snake that prevented its victim from walking more than 7 steps once they were bitten. Vicar had hidden it away when he was younger, knowing that it could come in handy one day. The energy emanating from Cerberus' body entered Vicar as he stood over the 3 lifeless heads of the beast. He marveled at the power he now possessed, but his mind quickly turned to the concern of how he was going to transport the massive body back. He knew that the cause of the Cerberus' death would be obvious to anyone who saw it, and he began to consider who might be his witness. Perhaps the guardian knight who had seen him carving the wooden spears could be of help. But then, Vicar's thoughts turned to something else entirely. The Cerberus was a gatekeeper, which meant that it was guarding something. A dungeon, most likely, that could be nearby. Vicar's heart quickened at the thought of the treasure that might be hidden within. He knew that dungeons were often the lairs of powerful monsters. Vicar was determined to explore the dungeon, but before going there he took a handful of Cerberus feces and applied it to his body. Vicar knew that by doing this, he could avoid any small monsters that might be lurking in his path. Vicar's keen senses were on full display as he tracked the steps of the Cerberus through the forest. He noted the dried soil, the rotten leaves, and the moist roots, following the trail with a single-minded focus. As he backtracked the path, his eyes widened in recognition. This was the dungeon that the Cerberus had been guarding, and Vicar realized that he had been here before. He knew that this dungeon would be discovered in another 10 years, but he was certain that it would be completely empty by then. Right now, however, he could feel the mana beneath the rotten surface. Vicar cautiously approached the dungeon. He looked around, but he didn't see any light, and he realized that the dungeon must be deeper than he initially thought. But Vicar was undaunted. His crimson eyes glowed with excitement as he stepped inside the dungeon. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of treasures were waiting for him inside. As Vicar made his way through the dark dungeon, he saw ruby minerals that were scattered throughout the area. He was certain that these veins must be connected to the nearby Red All Mountain. Suddenly, he saw a glimmer of light shining from within the dungeon, and he couldn't help but wonder if it was the entrance he had been searching for. Eager to explore further, he quickened his pace and soon found himself standing in a brightly lit room. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he was struck by the sight of a massive ruby placed on a pillar in the center of the room. He couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the gem, and he realized that it must be infused with mana to produce such a bright glow. However, his moment of awe was interrupted when he spotted a nearby skeleton lying on the ground. As he approached, he noticed signs of violence, including deep stab wounds and dried brown bloodstains. He realized that someone had been here before him, and it had been quite some time since their untimely demise. Curious, Vicar picked up a letter that was lying next to the skeletal remains. The writer of letter began by introducing himself as Cain and explaining that he didn't want to dirty the pure white paper with his name. As Vicar read on, he realized that the handwriting was that of a Baskerville, and he wondered if the writer was a member of that Baskerville family. The letter went on to describe how Cain and his brother Abel had stumbled upon the legendary stone chamber that had been talked about within the family for generations. The two brothers had managed to navigate countless trials and kill many monsters in their quest to reach the chamber. However, the final assignment they found within had tied them there for 3 long years. Vicar couldn't believe the sacrifice they made for the treasure within the dungeon. He wondered what kind of treasure could possibly be worth such a sacrifice. His attention was drawn back to the present as he gazed upon the magnificent ruby at the center of the chamber, realizing that it must be the key to unlocking the final assignment of the dungeon. Vicar read the puzzle on the monument out loud. When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. He couldn't make sense of it, but he remembered reading in the letter that Cain and Abel had also struggled with it. According to the letter, the two brothers had contemplated over the ominous text for a long time before coming to a conclusion. Cain had written that he and Abel were twins who were separated at birth. In order to obtain the treasure of the dungeon, they needed to become one again. That meant only one of them could leave with the treasure. Cain had ended up killing his own brother in a fierce battle, but despite that, there was no change. They had definitely gone from 2 to 1, but Cain couldn't take the treasure. After moments of regret, Cain had decided to leave the place and warn others not to come. He had written in the letter that there was nothing to obtain from this devil's den that only serves to taunt humans. Vicar read the letter carefully as Cain recounted their journey to the dungeon. They had faced countless challenges to get there, but now they were left with nothing. Vicar couldn't help but think about the assignment he had been given, and the fact that it was the same as Cain and Abel's despite the fact that he didn't have a twin. He knew that Cain and Abel had misinterpreted the text, but what did it mean? When entering, it's 1, but once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. The words echoed in his mind as he tried to decipher their meaning. Vicar refused to give up. He knew that there was no dungeon that could not be beaten, and he was determined to solve this puzzle. Victor examined the skeleton carefully and suddenly had a realization. He thought about Cain and Abel's failure and understood that their downfall was their fixed mindset as two individuals. As he walked towards the ruby in the middle of the room, he analyzed the dark passageway leading to a bright stone chamber and realized that the answer to the dungeon was in the riddle. I am one when entering through the dark passageway, but as soon as the ruby's light casts a shadow on me, I become two. And when darkness re-enters is when the stone chamber's final stage will open. As he broke the ruby, Victor revealed that the answer was shadow. As Victor broke the ruby, a sudden flash of light illuminated the room, revealing the treasure that had been hidden in the dungeon. Victor's eyes widened in amazement as he realized what lay before him was the cause of the two brothers' deaths. Standing in front of him was a sword that emitted an evil aura placed upon a stone. Victor was shocked at the sight of the sword and wondered if it was the relic of the Devil's Den. As he examined the sword, his eyes fell upon the text inscribed on the stone beneath it. It stated that only those with Baskerville's blood would be able to take Beelzebub. He was surprised and shocked to learn that the sword Beelzebub originated from this very place. At the mention of sword Beelzebub, his mind raced with memories of a childhood long gone. He recalled a picture book he had seen as a child, which depicted the gluttonous fly Beelzebub, an unprecedented great monster that had invaded the continent in old legends. He remembered that Beelzebub was part of the devil's holy constellation, also known as the Seven Calamities, and that the heads of the seven families had stepped up to stop them. Victor recalled that the first Baskerville patriarch had fought Beelzebub, and the remnants of its power had been stored in the lands of Baskerville. The demonic energy of Beelzebub was said to have lured monsters, and although the legend was dismissed by most as a mere myth, Victor knew that it was true. The sword in front of him was proof of that. Victor also recalled that the blade in front of him had been taken by the demon clans, resulting in countless deaths among humans on the battlefield. As Victor tried to pull the sword out, he declared that it would never fall into the demon clan's hands again because it was his now. Suddenly, he felt an energy entering his hand and he exclaimed in surprise. He held the hilt firmly in his hand, and suddenly, the sword disappeared from sight. A moment later, it reappeared, fully fused with Victor's hand. As Victor extended his hand, the sword Beelzebub emerged from it, emitting a faint aura. Victor gazed at the blade with wonder, knowing it was made from the corpse of a devil's holy constellation. He felt lucky to have received such a powerful weapon. With a grin on his face, Victor wondered how much stronger he would become in this life with Beelzebub at his side, and the anticipation filled him with excitement. After exploring the dungeon and realizing that there was nothing else for him to obtain, Victor made the decision to head back. However, as he was leaving, he suddenly felt something strange happening to his body. He fell on his knees, feeling dizzy and hungry. As Victor looked down at his hand, he heard Beelzebub's voice echoing, and Victor realized that it was not he who was hungry, but the sword itself. As Victor walked out of the dungeon, he clutched his stomach with a painful expression. The hunger that had gripped Beelzebub had taken a toll on him, and he wondered if his sense of smell had been heightened as a result. Suddenly, Beelzebub began to pull Victor towards a certain direction, tugging at his hand as if urging him to follow. Victor ran in the direction that the sword was leading him, curious about what he would find. As he reached the location, he saw that it was the corpse of the hellhound that he had killed earlier. Victor was surprised to see that Beelzebub was drawn to the corpse, and he extended the sword towards it. Victor watched as Beelzebub absorbed the blood of the hellhound, feeling his own hunger subside as the sword's voracious appetite was sated. He couldn't help but wonder if Beelzebub's hunger had caused the trees and soil in the nearby mountain to dry up. As he looked down at Beelzebub, Victor felt a sense of responsibility towards the sword and thought to himself, feeling a sense of frustration at Beelzebub's unpredictable nature. Beelzebub finished its meal, making a satisfied sound. Victor watched as the sword's hunger was finally sated, and he took the opportunity to study its abilities. He looked at the slots on the sword and saw that Beelzebub's inherent ability was called Glutton of Flies. Victor knew that this power allowed the sword to absorb the skills of its opponents, making it a formidable weapon in battle. However, the absorption amount was nearly infinite, which meant that countless people had lost their abilities and become obsolete after facing Beelzebub. Victor was aware of the hazardous nature of this power, and he knew that he could only steal up to 3 abilities for the sword. As he examined the first slot on Beelzebub, Victor saw that it was now equipped with the Hemorrhage Hellhound skill, which was rated B+. This skill allowed the sword to constantly pump out the blood of its opponent, even through the smallest of wounds. Victor suddenly got an idea and went to the dead Cerberus's body, with Beelzebub starting its work. However, Victor tried to stop it, saying that it couldn't devour all of it, as he wouldn't be able to explain it during the autopsy if it was too damaged. Victor lightly tapped Beelzebub on his hand and said, "Enough." Beelzebub cried out in pain like a little child. Afterward, Beelzebub now had all 3 slots full: Burn Injury Cerberus A+ rank, Hemorrhage Hellhound B+ rank, and High Speed Regeneration Norvegicus Sewer Rat F rank. Victor was surprised to see the High Speed Regeneration ability, and noticed a dead rat under the Cerberus. He realized that Beelzebub had consumed the sewer rat that was crushed underneath the Cerberus. Victor thought it was a great achievement to have acquired the burn injury skill from the Cerberus, as thermalgia is one of the worst pains a human could experience. It would be much worse than the Hellhound's hemorrhage. Now that they were done preparing the monster to submit for the practical exam, Victor suggested waiting there until it was over. The young hounds had completed their practical examinations and returned to Baskerville, where they eagerly awaited their evaluations. As the evaluations were done, the young hounds received a shield, sword, or necklace as their reward produced from the parts of the monsters the hounds had hunted during their exams. But one young hound who had hunted one particular monster had left a lasting impression on the Baskervilles who were present. Hugo, the patriarch of the Baskerville family, sat in his office, looking surprised as he asked his head butler a question. "Who caught what?" The head butler responded, informing him that Master Victor Van Baskerville, an 8-year-old hound, had hunted the Cerberus and a ranking monster who had accidentally crossed over to the restricted area during the practical exam. Hugo was surprised that Victor hunted a high-ranking monster that even the family's guardian knights tended to avoid. The head butler went on to explain that the monster had been wounded by the barbarian tribe and that Master Victor had applied poison to his wooden spear. But there was no further information on what kind of poison it was or how he obtained it. Hugo was intrigued, but the head butler could only report what was written in the hunting journal. He had planned to ask Master Victor about it, but the young hound had returned to his dorm, stating that he was quite tired. Hugo was amused, remarking that the little brat was already so sly. He believed that information was power, and power was worth something. The head butler couldn't help but express his shock, saying that he was surprised that a hound named Van, rather than Lorelei, was so talented. Hugo responded, saying that he did not discriminate based on a hound's bloodline. He raised hounds based on their talent and spite, not their lineage. This meant that even mutts could come from royal bloodlines. The head butler was left wondering if Hugo was concerned about his second son, who was preparing for isolation training. However, he didn't voice his thoughts aloud and simply apologized. Hugo dismissed his apology, but said that he needed a mood booster, and head butler responded by saying that he will summon Master Victor. Victor stood in front of Patriarch Hugo, looking composed and confident. Hugo asked him about his success in catching the Cerberus during his practical exam, and Victor calmly replied that he had used chocolate on his wooden spear, as it was a lethal poison for canid monsters. This surprised Hugo, who then realized the reason why Victor had asked for chocolate before the hunt. The head butler, who was present in the room, was taken aback by the lack of a proper greeting between the two, wondering if this was really a conversation between a father and son. But the conversation continued, with Hugo asking Victor why he had not responded properly when the butler had questioned him about the hunt. Victor explained that the butler was not his master, and when Hugo asked who his master was, Victor simply said that as he belonged to the clan, the master of the clan was his master as well. Hugo smirked as he congratulated Victor on his successful hunt, telling him that as a reward, the monster's corpse would be his alone to claim. And as the highest scorer, he had the privilege of making a wish. Victor's eyes lit up at the opportunity, and he knew exactly what he wanted. With a determined expression, he spoke his wish aloud, requesting access to the 10,000 Epistle Library. 10,000 Epistle Library was one of the largest libraries in the Empire, located deep within the heart of the Baskerville clan. Hugo raised an eyebrow in surprise at the request, reminding Victor that only the patriarch and second in command, along with their direct descendants, were permitted to enter the library. Undeterred, Victor stated that he was willing to give up if it wasn't allowed, but secretly he was already planning to sneak in. To his surprise, however, Hugo granted him permission to enter the library. Victor was shocked, but it didn't end there. Hugo instructed him to read the Baskerville 6 technique, which was located within the 6th restricted zone deep inside the library. Victor was taken aback as he heard that Hugo was allowing a child with the Van middle name to read the Baskerville 6 technique. It was unheard of for an illegitimate child to be allowed to go beyond the 4th technique. However, Victor tried to stay calm and rationalize the situation. After all, it was only the 6th technique. But despite this, Victor remained determined. He knew that Hugo was currently at the Baskerville 7th technique, and before his regression Hugo was able to bear 9 fangs. But he hadn't forgotten about the discrimination he had faced as an illegitimate child, and he was determined to rise above Hugo's level. His goal was to obtain the greatest essence of Baskerville, the textbook of swordsmanship containing the teachings of the first patriarch who was able to subjugate the 7 great disasters. He knew that this book would be the key to his success, and Hugo will be the one to hand it over to him. As Hugo smiled faintly and wished Victor good luck, Victor bowed and thanked him. He knew that Hugo had no idea of the true value of the random book he was handing over, but that didn't matter to Victor. He was confident that he would make the most of this opportunity and grow stronger beyond everyone's expectations. Victor arrived at the 10,000 epistle library for the first time and gazed around in amazement. As he browsed through the books, he read out their names to himself: severing incisors, grinding molars, piercing canines, snaggletooth that embeds twice, wisdom teeth that lay down, and other books on swordsmanship. These were the books on swordsmanship that he had desperately wanted to learn in his past life. However, Victor knew that no matter how much mana an illegitimate child of Baskerville had, they could not learn any swordsmanship that was superior to the 4th technique. The Baskerville family had implemented this as a defense mechanism to ensure that the children who became hounds did not bare their teeth towards their master. Victor eventually arrived at a place where a book was locked with chains with a lock in the middle. He wondered if this was it, the book on the 6th technique. He couldn't believe that Hugo had offered him the book on the 6th technique. Victor knew that if it was before he regressed, he never would have dreamt of this opportunity. As Victor unlocked the lock, he thought to himself that of course Hugo had allowed this, thinking that an 8-year-old child wouldn't be able to memorize the contents of the book in a day. But before Victor's regression, he had already learnt the theory behind the 1st to 4th technique until he got sick of it. He had done this in order to deduce and speculate the theory of the 5th technique. Victor had a realization that after drawing the 4th tooth, he needed to have stopped the flow of mana. Perhaps that was why he couldn't make the 5th tooth. The Baskerville swordsmanship had a unique trait where, depending on the stage of the sword, it's 1 tooth for the 1st technique, 2 teeth for the 2nd, and so on. And when you draw teeth, a special trait, a red sword energy, appears. Despite getting a chance to read the book on the 6th technique, Victor didn't care about it. He had come to the 10,000 epistle library for a different reason, to find a stage that was higher than the one he was currently at. Victor walked out of the swordsmanship books section of the library, catching the guards by surprise. They questioned him in disbelief that was he done reading books already. The guards offered to get him more books, mentioning that there were other swordsmanship books deep within the library. But Victor declined and assured them that he had finished what he came for. The guards were amazed that Victor was done so quickly and suggested that he stay longer to browse other books. Victor assured them and said that he was thinking of reading other books before leaving. As Victor walked away, the guards began whispering amongst themselves, commenting that the section Victor was going to was filled with miscellaneous books. One of the guards suggested that if it were him, he would read about the textbooks on swordsmanship that were deep within the library. He wondered if Victor didn't know their worth because he was young. Victor overheard their conversation and thought to himself that he would leave them to their thoughts. He knew that among the dusty miscellaneous books lay a hidden treasure. As Victor looked around the library, suddenly his eyes lit up as he spotted a book titled A Lurking Ambush. He reached for it and held it in his hands, knowing that it was the book he had been searching for. He examined it and noted that it was a useless miscellaneous book with ripped pages, but he knew its true worth. He remembered a time before his regression when he was affiliated with the Hound squad. They had found a single ripped page from a swordsmanship textbook with Baskerville's handwriting on it. Hugo, who was obsessed with finding the book that matched the page, had scoured the entire library and finally found it in A Lurking Ambush. The book contained the Baskerville ancestors' writings, including the 10th technique that Hugo had gone crazy over. He had sent hounds to the 7 great families to obtain the remaining 6 pages, even declaring war on those who refused. After the sacrifice of many hounds, all the missing pages were given to Hugo. But in the end, the only reward he received was a simple word: good job. Because of this, Hugo had broken through the 7th technique and achieved the 9th technique, but it came at a terrible cost. Under him was a pile of wasted hound corpses and blood. Victor's eyes narrowed with anger as he recalled this memory and said that it was a stupid life. He knew he could not let it happen again. Victor remembered all the contents of those missing pages and realized that the only reason he couldn't progress beyond the 4th technique was that he had no access to the original book. He knew that those missing pages held the key to mastering the techniques. Without them, the book was nothing but a collection of random and useless techniques. After reading the book for a while, he said aloud that if other people read this book, it would seem like a miscellaneous book that didn't make any sense. But the moment you use the missing pages and fill in the blanks, the false and misleading information turns into an amazing masterpiece of a book. Victor had reached the highest level of graduator aura and the highest level of the fourth technique before he regressed. He knew he could do it again, but this time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. He made a vow to himself that before he turned 15, he would reclaim the power he had lost. Victor was deeply engrossed in reading the book, and time seemed to pass quickly. When he finally closed the book, he realized that the night had turned into day. He was amazed at how much he had achieved during this time and felt proud of himself for memorizing the entire book's contents. As Victor stood up, he took notice of his surroundings and realized that the Guardian Knights were nowhere to be seen. He knew that he could not draw 10 teeth with a young body, but he was confident that currently he had the potential to achieve the fifth technique that he couldn't reach in his previous life. Victor entered a focused and determined state with the statue before him. He began to strike it with his Baskerville sword technique, unleashing his full power with each attack. First, he executed the first technique, then the second technique, followed by the third technique, and finally, the fourth technique. As he fought, memories of his past flooded his mind. He remembered how hard he had worked to obtain the highest level of graduator aura in his previous life, but he couldn't learn a suitable sword technique, and only met with hostility from the people of the direct bloodline because he was an illegitimate child, and that was also the reason why he could not go beyond the fifth technique. But this time, Victor was determined not to let his past hold him back. He attacked the statue with all his might, channeling his anger and frustration into his sword strikes. In the midst of his attacks, Victor's thoughts turned defiant. With a vivid image of Hugo's face on the statue in front of him, he unleashed his technique, cutting through the statue with precision. Victor breathed heavily and wondered if he was able to execute the fifth technique. He clenched his hands and smiled as he felt a hot sensation rise from his heart to his neck. He was overwhelmed with happiness to the point that he could cry. Suddenly, he realized that he needed a sword to test his newly learned technique. At that moment, at a record-breaking speed in Baskerville's history, a young hound's canine teeth started to grow that were bared towards its master. Victor beamed with pride, his body still trembling with excitement from his success in drawing the fifth tooth. He couldn't believe how far he had come, and how quickly he had managed to do it. He marveled at the strength of his mana, now able to support him at a level he had only achieved after years of hard work in his previous life. As he looked at the liquid aura flowing within him, a sign of his newfound status as a graduator, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Graduators were on a completely different level from sword experts, and he was now one of them. It was a point that had taken him 30 years to reach in his previous life, and yet here he was, only 8 years old. The solid aura within him had transformed into a liquid state, with increased density that allowed him to use it more freely. Victor felt confident about his new skills and abilities, and he knew that he could achieve much more. He was determined to master the lurking ambush sword technique and use it to its full potential. He realized that with this technique, he could smoothly transition between offense and defense, making it the perfect technique with no limitations. Victor carefully placed the book near the window and took a moment to reflect on his progress. He knew that he had come a long way since his regression, and he was now stronger and more skilled than ever before. He felt that he could challenge a mid-class graduator if he put his mind to it, and he was confident that he could win using his new skills. However, Victor also knew that he couldn't reveal too much of his strength to Hugo. He needed to give Hugo something to look forward to, so he had enough time to take everything he needed. Victor took out a magnifying lens and placed it carefully near the book. The sun's rays converged onto the pages of the book through the lens, and a little fire started burning it. With an evil grin, Victor commented that the destruction of the book would make it difficult for Hugo and the hounds to reach the 10th technique, although Victor himself would have no such difficulty. Suddenly, the guards, who had been nowhere to be seen, arrived in the library. The smell of burning paper had caught their attention. They were startled to see Victor there and demanded to know what had happened. Victor's expression quickly changed to one of apology, and he explained that he had accidentally left the magnifying glass around, which had caused the fire. He offered to inform the butlers of the incident. The guards knew that they could be punished heavily for this, and after a brief pause, one of them spoke up that this was not something that he needed to apologize for. It was their fault for not looking after him properly, and they were just glad that this was an area with only useless books. Vicar asked if they were busy with the Moore clan regarding the ruby mines. He thought they wouldn't have time to deal with small problems like this, especially since they weren't even there to begin with. The guards agreed to keep it a secret, as long as Vicar was willing to do the same. As he started walking away, Vicar suggested they keep the incident between themselves, and he apologized for taking up their time. As Vicar walked away, the guards spoke to each other about how nice and considerate he was towards the workers. They believed he deserved to be respected. Little did they know, Vicar had a mischievous grin on his face as he left them behind. As Vicar stood in Hugo's office, Hugo asked him if he had learned something enlightening in the library. Vicar responded that he had learned of something warm and sharp, yet soft and viscous. This statement shocked both Hugo and the head butler, who realized that Vicar might have achieved the aura. Aura was a sign of officially entering the world of the sword. Even geniuses must train without rest until the age of 15 to reach the level of low-class sword expert. Hugo was excited, but then realized that Vicar was only 8 years old and denied the thought of Vicar reaching that level. He then asked Vicar if he could show his father what he had learned, to which Vicar responded affirmatively. In the Colosseum-like structure, Vicar stood with a sword in his hand as many young hounds watched with confused looks on their faces. Head butler asked Hugo how he planned on testing Vicar's skills, to which Hugo replied that he was going to release a monster for Vicar to deal with. Head butler was shocked at the idea of releasing a monster, and Hugo confirmed that he had prepared a hungry and feisty one. The gate in front of Vicar opened and a guard brought in the chained orc. The orc was a massive, green-skinned creature with bulging muscles and razor-sharp tusks protruding from its mouth. Its beady eyes darted around the Colosseum, sizing up its opponents. The young hounds in the audience looked on in shock and awe at the sight of the fearsome creature. Some whispered to each other in disbelief, questioning whether it was really necessary to send an orc to face an 8-year-old. They wondered if the Guardian Knights would have to intervene if things got out of hand. Despite the audience's doubts, Vicar remained calm and collected, ready to face the orc with his sword. Hugo gave permission and the guard opened the orc's chains. The orc let out a loud roar and charged towards Vicar. However, Vicar remained calm and waited for the right moment to strike. As the orc approached him, Vicar swung his sword with lightning speed, cutting off the orc's arm in a swift motion. The audience, as well as the orc, were shocked by Vicar's sudden display of strength. But Vicar didn't waste any time and quickly swung his sword again, cutting off the orc's leg cleanly. The orc fell to the ground, growling in pain. Vicar, on the other hand, remained composed and analyzed the situation. He realized that the orc must be surprised that it was bleeding for the first time and that its distinctive skill, high-speed regeneration, won't activate either. Vicar knew that C-class monsters won't be able to stop the hemorrhage caused by a B-class hellhound. The audience was in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. They couldn't believe that an 8-year-old could be that strong. Some wondered if it was even possible to do that without collecting mana. Vicar looked at Hugo, but the latter's face remained calm and collected, and no expression could be seen on his face. Vicar knew that Hugo was still trying to determine what he had learned inside the library, and decided to show him what he wanted to see. Suddenly, Hugo's eyes began to glow, and the head butler exclaimed in shock, questioning if that was Aura Blade. Vicar's sword began to glow with a bright red light as he charged towards the orc, who was attempting to stand up. With a swift strike, the Aura Blade sliced through the air and blasted off the orc's head. Hugo, who was seated on a nearby chair, couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. The head butler immediately recognized the glow emanating from Vicar's sword as the aura of a low-class sword expert. He congratulated Hugo, exclaiming that they had just witnessed the birth of a genius, and that there would never be another like him in all the families of the Empire. However, Hugo's attention was drawn to the orc's blood, which continued to flow despite its reputation for rapid regeneration. He told the head butler that Vicar had only won because the orc was weak. But just then, Vicar's voice reached Hugo's ears, and he turned to face his son. With an innocent smile on his face, Vicar asked, "Is there anything stronger than this orc?" The audience, filled with young hounds, was surprised when Vicar requested a new and stronger opponent. Vicar had his own motivations for wanting to face a stronger opponent. He hoped to impress his father, Hugo, and demonstrate his progress in front of the audience. He believed that by doing so, he could be acknowledged and possibly separated from his father, like being dispatched to a remote area or admitted to an academy. Hugo, who was watching from the sidelines, commented that the orcs he had brought in from afar were not enough to satisfy his son's hunger. He agreed with Vikir and suggested that he should be facing more challenging opponents at his age. He turned to his head butler and asked him if there was a creature they had captured during a barbarian raid for experimentation. The head butler confirmed that there was just one creature left, and Hugo ordered for it to be brought in. Vikir and the audience were surprised as they watched a troll being led into the arena. Vikir stood in the arena, facing a fearsome troll that was twice his size. Vikir asked for Hugo approval to start the fight, and as Hugo gave his approval, the troll's chains were released, and it lunged at Vikir with a powerful punch. But Vikir was quick and agile, and he managed to dodge the attack with ease. He swiftly moved behind the troll, taking advantage of its momentary confusion. In the audience, someone exclaimed that this was the perfect moment to attack and questioned why did Vikir missed it. Hugo on the other hand nodded and explained that trolls had excellent regenerative power, so only fatal attacks were worth it. And that's why a plan was needed in order to hunt a troll. As the troll charged towards Vikir, he gracefully dodged each of its attacks with ease. The audience watched in amazement as they saw Vikir evading the troll's attacks effortlessly. However, they couldn't help but wonder why Vikir wasn't fighting back. They speculated that maybe he was trying to tire the troll out or that he was a genius who had a plan up his sleeve. After a while, Vikir realized that the fight was becoming tedious and decided to take action. He knew that if he used his full strength, he could easily kill the troll, but that would put him in a tough spot. He needed to make it seem plausible, and so he decided to use the troll's power against it. As the troll attacked again, Vikir seized the opportunity and swiftly attacked its arm, almost detaching it from the troll's shoulder. The audience gasped in amazement as they saw Vikir's quick and decisive move. They thought he had slayed the troll, but they soon realized that it would recover in an instant unless the wound was fatal. The troll's wounds began to heal at an alarming rate. Vikir realized that the only way to kill it was with Beelzebub's hemorrhage skill. However, he also knew that using such a technique would be meaningless. Hugo advised Vikir to stop before things got out of hand, but Vikir ignored the advice and replied that he was almost done. He continued and told that he was near an epiphany, and if he could not kill Troll with his next attack he will give up. As the troll growled menacingly at Vikir, he couldn't help but ponder over how much of his true power he should reveal. He knew that he had already decided on an answer. He wanted to show a scenario where he had leveled up from an epiphany during the fight. However, he was also curious to see how Hugo would react to this. His sword glowed red as he prepared for a powerful attack. As his sword struck the troll's head, it was cleanly sliced off without any resistance. Everyone, including the head butler and the audience, was shocked by what they had just witnessed. It was unprecedented for an 8-year-old to achieve the second technique of the Baskerville clan, which was normally attained at 18 years of age. Vikir was overjoyed by his victory and had an innocent smile on his face as he declared that he had done it. However, Hugo was left in shock and couldn't believe what he had just seen. A week had passed since Vikir's impressive display of power against the troll, and he found himself sitting in the Baskerville clan's dining area, staring down at a bowl of unappetizing miscellaneous meat porridge. While eating his food, Vikir noticed that everyone was avoiding him, which didn't come as a surprise to him since power was everything in their family. But he was pleased when he saw that even Hugo was taken aback by his recent display of power. Vikir reflected on what he had revealed about himself so far, including his Baskerville second technique and mid-rank sword expertise. However, he also knew the truth that he was in fact a low-rank graduator who could weakly perform the Baskerville fifth technique. With the skill he obtained from the troll, he believed he was now stronger than the average graduator. He then remembered that he had been eating a lot more since obtaining the skill for Beelzebub's third slot, which now had a super speed regeneration troll with a C+ rating. Suddenly, the triplets appeared behind Vikir, causing him to be surprised and cautious. He thought to himself that he didn't want to deal with them again, so he turned back to his food and resumed eating. The triplets quickly explained that they just wanted to tell him that he was so cool when he defeated Cerberus and the troll. Vikir was so surprised that he spat out his porridge. The triplets asked him if he was okay, but Vikir was suspicious of their motives. He thought to himself that it might be some kind of two-faced technique or deceitful policy. He considered beating them up before thinking about it more, but before he could act, the head butler, Barrymore, appeared behind him and called out his name. Vikir was surprised to see him and wondered why he was here. Barrymore then informed him that he should hurry to the Patriarch room, and Vikir wondered why Hugo had summoned him. In Baskerville clan's Patriarch office, Patriarch Hugo sat on his chair as someone entered and greeted him. It was Morgue clan Patriarch by proxy Adolf Morgue. Hugo acknowledged that it had been a while, and Adolf noted that he hoped the annual event would go smoothly. Hugo assured him that the joint training had always gone without a hitch. Adolf brought up the incident from last year when 2 children were seriously injured, one from each family. Hugo tried to downplay it, saying it was but a scratch and that Morg's children seemed to be quite dramatic. Adolf retorted that it was because the Morgs were noble and dignified. The Baskervilles and the Morgs were once on good terms, as they were a renowned mage clan and iron-blooded sword clan respectively. The past emperor had once said that magic and swords are a complementary pair, and because of this they began joint training sessions for children between the ages of 8 and 15, which was carried out annually in a good atmosphere. However, a problem arose when a ruby mine was discovered between their territories, and blood was spilt over the conflict. As a result, the 2 patriarchs came to be on bad terms, but they had to continue with the joint training as per the emperor's command. Adolf had come in his brother's stead to ensure that the event went smoothly. Adolf mentioned to Hugo that he had heard news about a supernova appearing in the Baskerville family, which was a great blessing to the empire. He explained that a rare genius, who was perhaps only born once a century, had been born to the Baskervilles. However, Hugo responded with pride, saying that it was not that big of a deal. Adolf noticed Hugo's reaction and was surprised that Hugo actually received the compliment. But then, Adolf mentioned that the Morgs also had a genius in their hands and called for his sister's daughter, Camus, to come into the room. Camus, a girl with red hair, entered the room and Adolf introduced her to Hugo as Raspani's daughter. Adolf turned to Camus and asked her if she was going to greet the patriarch. But instead of answering the question, Camus accused Hugo for being the thief who stole their ruby mine and demanded that he give it back. This accusation didn't sit well with Hugo, who gave Adolf an angry stare and questioned the accusation. Camus then explained that Adolf had referred to the annoying chin beard as the thief who stole the ruby mine. Adolf denied ever saying such a thing, but Camus insisted that he had said it an hour and 42 minutes ago, right before getting off the carriage. Hugo, still trying to control his anger, asked for clarification, but Adolf tried to defuse the situation by suggesting that there was a misunderstanding. However, Hugo said that there was no need for Adolf to explain the Morg clan's problems with children's education to him. Camus persisted in her demand for her rubies to be returned, complaining that she couldn't even do research without them. Adolf tried to calm her down by calling out her name, but to no avail. Hugo was losing his patience and commented in anger that it seemed like the Morgs didn't teach manners at all. Adolf defended Camus, questioning what Hugo planned on doing to a child and if he was threatening an 8-year-old girl. This left Hugo speechless, as he couldn't bring himself to act in such a way that would hurt his pride. Suddenly, a new voice entered the room, remarking that the Morgs don't teach their children not to envy what belongs to others. The speaker of this voice was none other than Vikir, and the head butler informed Hugo that he had brought the young master. Adolf was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Vikir and couldn't help but wonder if he was the Baskerville supernova. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he realized that Camus, who was sitting right next to him, had disappeared. Camus, on the other hand, had approached Vikir and demanded to know what he had just said. Adolf called out her name, trying to stop her from causing a scene. Meanwhile, Vikir was analyzing Camus, wondering if she was the Morg clan's iron-blooded empress, Camus Morg. Vikir recalled Camus' reputation as the genius of geniuses within the Morg clan, who had raised countless great mages. At her peak, she had killed all the monsters and barbarians in the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain by herself, burning them to death on spears and creating the famous border of blood and ashes. In addition, her beauty was captivating, and she was able to manipulate even the imperial family. As a result, she was called the Fire Goddess of Authority. Vikir noted that this was all in the far future and that she was just a child right now. Camus interrupted Vikir's thoughts and aggressively questioned why the ruby mine belonged to Vikir. Vikir remained calm and collected, even going as far as to call Camus out on throwing a tantrum. Camus then began to cast a spell, but instead of attacking, she created an ice sculpture to illustrate her point. Vikir was surprised by Camus's use of spell as an ice sculpture instead of an attack, as was expecting a fight to break out between the two. As Camus pointed to her creation and began to explain, Camus pointed to a nearby cave and began to explain the situation regarding the ruby mine. She stated that the mine was situated on the border between Morg and Baskerville territories and was called the Joint Security Area. Camus continued, saying that while the entrance to the mine was on Morg territory, the mine itself ran underneath Baskerville territory, preventing the Baskervilles from claiming it all for themselves. Camus emphasized that the ruby mineral vein belonged to the Morg clan, but the Baskervilles were claiming that it was trespassing and interrupting their mining activities. activities. Camus further explained that the Morgues had offered to pay rent for the territory, but the Baskervilles had rejected the offer. Adolf seemed pleased with this explanation, but Hugo was becoming annoyed with the situation. Victor then mentioned that rubies were commonly used for magic ingredients and that the Baskervilles didn't need to mine them. However, he also pointed out that it was unfortunate that the Baskervilles weren't fools who would open their territories just for few pennies. Camus was surprised and confused by this statement, pointing out that if the Baskervilles didn't need rubies, then why not rent their land? Victor explained that the Baskervilles were only interested in their land and didn't want anyone else to profit from it. He warned Camus not to come into their territory, as they were the only ones who would lose out in the situation. Camus, however, was not satisfied with this explanation and decided to take matters into her own hands. She claimed that she had possession over the ruby mineral vein, and she placed her arm over the sculpture in the Baskerville territory, asking whose arm it was. Victor caught her arm and responded with a smile, saying that it was his arm, as it was in his land. Camus felt her face flush with embarrassment as Victor's words made her feel flustered. She couldn't believe what she was hearing and responded with a stutter, asking him what was he talking about. How could she belong to him? Victor, who seemed amused by Camus's reaction, replied with a mischievous grin, "Who said you're mine?" Camus was confused by Victor's response, and suddenly, Victor pulled out a knife from his back, which surprised not only Camus but also Adolf and the head butler. Victor's evil grin sent chills down everyone's spine as he said, "I'm saying your arm's mine." Camus was taken aback by Victor's sudden change in demeanor and said in a shaky voice, "What?" Hugo, who was sitting nearby, was sweating profusely, and the only sound that could be heard in the room was a hiccup. As Victor began to move the knife towards Camus' hand, she screamed in fear and called out for help from her uncle. Adolf appeared behind Victor with a fierce expression and demanded that he back away from his niece. Camus seized the opportunity to escape from Victor's grip and ran towards Adolf, seeking comfort from her uncle. Adolf was enraged and demanded an explanation from Hugo, asking what was going on. Hugo looked at Victor and acknowledged that he had gone too far with his joke. Victor then revealed that the knife was only a toy, something that was commonly played within the Baskerville family from a young age. Adolf was shocked and upset that such a dangerous toy was given to children, and he demanded an apology from Victor. Victor humbly apologized to Adolf and assured him that he had no intention of making Camus cry. However, Adolf was still angry and accused Victor of not taking the situation seriously enough. But Hugo intervened and said that adults shouldn't meddle in affairs of children and attempted to diffuse the tension by changing the subject, suggesting that they focus on discussing the ruby mines and complete the friendly duels first. Adolf was hesitant at first, but eventually agreed to hear Hugo out. Camus, still upset and tearful, warned Victor that she would not forget what had happened. Victor simply smiled faintly in response, seemingly unfazed by the situation. The day of the friendly duels had arrived, where all the children between the ages of 8 to 15 had gathered to show off their skills. While the younger children engaged in theoretical battles or displayed their mana sensitivity, the older children stole the show with their live battles. But this year all eyes were focused on the battle between two renowned clans, the Morgue clan and the Baskerville clan. The two geniuses of their respective clans, Camus Morgue and Victor Van Baskerville, were to showcase their skills in a practical training match. Camus instructed Victor to get ready, emphasizing that once she was prepared, she wouldn't hold back. Without wasting any time, Camus began casting a spell, leaving the audience in awe. One spectator couldn't help but exclaim, wondering if Camus was casting quadra spells. The fact that she was able to cast 4 spells simultaneously was impressive, even more so since she was only 8 years old. Another spectator praised her, acknowledging that Camus was the genius mage of Morgue, and such feats were expected of her. Camus launched an attack on Victor, casting 4 different spells at once. However, Victor managed to dodge all of them with ease. With a hint of criticism in his voice, Victor suggested to Camus that instead of trying to impress with flashy spells, she should focus on mastering one. Camus sneered at Victor, wondering why he even cared since he was just an idiot who didn't understand magic. She retaliated by using a sand wall spell, causing a wall of sand to appear between them. But Victor easily broke through the wall with a swift kick and commented on Camus's harsh words. Camus was surprised at Victor's strength, wondering if this was the power of someone who had bathed in the river Styx. While she was lost in thought, Victor launched an attack that Camus realized was impossible to dodge. She closed her eyes, thinking that she had let her guard down, but to her surprise, she didn't get hit. When she opened her eyes, Victor was flicking his finger on her forehead. The flick sent her flying backward. Adolf, who was watching, couldn't believe that a mere flick had such power. Camus tried to ease the pain on her forehead with her hand and demanded to know why Victor had flicked her. She accused him of going easy on her and vowed not to let him get away with it. However, Victor just smiled and pointed to his forehead, suggesting that they should end things before they got out of hand. Camus, with almost tears in her eyes, refused to give up and casted another sand wall spell. This time, she created 2 walls and proudly exclaimed that Victor wouldn't be able to get through them. However, Victor wasn't impressed and thought that it was pointless since he could just go around them. But he decided to play along and prepared to punch the walls. With just one punch, Victor's hand pierced through both walls, creating a hole. Camus was surprised seeing this, and then Victor asked a question while making a flicking gesture with his hand. He wondered whose arm had crossed the wall. As he once again flicked on Camus' forehead, he answered the question himself, saying that it was the stronger individual. The flick on Camus's forehead caused her to fall down and growl in pain. Despite this, she continued attacking Victor, who managed to dodge her attacks. Victor thought that dealing with children was much harder than he thought, and that he could easily crush her neck in 0.1 seconds if he put his mind to it. However, he knew that it would cause an entire issue, and wondered what he should do to calm her down. Just then Victor noticed that 2 other contestants were having a duel in the arena behind him. He thought it might be better to let others deal with Camus. As he turned his attention to the other contestants, he saw a swordmaster cutting a mage spells with a sword. Victor thought that they might be useful in executing his plan. Meanwhile, Camus was getting angrier by the minute. Her attacks were not landing on Victor, and she couldn't understand why. She demanded that Victor stop running away and face her. As the mage behind Victor started casting a spell, Victor knew it was the perfect time to strike. Victor warned Camus to have a defensive spell ready. Camus was confused at first, but then she saw the mage's attack coming from behind Victor. Adolf, who understood Victor's plan, shouted in surprise, and then a powerful blast covered the whole arena. As the spell engulfed the arena, the audience reacted with gasps and shouts of surprise at what they were seeing. Lady Camus heard her uncle Adolf's voice in the chaos and wondered what she should do. She had avoided injuries with the help of a defensive spell, but the flame spell had burned her clothes. Tears welled up in her eyes as she imagined the shame of being seen after the smoke cleared. Suddenly, Victor appeared before her and offered his jacket to cover herself. Camus was shocked by his kindness, unable to understand why he was helping her despite being her enemy. She protested weakly as Victor insisted on giving her his jacket. Camus anxiously said that he would be exposed if he gave her his only jacket, but Victor seemed unconcerned about his own well-being. Camus couldn't understand why Victor was taking care of her, despite their enmity. Camus noticed that Victor was bleeding from a scratch on his arm and pointed it out to him. Victor was surprised to see a scratch on the body strengthened by the river Styx and realized that the sword of the idiot swordsman must have had some remaining aura on it to cause the wound. As the dust cloud began to clear, Camus and Victor were revealed to the audience. Adolf was relieved to see that Camus was okay, and the audience observed that the Lady of Morgue was on the floor. But the one bleeding was the young Baskerville, making it difficult to determine the winner of the battle. The audience also noticed shirtless Victor, revealing his fit physique. They marveled at his muscles, impressed by his talent for training his body at such a young age. Camus's eyes looked different as she watched Victor, and a light blush spread across her cheeks. As Adolf hugged his niece, Camus, she continued to steal glances at Victor, unable to understand why she was feeling drawn to him despite their earlier enmity. After the battle, Hugo and Victor walked down a dimly lit hallway. Hugo turned to Victor and asked how the battle with the Lady of the Morgue clan was. Victor replied that it was interesting and that he had learned the purpose of the event once again. Hugo then remarked that a battle with a mage was different from a battle between swordsmen and asked why Victor did not go for a clear blow. Victor hesitated before admitting that he was confused about how to deal with a lady. Hugo warned him that letting his guard down in battle would lead to injury, and that he should take the injury as a lesson. Victor was surprised that Hugo was worried about him. He didn't remember much about what Hugo was like during his youth since he was always so cold, strict, and brutal. There were rumors that his personality had become that way because he had lost his first wife and eldest daughter, but that wasn't Victor's problem. Hugo then changed the subject and asked Victor what he thought they should do with the ruby mines. Victor spoke up, suggesting that they give away control over the mines. Hugo was taken aback and asked for his reasoning. Victor explained that the main task of the Baskerville clan was to grow their territories, and that the monsters and barbarians living in the area around the mines would become a problem during their expansion into that region. He suggested that if they could utilize the Morgue clan well, they may be able to minimize the losses incurred during their expansion. Hugo agreed with Victor's reasoning and explained his plan. Once the Morgue clan receives control over the ruby mines, they will assign a great number of people there, and all they need to do is push the monsters and barbarians into that region. They would then be able to take care of all the problems at once, and the rubies would be bathed in the blood of their enemies. Hugo was confident that if that happened, the Morgue clan would have to think twice before entering their territory. Hugo placed his hand on Victor's head and acknowledged that Victor's idea was about 90% in line with what he had in mind. Victor, on the other hand, couldn't help but think that it was not a surprise, as the idea was originally Hugo's, as Victor had executed the same plan in his past life on Hugo's orders. Victor then suggested that they should keep an eye on the Morgue's movements, but Hugo did not think it was necessary, as he had already increased the number of hounds scouting the area. As Hugo and Victor were walking, Adolf's voice interrupted them, calling out to Hugo. Hugo and Victor turned their attention to Adolf as he mentioned that he had something to discuss with them before he left. They took seats in a nearby room, and Hugo asked what Adolf wanted to talk about. Adolf suggested that they peacefully resolve the issues regarding the ruby mines, and mentioned that fees for its usage was just one of many suggestions. He then proposed the idea of an engagement between the Morgue and Baskerville children. While Hugo and Adolf discussed the details, Camus was looking at Victor with a blush on her face. Hugo then asked Adolf which child he had in mind for the engagement. Adolf suggested a union between the eldest son of the Baskervilles and the eldest daughter of the Morgues, his niece Camus. He spoke highly of his niece, stating that she was an incredible child with both beauty and knowledge, lacking nothing. Adolf suggested that Camus would be a great fit for the child known as the small son of the Baskerville clan. But Hugo expressed concern about the significant age gap between his son and Camus, informing Adolf that his eldest son was 25 years old this year. Adolf didn't consider it a significant issue, as it was only a 17-year gap between them. Suddenly Camus spoke and made it clear that she wouldn't marry anyone weaker than her mother and didn't want a significant age gap in her partner. Adolf tried to persuade her by saying that she will have to live alone rest of her life if she wants to marry someone stronger than her mother. Hugo also didn't seem pleased with her attitude and reminded her that engagements weren't a buffet of her choosing. But Camus was confident in her choices and claimed she had no intention of playing around. Suddenly, her face turned red, and she looked to the side, catching the attention of Adolf and Hugo. Adolf was shocked when he realized that Camus was looking at Victor, and started cursing him in his mind. Adolf couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He whispered to Camus, urging her not to even think about it, as Victor was from the Van surname and not from the La descent. Adolf believed that no matter what happens, Victor would merely be a small fish in a big pond. Hugo, on the other hand, was getting increasingly frustrated with the situation, so he decided to intervene and reminded everyone that the most important thing in engagements was what the people involved had in mind. He then turned to Victor and asked him for his thoughts. Camus looked at Victor, waiting for his answer. Camus and Victor exchanged looks, and then Victor spoke up and said, "I accept." Adolf became visibly upset at Victor's response, but before Adolf could say anything, Victor continued his sentence and added that "I accept to do as I'm told." Adolf was even more outraged at this, wondering how someone could have such an attitude towards the daughter of the Morgue clan. On the other hand, Camus was blushing from head to toe, wondering what Victor's response meant. She couldn't help but wonder if he was shyer than he portrayed himself to be and if he wasn't opposed to the idea of their engagement. Hugo stated that names and titles had no meaning in the Baskerville household, and that great people come from those of Van descent, not just those of La descent. However, Adolf seemed skeptical about this statement, especially when it came to Victor. Adolf stood in front of Victor, examining him closely. Victor, in turn, looked back at Adolf and thought about his reputation as a sixth circle master and one of the strongest mage within the renowned clan and supporter of his niece. Adolf then spoke up, saying that he didn't think it's quite wise to tell Victor this, but they couldn't have just anyone become Camus' husband. Victor thought about how engagement was merely a suggestion between clans and wondered if Adolf was not satisfied with even the genius of the Baskerville clan. Adolf then placed his hand on Victor's shoulder and tried to press him down, but Victor didn't budge. Adolf was surprised by Victor's sturdy body. Adolf then asked Victor why he wasn't answering him and was he even listening to him, and Victor replied that he hadn't been listening to him since he said it wasn't wise to tell him something. Camus was shocked at Victor's reply, especially since he said it to her uncle, who was one of the strongest mage. On the side, Hugo tried to control his laughter in the midst of the tense situation. Victor's response caused Adolf to laugh menacingly. He turned to Hugo and requested to have a deeper conversation with Victor. Hugo questioned Adolf's intentions and asked if he was going to scold an 8-year-old child. However, Adolf responded with a laugh, stating that Vikir may become his niece's future husband and that he was making the request as an uncle rather than as the deputy patriarch of the Mork clan. Camus tried to stop his uncle and pleaded with him not to do this, but Adolf ignored her and claimed that this was bound to happen to someone eventually. He then turned back to Hugo, asking him to grant him the opportunity to have a conversation with Vikir. Hugo reluctantly agreed, saying that if Adolf was that adamant, he could have his chance to have a deeper conversation with the child. But it turned out that this deeper conversation wasn't a talk but a duel. Vikir and Adolf stood facing each other in an arena while Hugo and Camus watched from the sidelines. Adolf announced that he would be testing Vikir's abilities and instructed him to show everything he was capable of. Vikir agreed, but thought to himself that if he showed everything, Adolf might pass out. Adolf then casted a spell and started creating a pot. Camus explained that his uncle was making a pot using fire, earth, and water magic simultaneously with perfect control, which was typical of her powerful uncle. Adolf then filled the pot with water and placed the pot on his own head and challenged Vikir to a duel. He instructed Vikir that if he could make a single drop of water fall from the pot, it would be considered a victory. Vikir observed the pot and thought about how challenging an opponent like Adolf would be a great experience, and thought about his own win rate against Adolf prior to his regression. Vikir analyzed the situation and calculated that an assassination attempt would have a 50% chance of success, and a 10% win rate if he were to face Adolf head-on. Vikir decided to approach the situation carefully, knowing that he only needed to do enough to satisfy Hugo's expectations, and also he wanted to see what Adolf was truly capable of. Without warning, Vikir charged at Adolf with his sword in hand, running in a straight line towards him. Camus, who was watching from the side, couldn't believe what she was seeing. She shouted at Vikir, telling him that he couldn't run straight towards Adolf. As Vikir's sword came crashing down towards Adolf, he cast a barrier spell, blocking the attack. Adolf was amused at Vikir's attempt and questioned Camus as to why she was helping Vikir, while saying that shield magic was best used against swordsmen. Adolf knew that it would be difficult for Vikir to pierce through with most aura swords. Vikir was frustrated with the failed attack and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Adolf decided to take the offensive and started casting spells towards Vikir. Vikir, being nimble and quick, started dodging the spells effortlessly. Camus interjected, exclaiming that it was unfair as Adolf never used this level of magic against her in their duels. Adolf was taken aback by Camus' support of Vikir and asked her whose side she was on. He then turned to Vikir with a crying face, calling him a bastard and promising not to forgive him. Hugo watched the battle unfold, analyzing the two combatants. He noted that Vikir was attacking at a speed that was difficult but not impossible to dodge, and decided there was no need to intervene. He wanted to see what Vikir was capable of, and show the old man what a young hound could do. As Vikir dodged Adolf's spells, he analyzed his opponent's abilities. He knew that he could use his knowledge from before his regression and his current age to gain an advantage. Adolf smirked at Vikir, claiming that his sword would never pierce through his shield. However, Vikir's attacks began to break the shield, catching Adolf off guard. Adolf noticed that Vikir was attacking at the same point on the shield with his sword and was impressed by Vikir's machine-like movements and swordsmanship. As Vikir was attacking with his sword, it suddenly broke into pieces, causing Adolf to smirk and taunt him about his lack of consideration for the durability of his sword and the strength of his shield. However, Hugo and Camus, who were watching from the sidelines, had shocked expressions on their faces. Adolf continued to speak, unaware of the surprised reactions of those around him. Suddenly, water started pouring on his face, completely covering his head in a matter of seconds. Adolf shouted in surprise, wondering how a piece of the broken sword had managed to pierce the pot and drench him with water. Vikir, with a smile on his face, commented that the pot seemed to be full. Camus, who witnessed the unexpected turn of events, blushed and exclaimed in disbelief that Vikir had won against her uncle and started thinking about the possibility of marriage. Meanwhile, Hugo, who was standing beside Camus, realized that the incident with the broken sword was not just a coincidence, but a sign of Vikir's exceptional talent and strength. He couldn't help but wonder if he was raising a much stronger hound than he had initially anticipated. 7 years had passed since the young hounds first stepped foot in the Baskerville training grounds. Today, they faced a fierce monster that resembled a bear with horns. As the monster charged at them, the young hounds attacked it with their swords, one after another. Watching from the sidelines was Baskerville clan shadow hound Staffordshire Baskerville, the instructor of the young hounds. He knew that facing opponents stronger than them was a daunting task, so he shouted out instructions to the young hounds, telling them to aim for the hind leg to slow down the monster instead of targeting the vital points from the beginning. The triplets among the young hounds coordinated their strikes, leaving the monster exhausted. Staffordshire was impressed and thought to himself that their dark crimson aura was very suitable for the Baskervilles. After the triplets had weakened the monster, the other young hounds resumed their attacks and finished it off. Staffordshire applauded the young hounds and congratulated them on becoming low-rank sword experts and masters of the first Baskerville technique. Staffordshire reminded the young hounds that they were facing a caged monster and that the wild ox bear on La Rouge-et-Lenoir mountain would be quite different. He warned them that death could occur much more easily than they thought, and they must use their bloodline to overcome it or build their experience to survive somehow. But the instructor concluded the 7-year training and congratulated the young hounds on their graduation. He wished them good luck in their future endeavors. After the successful completion of their training, the young hounds started chatting among themselves. 2 hounds were discussing their preferences for the various night orders within the Baskerville clan. The first hound mentioned that he preferred the Wolfhound order, while the second hound shared his choices: Doberman, Pitbull, and Rottweiler. There were 7 night orders in the Baskerville clan, each established and managed for various objectives, such as watching, searching, guarding, assassinating, suppressing, and all-out warfare. Suddenly, the first hound asked his companion where he thought that bastard would go. The second hound asked in confusion who was he referring to. The first hound clarified that he was referring to the person sitting on the dead ox bear, who is none other than Vikir. They continued their conversation about Vikir, with one hound saying that Vikir had defeated a much larger ox bear than the one they had just faced, and that he was already a high-rank sword expert at the 3rd Baskerville technique, which meant that he was at the Shadow Hound's level. Vikir sat on the dead ox bear, lost in thought. He knew it had taken longer than he had anticipated to reach his current level, which was graduate intermediate rank at the 5th Baskerville technique. While his swordsmanship had improved greatly, he felt his growth was much slower than he had hoped for. Suddenly, head butler Barrymore appeared behind Vikir and addressed him as Master Vikir. The butler informed Vikir that the Patriarch was looking for him and that his assignment had been decided. Vikir, with a serious expression on his face, replied with a simple "all right." Vikir entered the Patriarch's office and greeted Hugo. However, he only received a grunt in response. Vikir noticed a cut on Hugo's nose and asked him what had happened. Hugo replied that he had been subjugating barbarians on La Rouge-et-Lenoir mountain, and that one of the archers had gotten the better of him. Vikir asked if he had captured them, but Hugo replied that he had not. However, he did manage to give the archer the same scar on her face. After a moment of silence, Hugo congratulated Vikir on graduating. However, his tone was ominous when he added that it was only going to get harder. Vikir wondered if Hugo was going to talk about the assignment now as he reminisced about his past before his regression. He had been a junior knight of the Pitbull Order, and was sent to the treacherous La Rouge-et-Lenoir mountain to face death non-stop for 21 months. He had been like an expendable mutt, immediately dispatched into battle upon his arrival. He remembered that the Baskerville children were categorized as either elite or expendable once they reached the age of 15. The expendables were sent to die in battle, while the elite were educated about politics and administration. Through numerous brushes with death, the experienced expendables eventually became guards to the elite, while the elite matured over time through practicing politics and administration. Vikir knew that the 5th Baskerville technique existed to let the elite catch up to the expendables' long hours and experiences with real-life battles. However, his swordsmanship had not been able to surpass the 4th technique prior to his regression. There was no way that Hugo, the one in charge, would let him, an illegitimate child, take a course for the elite. Vikir's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Hugo. Hugo suggested that Vikir should try the lower house of Parliament. Not fully understanding what Hugo meant, Vikir asked for clarification. Hugo explained that the lower house of Parliament assisted the Baskerville clan's regional administration, legislature, and law enforcement, as well as inviting businesses and looking after the region as necessary. Simply put, they managed both small and large matters of the clan. Vikir was surprised that Hugo had selected him, an illegitimate child, to take the elite course. Hugo continued, saying that Vikir's achievements were greater than any child who was referred to as a genius by 10 years. So, he would treat Vikir as such. The position that Vikir would be taking was the deputy consul of the underdog city. Currently, both the consul and deputy consul positions were vacant. Hugo asked Vikir if he would like to try it. After considering Hugo's proposal, Vikir decided to accept the position of deputy consul of the underdog city. However, before proceeding, he wanted to discuss an incident involving the Mork clan and the ruby mines. Hugo seemed to know about it already and referred to how Vikir screwed over Adolf Mork. Victor confirmed this and asked if he could borrow his reward once. Even though what Victor wanted to borrow was still not revealed yet, the head butler, who had an idea about it, was shocked at Victor's bold request. But Hugo didn't seem to mind. He stamped a paper and assured Victor that he trusted him not to do anything foolish. With confidence, Victor promised he wouldn't make Hugo worry, but he couldn't help but think how strange it was to be called son by Hugo, something that would have been unimaginable before his regression. As head butler and Victor walked down the hallway, the head butler spoke in a serious tone. He emphasized the patriarch's high regard for Victor, as evidenced by his appointment as a consul prior to being dispatched into battle. The head butler referred to this as the disciplines of kingship, suggesting that Victor was being groomed for greater responsibilities in the future. However, Victor was not complacent about his new role. He acknowledged that success was not guaranteed and that he would have to work hard to manage his responsibilities as deputy consul. Victor thought to himself that this was an opportunity for him to hone his skills more safely. He wasn't particularly interested in current events, but his memories from his previous life were still vivid. He remembered the sensation of his head being severed from his body by the guillotine. Victor decided at that moment that he will let Hugo Le Baskerville feel the same sensation. In the Baskerville territory, Underdog, in a large villa, a bald man gave orders to 2 workers, instructing them to ensure that the place is perfectly clean by the next day, as a new deputy consul from the Baskerville family was coming. The workers acknowledged his orders and said yes, sir. Later on, one of the workers wondered what kind of person the new deputy consul would be and hoped that he would have experience in business. However, the other worker told him that the new deputy consul was only 15 years old. While they were talking, a young boy was approaching the villa, and the second worker noticed him. He placed his hand on the kid's shoulder and wondered whose child he was and if any employee had brought him. The worker then told the boy that he couldn't just enter the villa freely. It turned out, the young boy who had approached the villa was none other than Victor. With an angry look on his face, he ordered the worker to remove his hand from his shoulder. Then, he pulled out a paper and showed it to the worker, who was surprised to see that it was the document verifying Victor's position as the new deputy consul. The workers were confused as to why he had come a day early, but Victor was not concerned about that. He ordered the workers to prepare food and drinks for a party he was going to have. As Victor entered the villa, both workers had questioning looks on their faces and wondered why the new deputy consul was planning a party. Soon, the party began, and the whole villa was filled with food and drinks. Many nobles were in attendance, enjoying the festivities and talking with one another. Chihuahua Baskerville, the general secretary of the city of Underdog, was pacing back and forth in his office, clearly agitated. He looked out the window and couldn't believe what he saw. The new deputy consul, a young man who had just started working for the city, was holding a party at the workplace. Chihuahua was already having a hard time because all of his predecessors had been dismissed for accepting bribes. And now, this guy was drinking and partying on the job. Chihuahua couldn't believe the audacity of this troublemaker. As he was about to express his frustration, Victor suddenly appeared behind him and asked if he was the general secretary. The sudden interruption startled him and he almost jumped out of his skin. He was surprised to see Victor and wondered how long he had been standing there. Victor introduced himself as Victor Van Baskerville, the new deputy consul, and Chihuahua introduced himself as Chihuahua Baskerville. Victor repeated Chihuahua's name, noting that he didn't have a middle name. Chihuahua thought to himself that it was going to happen again. He knew that a lack of a middle name signified that he was from outside the family and that he was employed rather than a blood member of the family. Chihuahua had to deal with discrimination from deputy consuls because of this. He was tired of being looked down upon and treated unfairly because he wasn't born into the family. But Chihuahua was surprised by Victor's response. Instead of mocking him, Victor placed his hand on Chihuahua's shoulder and simply said, "Nice." This threw Chihuahua off guard, and he responded with a confused look. Victor went on to explain that he had scanned through Chihuahua's personal information on the way there, and had noticed that he was from Underdog. Chihuahua agreed with him, saying that he was born and raised in the current place they were in. Victor acknowledged this and mentioned that he knew how hard people like him had to work and that he didn't intend to interfere with how he did his job. Chihuahua was still a bit confused but responded with an awkward okay. Chihuahua couldn't help but think that was this some new form of harassment, and wondered why Victor was even there in the first place when he was the one who asked for the party. But Victor continued, mentioning that while the personal law system itself didn't have a problem, there were many strange things about the judicial system. Victor continued speaking, explaining that the problem with Underdog was that many illegal business owners were successful, and as a result, the underground held the power above the law. Simply stopping the illegal businesses wouldn't resolve the problem. The heads of the underground businesses needed to be removed. As a deputy consul, his job was to make laws and execute them, and while he respected all the laws that were already in place, he intended to add a new one. Chihuahua exclaimed in surprise as he heard the word new law. Victor nodded and explained that he would make sure the underground economy was in shambles within a week. However, he needed a cause in order to make and execute this law. Chihuahua couldn't understand why Victor needed a cause for getting rid of illegal businesses. Victor explained that he was still young and a newly appointed deputy consul. He needed a performance in order to make it more convincing. Chihuahua still didn't fully understand Victor's plan. Victor looked out of window as his expression turned into an evil grin, and he said that to put it differently, I will lay out poop for the flies. Chihuahua couldn't help but wonder what Victor was planning. The next day, Victor arrived at Doorsmile Street in downtown Underdog. A huge crowd had already gathered there and people were chatting among themselves. Victor stood on the stage with a stake in his hand. Chihuahua and his companions wondered what the deputy consul was planning to do. They commented that there were a lot of people there, and that the deputy consul had been standing there since the crack of dawn. Suddenly, Victor stepped forward and announced that he was the newly appointed deputy consul. The crowd was surprised to see such a young man as the deputy consul, and wondered what he was going to do. Some of them murmured that he was cute, while some questioned what a young man like him could do. Victor ignored the crowd and said, I believe you have all seen this notice. These are laws that have been in place for a while. Even if the deputy consul has changed, the Baskerville family's laws are still strict as before and will continue to be upheld. However, the crowd did not seem to have any faith in Victor's words. They muttered among themselves, questioning his ability to carry out laws at such a young age. Some even commented on the corruption of the higher-ups and thought that Victor would soon fall victim to it. Chihuahua, who stood by Victor's side, could no longer remain silent. He shouted at the crowd, demanding that they show respect to the new deputy consul. The crowd fell silent, but some still doubted Victor's ability to uphold the laws, and they thought that Chihuahua might be a better choice for the position of deputy consul. Suddenly, Victor's actions had the entire crowd in a state of shock. As he pulled up the stake, whole crowd fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on him. With immense power, Victor then plunged the stake into the ground with such force that the earth around it seemed to shake. The crowd could hardly believe what they were seeing. They were amazed at the sheer strength that Victor had displayed. But then, Victor announced something that took everyone by surprise. He said that he would announce a special law, with his authority as a deputy consul known as the Victor Special Law, which would award 100 million gold to anyone who could remove the stake from the ground. The entire crowd looked at Victor and the stake in disbelief, trying to analyze what was happening. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a loud chorus of disbelief, shouting, 100 million. As the crowd gathered around him, Deputy Consul Victor Van Baskerville announced his new laws. The first law, known as the Victor Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 1, stipulated that whoever pulled out an appointed stake, henceforth referred to as the stake, would be paid 100 million gold immediately by Victor himself. The crowd was stunned by the announcement and exclaimed in shock. They couldn't believe that they could get such a huge amount of money just by pulling out a stake. One person in the crowd asked if it was really that easy, and everyone murmured about it in disbelief. Despite the excitement, nobody came forward to pull out the stake. Victor saw that no one was willing to take the risk, so he asked if there was no one who wanted to get 100 million gold. When no one stepped forward, Victor declared a new law. The Victor Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 2, stated that the person who pulled out this stake would be paid 1 billion gold immediately by Victor himself. This time, the offer was too tempting to resist. Suddenly, Victor heard someone laugh, and he saw a fat old man in the crowd with an angry voice. The man exclaimed that it was ridiculous and asked if Victor was making fun of them. He questioned who would attempt it, and the crowd began to murmur in agreement. But someone in the crowd pointed out that 1 billion gold was not chump change, and the mood shifted slightly. General Secretary Chihuahua, who was on stage behind Victor, wondered why they were getting embarrassed instead. But Victor ignored all the comments and asked if there was no one willing to take the challenge. With no one stepping forward, Victor surprised the crowd once again by declaring a new law. This time, the reward was even higher, 10 billion gold. The crowd was stunned by the offer, and Victor confidently stated that the person who pulled out the stake would be rewarded with the sum. As Victor repeated his offer, the crowd was in a state of shock and confusion. Some wondered if it was all just a joke, while others were tempted to try their luck. However, others warned them of the potential consequences, saying that just look at the sword on his waist and the potential danger of being perceived as greedy by the deputy consul. Despite Victor's repeated offers, no one came forward to pull the stake. As he was about to speak again, he was interrupted by Chihuahua, who whispered to him that there was not enough money in the city to fulfill his offer. Suddenly a small hand shot up from within the crowd. The hand belonged to a little girl who had a flower basket on her other hand. She timidly asked if she could try. The crowd was shocked that this little girl was trying to pull out the stake from the ground. An old man recognized her as Judy, the flower girl, and tried to stop her. But Judy explained that her mother was sick and she had to try something. Despite the old man's warnings, Judy approached the stake and stood in front of it. She looked at the man behind the stake with fear and hesitation. Judy thought to herself, hoping to calm her nerves. She wondered if she would receive any payment for this act of bravado. She had volunteered to pull out the stake, hoping to earn a few coins for her efforts. She was hoped that at least she would be able to sell the basket full of flowers she had brought with her to the event. Without a word, Vicar simply said, "Pull it out." His voice was devoid of emotion, and Judy couldn't tell if he was angry or bored. She took a deep breath, grabbed the stake with both hands and pulled with all her might. To her surprise, the stake came out of the ground easily, as if it had never been stuck there in the first place. The crowd gasped in shock and disbelief, staring at Judy in amazement. They couldn't believe that such a small and frail girl had managed to pull out the stake so effortlessly. Judy looked at Vicar, who had been watching her intently, with the stake in her hand. Judy wondered if she had done something wrong, as Vicar made a motion as if he was about to pull out his sword. Her heart sank as she closed her eyes in fear, tears threatening to spill down her cheeks. She thought of her mother and wondered who would take care of her after she was gone. But instead of the sword, a hand with a bag appeared in front of her. As Judy opened her eyes, she saw Vicar on one knee, holding a bag filled with gold. Vicar, while giving the bag to Judy, said that for now, here is 100 million gold. Judy stood there, still in shock, holding the bag of gold tightly in her hand. Vicar looked at her and asked her where her home was, since 10 billion gold will be heavy, so he will have it shipped to her home. Vicar even provided her with a guard to protect her reward. Judy couldn't believe what she was hearing. Vicar then placed his hand on her head and said, "This is the law. It must always be obeyed." The crowd behind them was equally stunned, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Even Chihuahua, who had been watching the scene, had his mouth hung open. No one had expected Vicar to actually follow through with his promise to reward the person who managed to pull out the stake from the ground. The performance was a significant turning point, as it allowed the Vicar special law to become more famous than the self-governance law of the Baskerville clan. The citizens were touched by the simple logic of being rewarded for obeying the law and punished for disobeying it. People were discussing the new deputy consul, who was vastly different from his predecessors. Vicar was known for keeping his word no matter what, which earned him a great deal of respect from the people. The society in which principles were upheld was something to be admired, and the implementation of the Vicar special law led to a noticeable decrease in unlawfulness and a halving of crime rates. Chihuahua had just finished writing something on a board in the deputy office when Vicar noticed and asked if it was written in the Eastern language. Vicar complimented Chihuahua on his handwriting, and Chihuahua expressed his admiration for Vicar's daring performance. That left him touched for the first time after 20 years of working there. Vicar explained that ruling citizens with wrath when they belittle the law and do not trust it is not the way to go. He shared how he thought hard about how to get the attention of the citizens and leave a lasting impression, and that was the result. Chihuahua was moved to tears and pledged to follow Vicar for the rest of his days. Vicar tried to calm Chihuahua down. Vicar's mind wandered as he thought about the recent performance he had orchestrated. He couldn't help but compare it to the one that Camus Morgue would have presented years from now. While Camus had managed to reduce the crime rate to 1%, but she was never really liked by the citizens due to the fear she instilled in them. Looking down at the map on the table, Vicar noted that the problems were only just beginning, since the reward of 10 billion gold had been used, and they needed to find a way to get it back. After marking some locations on the map, he explained that the locations marked on the map were where there were potential illegal groups, or where they may hide in the future. Vicar was determined to maintain these locations and confiscate their dirty money. Chihuahua looked at the map in surprise and asked Vicar how he knew where the criminal businesses were located. Vicar pointed to his nose and claimed that he could smell them. In reality, he had already surveyed those regions before his regression and knew them like the back of his hand. Chihuahua was impressed by Vicar's flawless investigation skills and wondered just how much he had already investigated. Suddenly, a staff member burst into the room, interrupting the conversation between Chihuahua and Vicar. The staff member addressed Deputy Consul Vicar, informing him that the Village Hall's Youth Autonomy Association had requested a meeting. Chihuahua, seemingly unsurprised by the news, commented that it was probably time for such a meeting to take place. Victor, on the other hand, referred to them as arrogant bastards and questioned why they would want to see him. Chihuahua proceeded to inform Victor that the Youth Autonomy Association was made up of various clans, including the Mant Blanc, Pure, Luovi, Channel, Ferragamo, Hermes, and Pradar clans. He explained that the organization was founded by the second and third generations of the 7 native families of Baskerville. Chihuahua went on to describe the Youth Autonomy Association as a promiscuous social club, despite its name suggesting otherwise. He speculated that the young masters of the group likely had something to say about the Vicar special law. Victor said in a questioning tone, "The dung flies have started to smell the shit." This statement surprised both Chihuahua and the staff member. Victor smirked and suggested that they should start annihilating the pests that are eating away the city. Deep within the burning suspension, a high-end club located within the underdog city's most luxurious hotel, a party was taking place. The VVIP lounge, which had been rented out for a whopping 10 million gold for a 6-hour rental service, was filled with the 7 crucial members of the Youth Autonomy Association. These members were the second and third generation children of the 7 families located within the Baskerville territory, a powerful and influential area within the city. The atmosphere was lively as the members of the association were making a tower with glasses and pouring drinks on them. They boasted about the price tag of each bottle as they continued to build the tower, which had a pyramid shape. The blonde guy in the club turned to the waiters and instructed them to drink the spilled wine on the table. The waiters obediently lapped it up like dogs, thanking him for the opportunity to enjoy such a precious drink. As he sat down on a sofa, he boasted about his wealth, remarking that no matter how much he spent, his money always replenished itself. One of the blonde guy's companions attributed it all to the Baskervilles, who only cared about territorial expansion and not about the demand for slaves. He remarked that it was easy to kidnap barbarians and sell them as slaves, thanks to the Baskervilles. The companions agreed that this was all thanks to the Baskervilles, and that it was great because they didn't have to worry about the imperial family. Another companion chimed in, remarking that the Baskervilles were also protecting them, making them even safer. He compared the Baskervilles to their personal hunting dogs, pointing out that they were always at their beck and call. The blonde guy scoffed at the idea, stating that the Baskervilles were nothing more than sword-wielding idiots who were easily manipulated. He mentioned the incident with the Mess Imaginero clan, where they were able to push the blame onto the Mess Imaginero clan, which was one of the most loyal clan, and watch as the Baskervilles decided to massacre them personally. As the group continued to talk, one of the companions mentioned a new deputy consul named Victor, who was of Van descent. The blonde guy questioned if anyone had heard of him before, and when they replied no, he suggested that they teach the young government worker a lesson. The plan was to invite him to a party with the best drinks and women, and once the party was over, they would force him to pay for it. The blonde guy was confident that the 15-year-old wouldn't be able to report them since he wouldn't have any money. The companions agreed, and the group laughed at the thought of their impending prank. As they were discussing their plan, a waiter entered the room with some girls, announcing their arrival. The blonde guy and his companions looked up excitedly, eager to enjoy their evening with the ladies. One of the guys noticed a young male accompanying the ladies and questioned his presence. The waiter was unaware of who he was and answered that he entered with such confidence that nobody questioned him. The young male was none other than Victor. The waiter grabbed Victor by his hair and, in an angry tone, demanded to know why he was there. However, Victor's eyes glowed with anger, and suddenly the room fell silent as the group had shocked expression on their faces. As Victor approached the group, the waiter noticed that his arm was bent at an impossible angle, causing him to shout in pain. One of the guys who had initially pointed out Victor expressed his surprise at the sight. Victor introduced himself as Victor Van Baskerville, and the guy repeated his name and recognized him as the deputy consul, and questioned why he was there. Victor simply replied that they have invited him here. The blonde guy realized that the situation was getting out of hand and tried to calm down the situation and exclaimed with laughter, saying that it was amazing that he had come to the party. Victor watched the blonde guy whisper with one of his companions, discussing something. The blonde guy asked if they should enact their plans, and his companion agreed, suggesting they see how Victor deals with paying for everything. The blonde guy agreed and suggested they keep Victor there and force him to pay once the party was over. Victor couldn't take it any longer. He placed his hand on the table, interrupting their conversation, and demanded that they stop the pointless chatter. Suddenly, the whole table exploded, and glasses filled with drinks crashed to the floor, causing the people in the room to look on in surprise. As the drinks fell down, the blonde guy watched in disbelief as the table exploded, and his thoughts immediately went to Victor's potential abilities. He thought, could he have used mana manipulation to make the champagne tower explode just by touching the table? The blonde guy realized that Victor was a graduator. The blonde guy's companion was equally shocked and whispered in anger that they had thought Victor was just a 15-year-old kid. The blonde guy snapped back, telling his companion that they were a middle-class expert and should do something. But the companion was too scared, knowing that they would lose in an instant if they tried to fight Victor. Suddenly, Victor placed his hand on one of the guy's shoulders and addressed him directly. The guy was so scared that he blurted out that they were going to pay for the drinks. Victor questioned whether they were planning on forcing him to pay for everything, and the guy realized that he had made a huge mistake. Another companion spoke up, asking who would dare do such a thing. The blonde guy tried to calm the situation, saying that they only wanted to test Victor, as Underdog City had become corrupt. They wanted to ensure that Victor wouldn't be enticed by the city's offers. The blonde guy's companion agreed, saying that it seemed like Victor had what it takes to lead them, and they would be sure to follow. Victor suddenly attacked the guy sitting closest to him with a palm strike that was more like a claw attack. He clutched the guy's stomach tightly and delivered a stern message. An owner can test their dog, but a dog should never test their owner, no matter the situation. As he looked at the rest of the group, Victor questioned whether they were unmoved by his actions because they had money and power. He warned them that they had never seen anything truly frightening before. Victor threw the guy he had been holding to the ground and stepped on his face. He then looked at the rest of the group and asked if they knew why he had done this. If they didn't, it seemed like they would meet the same fate. The blonde guy's face was stricken with fear as he stuttered out a response, saying that they were well aware of why Victor had taken such actions. But Victor kicked the man's head on which he was stepping on, and told them that if they really knew, they would understand what he would do next. The group became angry seeing this, and blonde guy called Victor a bastard, while another questioned if he thought he could get away with it. Suddenly, Victor appeared right in front of the second guy and accused the group of committing crimes such as abduction, kidnapping, illegal slave trafficking, and insulting Baskerville. The rest of the group had a shocked expression hearing Victor mention the crimes that they had done. Victor then punched the second guy and told them that animals don't learn until you teach them. Victor's face turned into an evil grin as said that now he was prepared to teach the disobedient creatures a lesson. In a dimly lit prison cell, two men stood with contrasting expressions. Victor, the deputy consul, appeared unfazed while Chihuahua, the general secretary, looked on with a mix of shock and concern. Before them stood a blonde man with a beaten-up face, who was screaming and shouting at them, calling them all sorts of names. The man continued to yell, accusing Victor of pulling some kind of stunt that would result in his father retaliating against them. He threatened to kill both of them once he was released, promising never to forgive them for what they had done. Chihuahua was visibly distressed by the situation and turned to Victor, asking why the man had been beaten so brutally. Victor asked if he thought he had overdone it, to which Chihuahua responded with a resounding yes. He expressed his disbelief that anyone could inflict such serious injuries on another human being, comparing the victim to a meat bag. But Victor didn't seem to care. He walked towards the cell with a cold smile on his face, assuring Chihuahua that he hadn't even started yet. Chihuahua, on the other hand, looked shocked and disbelieving. He asked Victor what he was planning to do, to which Victor replied that he was going to execute all the wicked civil servants who had mutated into a hideous organization. He claimed that he could tell from their arrogant expressions that they lacked proper education, and that they had even overlooked the authority of the Baskerville clan. Chihuahua still couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked Victor if he was serious, to which Victor replied in the affirmative. The blonde guy and his companions were now begging for their lives, promising to give Victor everything they had if he spared them. Chihuahua then voiced his concern about the repercussions of Victor's actions. He asked him if he was aware that the families of the executed men would not just sit idly by. They were cowardly, yet daring, and they would use whatever methods possible to avenge their loved ones. Victor's confident smile remained as he reassured Chihuahua that there was no need to worry about the families of the executed men. He claimed that these corrupt officials were tied to the criminal organizations of Underdog City, and that their families would not be able to complain. Chihuahua, however, seemed to be concerned about the evidence against these officials, to which Victor replied that he had his ways of finding evidence. He thought to himself that if he couldn't find any evidence, he would make his own. Victor didn't seem to care about the events that would take place after this. He believed that the world was soon going to experience a sudden change, and he would most likely be dispatched into battle very soon. Even if that wasn't the case, he knew that he would have to leave this place once he enrolled at the academy. Victor stood in front of the prisoners, his eyes cold and unfeeling as he gazed at them. Victor listed out their crimes, his voice flat and monotone: human trafficking, kidnapping, bribery, blackmail, threatening, assault through a third party, and murder. The blonde guy immediately denied their involvement in any of those crimes and asked for evidence. However, Victor just smirked and asked if they would accept punishment if there was evidence. After hearing this, the blonde guy looked down, his guilt written all over his face. It was like he was saying, "I'll never cause damage to the family, even if I were to die here." Suddenly, a man appeared to be walking towards him, carrying a bag. The man had a bald head, called out to Victor. Victor turned around, not surprised to see the man there. The bald guy placed the bag in front of Victor and informed him that his custom order was ready. Victor expressed his gratitude for the timely delivery of his order, and the bald guy just chuckled in response. Victor opened the bag to reveal an assortment of tools, which he arranged carefully on a cloth. As Victor was setting up his tools, the bald guy suddenly spoke up, saying that he had never seen some of these tools before, despite having been torturing people for 30 years. He asked Victor how he had come up with such scary tools. Victor shrugged and replied that he didn't invent them himself. They were common where he came from. The bald guy was taken aback and asked if Victor had come from hell. Victor just chuckled and said that it was something like that. And then he asked the bald guy if he would like to learn it. The bald guy quickly declined, saying that he might vomit everything he had eaten if he saw Victor work with those tools. Victor just nodded and looked at his tools, lost in thought. He missed the days of the era of destruction when even the demon clan's prisoners of war would spit out everything during torture. By torturing the demon clan, the torturing methods had evolved significantly. Victor opened his coat and revealed his tools, causing the blonde guy to squeal in fear. Victor looked at the prisoners and asked where their expressions were from before when they had claimed they wouldn't admit to anything no matter what. He then tied the buttons on his wrist and said, "Please don't say anything. I want to cherish the memories of my past for once." The blonde guy couldn't hold back the flood of tears that streamed down his face. Rumors of the arrest of the 7 wicked gangs quickly spread throughout Underdog City. As long as there was a gathering of more than 3 citizens, that rumor continued to circulate. In a nearby tavern, patrons were discussing the incident. One of them expressed relief that the arrested gangs were the ones who treated civilians like pests. Another patron doubted that the new deputy consul would release them anytime soon, considering their history. A third person chimed in, noting that the 7 arrested individuals were the 2nd generation of native families, and that the deputy consul would likely just embarrass them before releasing them. However, another individual added that the charges against the 7 suggested that they may be executed. This sparked a conversation about whether the children of native families would really be put to death. One person claimed that the new deputy consul had a reputation for being ruthless, citing the fact that he had burned a 10 billion gold with one stake. Despite this, another person thought that executing the 7 individuals would put the deputy consul in a difficult situation. The citizens of Underdog City had believed that the arrest of the 7 notorious gang leaders was just a political power play between the new politician and the native authorities. They had predicted that once the local powerhouses bent their wills, the situation would be over and the imprisoned gang members would be released unscathed. As expected, the Mant Blanc clan, Pure clan, Luovi clan, Channel clan, Ferragamu clan, Hermes clan, and the Pradar clan delivered an apology to the new deputy consul. But things didn't go as predicted. The 7 heads of the gang leaders were hung in the middle of the center square, preserved with salt and displaying expressions of agony as if they had experienced excruciating pain until their last breaths. The public notice above the heads explained the punishments they received prior to their executions in detail. The Baskerville family autonomy constitution was known for its strict laws and harsh punishments. The first clause was about the banning of illegal brothels. The penalty for this offense was a tattoo on the face of the criminal, with the symbol for sex being tattooed all over the face. The punishment was executed according to the governing law above. The second clause was about the banning of illegal gambling, and the penalty for this offense was wrist amputation. The punishment was carried out according to the law, with both wrists being amputated, taking into account the number of times the law was disobeyed. The criminal's wrists were amputated 72 times at regular intervals. The third clause was about the banning of illegal private loans, and the penalty for this offense was the removal of eyes. However, in consideration of the pleas of those who had been affected by these criminals, the punishment was not executed. The fourth and final clause was about the banning of illegal lobbying, and the penalty for this offense was exile. Since the criminals were already dead, their bodies, excluding their heads, were thrown outside the castle walls. The crowd was in shock as they read the notice and saw the scene in front of them. Victor in his office explained that there was no reason to be surprised as the laws were already in place. However, this was the first time that the infamous native families would be serving the sentences. He believed that this would bring forth change and that once the destruction of either parties began, Underdog City would go through a bloodbath. Victor turned to Chihuahua and warned him to brace himself, as he would join him in the next strategy. Chihuahua was surprised and clearly taken aback by Victor's words. The scene changes and Chihuahua was standing in the same pose with a mask on his face. Chihuahua turned back and whispered to the occupant inside the cage, who was none other than the deputy consul, asking if this was really the right strategy. Victor simply asked Chihuahua if he didn't trust him. As Chihuahua stood there, the place began to fill up with people. They all wore masks to conceal their identities, and slaves were also being transported, their hands bound in iron chains. Amidst the chaos, Chihuahua's thoughts turned to Victor, who sat quietly in one of the slave cages. Chihuahua wondered if Deputy Consul being sold as a slave was a good strategy. Underdog City, located in the outskirts, was known for its unlawful events, and one such event was the slave auction. In the middle of nowhere, a huge tent was set up, and luxurious carriages started to gather around it. The products being sold were kidnapped barbarians, nobles, and commoners, all waiting to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. The Baskerville family was unaware of this unlawful event. The auctioneer, standing in front of the crowd, greeted them and welcomed them to the circus. The auctioneer noticed the arrival of Chihuahua's group. He greeted them with a smile, recognizing their signature trait as an exclusive feature of the Mont Blanc clan. He looked at their identification paper and saw that they were there as sellers. He expressed his concern that the Mont Blanc clan did not like the slaves they had purchased in the last auction, as they were precious customers who always purchased a large number of slaves. Chihuahua replied that they were satisfied with the quality of the slaves sold here. The auctioneer's attention was drawn to Victor, who was in a cage with black hair and red eyes, a rare product. He promised to take responsibility and sell it at a good price. Chihuahua agreed and left it to him. The auctioneer bid farewell to Chihuahua Mont Blanc, hoping that he would enjoy his time at the circus. Inside the tent, the auctioneer stood on the stage as the crowd murmured amongst themselves. Some discussed the trend of mysterious-looking slaves, while others preferred pretty and good-looking slaves. Some were attracted to the tragic backstories of fallen nobles or kidnapped nobles, but everyone agreed that they hoped for many good products that day. The auctioneer then introduced the first item, a secret embezzlement by the Baskerville family's knights. It was an rank monster known as the Merciel, a cow species found in the depths of hell and said to inhabit another world. It was said to possess 19 hearts and keep attacking until all of them stop. The auctioneer listed its uses, from leather to meat, bones, and intestines, stating that nothing goes to waste. The bidding started at 100 million gold, and bidders quickly raised the price to 140 million, then 200 million, and finally 250 million gold. The auctioneer announced that they had hit 250 million gold and asked if anyone else wanted to bid. When no one else spoke up, he slammed the hammer and declared the item sold. The auction continued with more items, each with their own unique qualities and uses. The crowd eagerly bid on each product, hoping to score a valuable purchase. And so, the slave auction at the circus continued, a dark and unlawful event that remained hidden from the eyes of the law. As the bidding for various products continued, the auctioneer urged the bidders to move on to the next product. However, a worker whispered something in his ear, and the auctioneer appeared surprised. He announced to the crowd that a rare item had arrived, picked up by the slave businessmen from a deep jungle, from a warrior tribe in the La Rouge-et-Lenoir Mountains jungles, the Barbarian of Balak. A girl who appeared fierce was brought onto the stage, and the auctioneer encouraged the bidders to try and tame a wild slave, as it would be a chance to put their training techniques to the test. However, despite the auctioneer's efforts to start the bidding at 5 million, nobody placed a bid. After some time, the auctioneer lowered the initial bidding price to 3 million, but still nobody placed a bid. Eventually, the auctioneer was forced to give up and offered the girl for just 1 million gold, but still nobody wanted to buy her. The crowd began to lose interest, and the auctioneer realized that the girl was not going to sell. He asked the guard to take her away and bring out the guaranteed products instead. Suddenly, the girl tried to break free, but the guard knocked her unconscious with a punch to the stomach and took her backstage. The auctioneer then apologized for the minor incident and promised to bring out the best product of the day as compensation for the unsatisfactory auction. The best product of the day was none other than Vikir. The auctioneer introduced Vikir, describing him as a purebred boy with black hair and red eyes who only required minimal restraints. A lady in the crowd was clearly impressed by Vikir's beauty and physique and immediately placed a bid of 600 million. The auctioneer was surprised and amused by her eagerness to bid without even announcing the starting price. Another bidder, a man, placed a bid of 800 million, which angered the lady, who questioned why a male would want to take Vikir. The man replied that it was none of her business and that he wanted to use Vikir as a gladiator. Suddenly, another bidder placed a bid of 900 million. And then a bidder with the number Placate 99 raised the bid to an astonishing 6 billion. The auctioneer was surprised and asked if anyone else wanted to bid. The crowd looked towards the bidder, a masked man who was recognized by some as Baron Gambino from the granary. The people commented on his deep pockets and recent increase in wealth due to taking over underground funds. The Baron had just spent 6 billion to buy a slave, and his attendant expressed concern that he was spending too much. However, the Baron was confident that he could resell the slave for a higher price in the capital and still make a profit. The attendant raised another issue, telling that he would only profit if the slave's body remained unscathed. This angered the Baron, who lashed out at her and reminded her that he had taken her in when she had nowhere to go and now she was arrogantly biting the hand that fed her. The auctioneer announced that customer 99 was the winning bidder for the slave, Vikir. As Vikir was brought before Baron Gambino, the Baron examined him closely and thought to himself that Vikir looked even better up close. Addressing Vikir, Baron Gambino declared that he now belonged to him and assured him that he was not a bad person, urging him not to be nervous. However, his next words and perverted expression left Vikir uncomfortable as the Baron spoke of the many ways he could play with him and how he was already looking forward to it. Suddenly, Vikir placed his hands in front of the Baron, who was puzzled and asked if he wanted him to undo his handcuffs. But before the Baron could react, Vikir broke the handcuffs with ease, stunning both the Baron and his attendant. Without hesitation, Vikir kicked the Baron, sending him flying down to the ground. Vikir then grabbed the Baron's back with his hand and proposed a game, which he named Spear and Shield. As he squeezed the Baron's back, Vikir explained that he would be the spear, and if the Baron, as the shield, could endure his attack, he would win. The Baron shouted in pain and called out to Cindy for help, but before she could move, the Baron had already lost consciousness. Vikir looked at the Baron and declared that he had fainted, meaning that he had won the game. He then took off the fake hair he was wearing, revealing his true identity as Vikir van Baskerville. Cindy Windy, the Baron's attendant, instantly recognized him and exclaimed his name. However, Vikir ignored her and instead turned to the Baron, asking if he was dead. The crowd was shocked to see Vikir there and started murmuring amongst themselves, wondering if Vikir was here then, who was the underdog city's new deputy consul. Someone even questioned why a Baskerville hound was present here. Meanwhile, Chihuahua, who was among the crowd, thought to himself how the deputy consul had turned the situation into something big. Vikir then looked at the crowd and remarked that the circus was a suitable name for this place. His eyes and smile turned menacing as he warned everyone not to think they could leave in one piece. Vikir stood in the middle of the auction room, unarmed and surrounded by guards. The atmosphere was tense as everyone watched in worry, unsure of what would happen next. The auctioneer was clearly unhappy with the situation and shouted at the guards to just kill Vikir, not caring about his status as the deputy consul. The guards started attacking Vikir. However, before they could reach him, Beelzebub emerged from Vikir's hands and his sword reached them first and sliced through them with ease. The auctioneer was terrified by the red and horrific aura emanating from Vikir and realized that Vikir was no ordinary person. As one of the guards prepared to swing a metal ball attached to a chain towards Vikir, he quickly ran towards him and sliced through both the ball and the guard effortlessly. The auctioneer's thoughts were racing as he tried to make sense of what was happening. He couldn't believe that Vikir was a graduator, that too at such a young age. Graduators were the ultimate weapons that represented a nation's strength. He knew that they didn't stand a chance at winning if Vikir was their opponent. Suddenly, Chihuahua spoke up, revealing that he had never expected the deputy consul's swordsmanship skills to be so irregular. However, he was soon shocked by something he saw. As Vikir continued to fight, he suddenly heard a laugh coming from behind him. He turned around to see the auctioneer holding a knife to Chihuahua's throat. The auctioneer demanded that Vikir drop his weapon and surrender, threatening to kill Chihuahua if he didn't comply. Vikir remained calm and stood his ground, causing the auctioneer to become even more agitated. Chihuahua, whose throat was still being held by the knife, reassured Vikir that he was alright and urged him to look after himself. The auctioneer was angry at Chihuahua's words and tried to stop him from talking, but Chihuahua remained steadfast in his loyalty to his superior. Victor laughed at Chihuahua's words, impressed by his dedication, and assured him that he had received a trump card from the patriarch Hugo. Victor revealed a flute attached to his leg, causing the auctioneer to become confused and ask what he was planning to do with it. Chihuahua also saw the whistle and thought about its significance. Victor, with the flute in his hand, stepped forward in front of the crowd. Without any warning, he put the flute in his mouth and blew it with all his might. The sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire room. The people in the crowd covered their ears with their hands and shouted in pain, trying to protect themselves from the deafening noise. When Victor finished playing the flute, everyone looked at him in silence, trying to understand what had just happened. The auctioneer, who was in charge of the event, realized that everything was fine. He seemed to be relieved that nothing had happened and laughed it off as a scare tactic and said that even a graduator can't do anything here. However, the situation took a deadly turn as the auctioneer's throat was pierced by a sword from behind. And before the auctioneer could even realize what was happening, his head was sliced off. The killer stood there wearing a hood. As the hooded figure stood beside Chihuahua, Chihuahua watched the dead auctioneer in shock. One of the guards present tried to attack the hooded figure, asking who he was. But the hooded figure effortlessly flicked his sword and the attack was covered in a dense red aura, which shredded the guard into pieces. As the other guards watched in horror, Victor had a smirk on his face, seemingly pleased with the chaos unfolding around him. Suddenly, more people wearing hoods appeared at the location, and there were a lot of them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura, and the cold look in their eyes could pierce someone's soul. One of the guards tried to guess who they were, but he could barely get the words out of his mouth due to fear. Another guard prayed, hoping that they weren't who he thought they were. Cindy Windy, who was present there, recognized the teeth symbol on their chests and identified them as the Empire's most brutal Knight Order, known as the Annihilation Experts. All 100 knights from the order were graduators, and they were the Baskerville clan's Pitbull Knight Order. Just then, one of the Pitbull Knights appeared behind Cindy, ready to draw his sword and cut her down. She was filled with fear, thinking that she couldn't die in a place like this. But suddenly, Victor appeared in front of her and stopped the knight, commanding him to leave her alive. The knight backed off and knelt down, showing respect to Victor. Victor ordered the knight to rip the rest of them to shreds and kill them, but he told the knight not to kill those who were lying down obediently. However, if they moved even a little, he ordered the knight to kill them relentlessly. The knight disappeared, saying that he heard and obeyed. Victor was relieved that he was able to take the pit bulls without any trouble, knowing that Hugo was very sensitive about military power. The chance to order the Pitbull Order was the reward that Victor had asked for before leaving for Underdog City. The cries of people being cut down by the Pitbull Order could be heard throughout the area. One guy, lying on the ground in fear, thought to himself that he should just stay down and run away when things quietened down. However, a Pitbull Knight suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to squeal in terror. He begged the knight, saying that he would obediently wear the cuffs. The Pitbull Knight responded by saying that they don't carry things like cuffs around. The guy was confused and asked what would happen to him then. Suddenly, the Pitbull Knight sliced off his legs, causing him to scream in pain. The knight coldly stated that those who were going to be executed didn't need their legs. A man with a cigar in his mouth stood beside Victor. He was the commander of the Pitbull Knights, Bastontrier Le Baskerville. He asked Victor how he felt about using the Pitbull Knights and if he was satisfied with their performance. Victor replied that he was satisfied, and Bastontrier offered to help him with anything else he needed. Bastontrier took a good look at Victor and thought to himself that he understood why brother Hugo was so interested in him. He was already fierce and cruel at the young age of 15. Bastontrier placed his hand on Victor's head and invited him to come to the Pitbull Knights later, promising to raise him properly. Victor hesitated and said he would think about it. As he started to leave, he mentioned an urgent matter that he needed to attend to. Bastontrier watched Victor leave and couldn't help but feel ignored. He thought to himself that he wanted Victor even more now. As Victor left, he thought to himself that Bastontrier was burdensome. Victor stepped into the dimly lit storeroom, his eyes scanning and searching for something as he muttered to himself. He was sure that what he was looking for was around here. As he looked around, his gaze fell upon a large safe in the corner of the room. He wondered if this was the safe where the noble's payment was stored. He thought about giving all this money to City Hall for taxation, but quickly pushed those thoughts aside, realizing that they weren't important at the moment. Turning away from the safe, he noticed a cage nearby that was covered with a cloth. His expression turned to one of determination as he muttered to himself that the reason he came to the storeroom wasn't for money but something else. With a sense of purpose, Victor walked over to the cage and removed the cloth covering it, revealing a battered and bruised girl lying inside crying out in pain. as tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Vicar gazed at the girl who lay in the cage, tears streaming down her face. From the bruises and injury marks on her body, it was apparent that she had been tormented before being brought here. With a disapproving click of his tongue, Vicar took out a potion from his pack and said that the girl was fortunate enough to receive it. It was a potion he had obtained from the Night Order, which they had given him out of the goodness of his heart. Vicar then poured the potion into the barbarian girl's mouth, and its effects could be seen immediately as the bruises and injury marks on her body began to heal visibly, right before his eyes. Suddenly, the girl's eyes fluttered open, but she recoiled in fear when she saw Vicar standing before her. Perplexed, Vicar asked why she was so surprised, but the girl just looked at him questioningly. Without a word, Vicar rose to his feet and unlocked the cage door. In the barbarian language, he ordered the girl to go. The girl appeared to understand what Vicar was trying to convey, but still looked at him with confusion. Vicar thought about how he had learned some of the basics of the barbarian language during his fights against them before his regression. Pointing towards the exit, Vicar spoke again in the barbarian language, this time instructing the girl to run away. In response, the girl spoke something in her native tongue, but Vicar was unable to comprehend it. He admitted to the girl that he wasn't very fluent in the barbarian language. Just before departing, the barbarian girl looked back and said something to Vicar in her native language, and even though he couldn't understand her words, Vicar concluded that she was probably thanking him. Vicar then took out another cloth, revealing the reason he had come to the storage area. As Vicar stood with the cloth in his hand, he looked at what he had been searching for, Merciel's corpse. He approached the corpse and examined it closely, relieved to find that it was still intact. Suddenly, Vicar's hand began to emit a red aura, and Beelzebub emerged from it. With a grin on his face, Vicar told Beelzebub that it had been a while since Beelzebub had feasted on an Arank monster, but it would be allowed to eat it soon. He reminded Beelzebub that the Pitbull order was due to arrive shortly, and therefore it needed to finish its meal quickly. In response, Beelzebub made a pleased noise, expressing gratitude to Vicar for this incredible feast. The news of the new deputy consul's actions against the criminal organization spread like wildfire. As the sun rose, rumors circulated that the nobles and others involved in the illegal slave auction were now prisoners in the Underdog City prison with their limbs torn off. The den of the large demon in Underdog City, Burning Suspension, burned down and vanished completely. The heads of the club's VIPs were put on display, creating more awareness of criminal activities. The 7 original clans, who lost their children, sent written protests to the administrative office, but Vicar's reply was firm. He stated that the death penalty was the only punishment for those involved in the imperial family's most forbidden act of illegal slave trading. Bank drafts, ledger books, and information about the criminals' cash transactions were all taken into custody. The Baskerville clan was currently investigating the incident, and was going to report its findings to the imperial family. After hearing that, the written protests from the 7 families eventually came to a halt. The patriarchs of each of the 7 families personally came to the administrative office, marking an unprecedented situation where they had to plead with their enemy who had killed their sons. Vicar's response was simple. The black ledgers that were inside Burning Suspension had already been investigated. In accordance with the Baskerville self-governing dominion, the 7 families' assets would be confiscated, and, on the charge of treason, 3 generations would be destroyed. Due to the new deputy consul being appointed, the floors of the execution ground were filled with the dirty blood of the city's corrupt vermin. As a result of this, public officials and related subcontractors needed manpower, which led to a decrease in unemployment rates in the Underdog City. The collapse of the illegal underground auction led to a surge in tax revenue, and the welfare of the Underdog City was restored. Vicar's stock price increased daily because of the citizens of the Underdog City. Chihuahua stood holding a coffee cup as he approached Vicar, the consul, and said that he had brought coffee. Vicar responded by telling Chihuahua that he didn't need to bring him coffee since he was the office manager. However, Chihuahua insisted that it was his way of thanking Vicar for saving him from a potential stabbing by the clown during the slave auctions. Vicar smiled and joked that Chihuahua was being stingy by giving him coffee in exchange for saving his life. Chihuahua responded by explaining that he had put 2 spoons of sugar, creamer, and a little bit of water in the coffee. Chihuahua then changed the topic and asked about Vicar's transcribing training. Vicar handed over a paper sheet and asked Chihuahua to take a look at it for him. Chihuahua was surprised at how good Vicar's writing was despite not having learned how to write for very long. Vicar humbly stated that he still had a lot to learn and praised Chihuahua's abilities as the office manager. Chihuahua thought to himself that Vicar was an amazing person, having the ability to create new laws and comprehend knowledge of the law. He believed that if the deputy consul stayed in the city, Underdog City would be able to develop even more. In the middle of the night, the sky was filled with clouds, and some moonlight rays escaped and fell into a prison cell. Victor was standing in the cell, facing a prisoner who was none other than Cindy Windy, Baron Gambino's attendant whom Victor had saved previously in the slave auctions. Cindy Windy had handcuffs on her hands and a blindfold covering her eyes. Victor apologized for not being able to visit her sooner, and explained that he had been busy with other matters. He asked her a question to confirm that her name was Cindy Windy Senrose, but she didn't answer his question and instead asked why he had let her live. Victor removed the blindfold covering her eyes and replied that reason he had saved her was that he had some questions he wanted to ask her. Cindy Windy looked at him with disdain and questioned if that was the only reason he kept her alive. Victor didn't answer the question and turned around and said that after investigating, he had discovered that the reason Baron Gambino, who was just an ordinary homosexual, was able to increase his power so quickly, and the reason was due to Cindy Windy's abilities to earn money. He added that if she had been able to grow her talent in a place other than an underworld family, she would have been able to become a great merchant or banker. Victor then placed a chair in front of Cindy and sat down on it. He made her an offer, promising to let her go if she answered his questions but warning of consequences if she refused. Cindy bit her lips in anger but eventually agreed to answer if she could. Victor looked at Cindy and asked about his performance as a law enforcer. Cindy responded with a mocking smile, saying that a reputable magistrate has graced the city with his presence. Victor was not satisfied with her response and expressed his concern that he cannot uphold his promise if she doesn't take him seriously. Cindy sighed in annoyance and finally gave in, admitting that she thinks he was doing well. Victor gazed at Cindy with a cold, calculating look in his eyes. Suddenly, his expression changed and a grin spread across his face. He rose from his chair and strode towards Cindy, grabbing her chin and bringing his face closer to hers. With a deep voice, he asked her why she thought he was doing well as a law enforcer. Cindy's face was covered in cold sweat as she looked at Victor's red eyes. Victor released her chin and walked towards a nearby chair. He turned to Cindy and asked her to speak her mind. Cindy gritted her teeth in anger and began to explain her perspective. She reminded Victor that, as a consul, the concept of virtue had always been considered one of the most important factors. While Victor's laws might take care of street criminals and raise his own dignity, they would ultimately result in the deaths and suffering of many citizens. In the long term, such laws would only fuel hatred and rage among the people. Cindy then looked directly at Victor and warned him that the Baskervilles would not welcome him once he gained more power than the clan leader in Underdog City. Victor concluded from Cindy's explanation that if he continued down this path, he would be hated by the people and become a target of the Baskervilles. He asked for Cindy's advice on what he should do next. Cindy replied that Victor should return all his authority to the Baskerville clan, along with the glory of the events that happened here. She suggested that he give them to the clan leader. In order to avoid further attention, she advised him to go to either the La Rouge et La Noire mountain or the academy in the center of the empire. These were places where people of his age and status were common, allowing him to hide his powers and wash his identity. Cindy assured Victor that when the time comes, the Baskerville clan leader would be the one who suffers in his stead. After hearing Cindy's advice, Victor remained silent for a few moments. Suddenly, Cindy felt a surge of bloodlust, and she shuddered at the feeling. Victor's voice broke the silence as he expressed his understanding of Cindy's suggestion, remarking that it was like asking a hunting dog to bite off its own owner's neck. He looked at Cindy with a great amount of bloodlust and killing intent, waiting for her response. However, Cindy did not show any fear. Instead, she looked at Victor with a calm gaze and replied that it was the only way for him to avoid the Baskervilles' hatred. Victor smiled faintly and said he would keep her advice in mind. He added that Cindy's ideas were almost identical to his. Then, Victor surprised Cindy by opening her handcuffs and freeing her. Cindy asked him if he was really letting her go, to which Victor replied that he always kept his promises. Cindy walked past Victor and expressed her hope that he would never come to regret what had happened today. However, before she could leave, Victor asked her if she knew of a clan called the Mesimaginero. Victor continued to narrate a story about the Mesimaginero clan. He explained that there were more than just the well-known 7 clans among the founding clans of the Underdog City. The Mesimaginero clan was a prosperous merchant clan and was the 8th clan. However, their prosperity came to an end due to an unfortunate event. During a birthday celebration, the youngest son of the Mesimaginero clan showed off his newly learned sword skills, and the people of Baskerville couldn't believe what they saw. The sword technique that the young child had learned was none other than the secret Baskerville sword techniques, which only members of the family knew. The news soon reached the leader of the Baskerville clan, and they believed that top-secret military information had been leaked. The Baskerville clan released the hunting dogs, causing the Mesimaginero clan to go extinct. However, there was someone behind the scenes pulling the strings. The young demons of the 7 clans had stolen the sword techniques from the Baskerville clan and allowed the young child of the Mesimaginero clan to learn them. Cindy looked at Victor and forced a smile, asking what the story of the 8th clan had to do with her. Victor didn't answer her question and went on to reveal that there was actually a survivor from the Mesimaginero clan massacre. The girl was only 1 year old when she was taken from the devastation and subjected to cruel and unusual torture simply because she was beautiful. The acts they committed were too foul for even Victor to talk about. Cindy couldn't bear it and started to walk away with an angry expression, telling Victor she didn't want to hear his story anymore. But Victor continued, saying that there was more to the story. A new deputy consul was appointed to the city and he managed to bring the old problems to light, punishing the 7 idiots who committed the heinous crime. They were thoroughly tortured and made to admit their crimes before they met their end. In their last moments, they expressed remorse for their actions, and their last words were, "I'm sorry for committing such a heinous crime." Cindy turned back and tears streamed down her face. She asked Victor who the 7 young masters were apologizing. Victor looked at her calmly and replied that they should apologize to the young girl who had used the fake name Cindy Wendy Senrose and was the sole survivor of the Mesimaginero clan. With tears still flowing, Cindy asked Victor how she was supposed to believe him, given that he had taken them and tortured them. She questioned how she could trust that they had truly apologized. Victor picked up a fire torch and replied that the easiest way for her to believe him would be to see it with her own eyes. Victor took Cindy to the prison cell where the 7 young masters were held before their deaths and urged her to take a look. Cindy's eyes widened with surprise as she saw that the prisoners had written an apology with their own blood on the floor. The apologies read, "We were the ones that drove the Mesimaginero clan to devastation. Forgive us for our crimes." They asked for forgiveness and were scared beyond imagination, pleading to be spared. Cindy's tears continued to flow as she looked at the apologies. She suddenly felt nauseous and started vomiting after seeing the gruesome scene. Victor walked towards her and said that even though they had all died painful deaths, the Mesimaginero clan's vengeance was not yet over. He informed her that there was still one more clan to deal with. Victor then urged Cindy to despise the Baskervilles and to remember that she had more than enough right to do so, being a member of the Mesimaginero clan. Cindy wiped her mouth and tears continued to stream down her face. She asked Victor why he was helping her, given that he was a part of the Baskerville clan. Victor looked at her with a smirk and replied that she was asking the wrong question. As Cindy got up and started to walk away, she stated that she understood what he was trying to say. She then turned back and addressed Victor by his full name, Victor Van Baskerville, and promised to repay this debt. As she walked away, she promised that no matter what he did with the rest of his life, she will ensure that he would never have to worry about money again. Victor watched her departing figure and after some time, he said that he would remember her promise. Chihuahua rushed to Deputy Consul Victor's personal room, eager to inform him that it was time to get ready for work. However, as soon as he opened the door, his words got stuck in his mouth as he saw Victor sleeping peacefully amidst blood-stained sheets and dead bodies scattered around the room. Victor woke up and rubbed his eyes, greeting Chihuahua with a pleasant good morning. Chihuahua couldn't help but ask about the corpses lying around the room, to which Victor casually replied that he wasn't sure and that it seemed like he had killed them in his sleep. Chihuahua was taken aback and asked if Victor was serious, to which Victor simply laughed and told him that it was just a joke. As they walked down the hallway, Chihuahua asked Victor about his childhood experiences. Victor responded by asking if Chihuahua didn't find his earlier joke funny. Chihuahua clarified that it wasn't about the joke being funny or not. Victor then made a thoughtful expression and thought aloud about the recent inconveniences he had faced. He remembered being hit by 2 poison arrows, drinking poison drinks 4 times, facing acid, snipers, arson, getting run over by a cart, and various other dangerous situations. Scratching his ear, Victor questioned if he had gathered someone's attention. Chihuahua responded by saying that he thought Victor had gone insane. Victor contemplated the skills stored in Beelzebub, the sword summoned from his arm. He couldn't help but be impressed with the effectiveness of the Hellish Buffalo's Tough Life skill, which he had obtained during the last illegal auction. The skill had a risk rating of A, but it had proven to be even more effective than he had initially thought. All 3 of Beelzebub's slots were filled with skills: Burn Injury Cerberus, Hemorrhage Hellhound, and Tough Life Hellish Buffalo. With the enhancements of the River Styx and Tough Life enhancing his body, even Graduator Class Assassin has been unable to pierce his skin. Despite his satisfaction with the power of his skills, the continued attempts on his life had started to become bothersome. Vicar knew he needed to investigate and put an end to the assassinations. Chihuahua smiled in agreement with his decision. Suddenly, Vicar and Chihuahua noticed a carriage in front of them. They both recognized the flag on the carriage as Baskervilles and expressed surprise that the Baskervilles had arrived there. Vicar looked serious and guessed that they had likely been sent by the main family. As the carriage door opened, the guests began to walk down from it. Chihuahua, who was standing with Vicar, started to sweat profusely as he looked at the guest. As the guest looked at them, Chihuahua stood at attention and wondered if the guest was who he thought he was. On the other hand, Vicar looked calmly at this new guest. This new guest was none other than the head butler John Barrymore. The butler greeted Vicar with a smile, remarking on how it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Vicar acknowledged his greeting, complimenting the butler on how much better he looked now. The butler approached Vicar, jokingly asking if he really thought so. He then remarked that he had believed Vicar would do well ever since he had left the main residence. Vicar replied modestly, saying that he had just been lucky. As General Secretary Chihuahua stood by, he observed the head butler John Barrymore with a sense of awe. He recognized him as the best head butler of the Barrymore family, who had been serving the notoriously scary Baskerville family for 4 generations. He couldn't believe he was in the presence of his role model. Vicar interrupted Chihuahua's thoughts as he asked head butler what had brought him all the way to their location. The head butler replied that the patriarch had praised Vicar's progress and had ordered him to return to the main residence, seeming very happy about it. Vicar couldn't believe that Hugo could be happy, and he imagined his smiling face in disbelief. The patriarch of the Baskerville clan, Hugo, was reading an article with the title "The Most Beloved Figure of the Underdog Citizens, Vicar." The article detailed how Vicar had won multiple awards, including being the most trusted among merchants, most loved among farmers, most respected among children and scholars, and the most targeted by assassins. Hugo then looked up at Vicar and commented that the Baskervilles were only known for using weapons and not their brains. However, with Vicar's actions, they could change that image. Hugo praised Vicar, telling him that he had done well. Vicar humbly bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest, saying that he had just done what he was supposed to do. However, he couldn't help but wonder if the face Hugo was making was supposed to be a happy face. Hugo declared that one must reward and punish according to the situation. He then announced that Vicar would be the one to attend the academy that year. Upon hearing this, Vicar remained calm and thought to himself that this was expected. He knew that the academy that he would attend was called Colosseo, which was considered the best academy in the empire. The academy catered to the children of aristocracy and royal families and required students to reside in the dormitories for internal security. Vicar saw this as an opportunity to grow stronger while avoiding Hugo's attention. As Hugo continued, he mentioned that he planned to send a few others with Vicar but had yet to choose whom. He then asked Vicar if he had any siblings whom he would like to attend with. Vicar replied that he was closest to Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough, all of whom he internally thought of as his potential sandbags. Hugo agreed with Vicar's decision and offered to send those 3 with him. Hugo then asked Vicar if he remembered the plan he had thought of when he was 8 years old. Vicar guessed that Hugo was referring to the plan they had come up with during the joint training with the Morgs. Vicar recalled that the plan was to lend the ruby mines to the Morg family and use them to get rid of the barbarians. With a smirk, Hugo confirmed that the plan had worked. Vicar asked him to clarify, to which Hugo explained that the Morgs had suggested a joint raid and they had been very humble about it. Hugo then suggested that Vicar should go on a territory inspection before entering the academy to check whether the laws he had altered were being upheld. He added that it would be a good experience for Vicar. Vicar bowed his head in agreement and said that he would follow Hugo's orders. Soon Vicar and Chihuahua walked out of the gates as Vicar got ready to depart. Chihuahua waved goodbye to Vicar with tears in his eyes. He addressed Vicar as deputy consul and promised to do his best with the administrative work in the meantime. Vicar turned back to look at Chihuahua and thought to himself that he would soon be parting ways with the Secretary General. As Vicar and his group traveled some distance from the city, Vicar suddenly called out, instructing someone to reveal themselves. Dozens of men dressed in black appeared from hiding places behind Vicar's group, including one who emerged right beside Vicar. Vicar apologized for making the man wait, explaining that he wanted the departure to be orderly. The man removed his head cover, revealing himself to be from the Pitbull Order, and his name was Staffordshire Baskerville. He assured Vicar that they would safely transport him to the Morg's juvenile fortress. Vicar asked about his uncle Bastontrier, and learned that he was doing well, but had become adamant about admitting Vicar into the Pitbull Order following the slave auction incident. However, Vikir internally admitted that his uncle made him feel uncomfortable. Vikir and Staffordshire arrived at an area with hills where they saw farmers working in the fields. Vikir asked if this was the region that they had lent to the morgues, and observed that it didn't seem like anyone was breaking any laws. Staffordshire replied that the envoy team was supposedly sent for territory inspection, but Vikir knew that their real mission was to get rid of the barbarians. Staffordshire informed Vikir that the Morg family had formed a large group consisting of 3 delegates, 30 lower house parliament members, and about 100 mages who weren't legislative members. Vikir noted that the Morgs seemed to be taking the matter seriously. However, he thought to himself that the Baskervilles had only brought a dozen knights, and himself, a member of the lower house parliament, while the elites were on standby on the other side of the mountain range. He remembered Hugo's advice that it wouldn't be a bad idea to look into the barbarians' lifestyle. As Vikir and Staffordshire continued on their path, they soon spotted a fortress in the distance. Surrounding the fortress were many dead trees, and skeletons hung from their branches. Vikir explained to Staffordshire that a mage must have done this, and this must be a message to the barbarians from the morgues. Staffordshire remarked that it was a scary warning, while Vikir found himself reminiscing about Camus Morgue. He wondered how much she had grown since they last met. As they approached the fortress gate, 3 figures appeared above it, and a voice demanded to know who they were. Vikir and Staffordshire looked up in surprise and saw 3 identical girls standing there, one of whom declared that no one could pass without their permission, while the other 2 repeated her statement in unison. Vikir recognized the 3 girls and realized that they were the Morg's 3 flowers, the triplets Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis. Their reputation for insanity was well known, and their combined madness was said to reach the heavens. Vikir introduced himself as part of the envoy team from the Baskervilles, who had come to inspect the territory and improve friendly relations. He demanded that the fortress gates be opened for them. However, Hysis refused and said that she needed to report to the person in charge before they could enter. She suggested that they would get a response about tomorrow. Vikir questioned their right to stop him from entering his own land, but the triplets just smirked. Hysis reminded him about the tenant protection law and mocked him for looking down on them because they were paying rent there. She continued to mock him, saying that the tenant protection law was made by his family. Vikir began to feel a headache and his hands started to glow with a red aura as he became increasingly annoyed by the persistent questions. However, he managed to control his anger and explained that he had made changes to the law to allow him to chase away tenants he didn't like. He reiterated his demand for the gates to be opened one final time, and a wave of killing intent and bloodlust emanated from Vikir, aimed directly at the Morg's 3 flowers, causing them to look upon Vikir with fear. Amidst this tension, Losis broke out in anger and cast a spell towards Vikir. She stated that she had heard that some psycho kid had taken charge of the underdog city, but they had dealt with enough of such individuals before and knew how to handle him. The spell landed near Vikir, causing his horse to jump to the side in fear. From high above the gate, Losis shouted at the group, demanding that they wait and not enter the Morg's land without permission. She insulted them, calling them stupid swordsmen. She even threatened to test the strength of the rising star of the Baskerville family. In response, Staffordshire started drawing his sword and said to Vikir that he didn't think the situation could be resolved with words. Vikir agreed with Staffordshire's words, indicating that he was prepared for a fight. As Vikir and Staffordshire were about to react, one of Vikir's group members shouted that the girls didn't even know their place, calling their words absurd. 2 other members echoed his sentiment, saying the words were absurd. Vikir heard the voices and thought that he had heard these voices before. The 3 sisters then spoke, with Hysis saying that the group members were just mere underlings, Middleseas questioning if they thought their ranks were higher than theirs, and Losis saying that they didn't even know their place. The 3 members of Vikir's group stepped forward to confront Morg's 3 flowers, denying their accusations by saying "not us" repeatedly. The 3 members removed their hoods to reveal their faces, and they were none other than the Baskerville triplets, Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough. They stood with confidence and pointed at Vikir while declaring in unison that he was the symbol of Baskerville. The triplets then turned to Vikir and smiled while saying "leave this to us," assuring him that they would handle the situation. Upon hearing their words, Vikir made a strange expression and exclaimed that his annoyance had increased to the power of 2. Vikir found himself questioning the identity and intentions of the individuals before him. Their strange behavior left him bewildered and curious. Highborough glanced back at Vikir, expressing his gratitude for recommending them to the academy. He indicated that Vikir should leave this situation in their capable hands. Vikir's thoughts raced as he began to piece together the situation. It became clear to him that their actions were motivated by their connection to the academy. However, he couldn't help but see them as mere sandbags. Vikir was aware that in the future, the triplets would become murderous soldiers. They lacked the intelligence to make independent judgments but could effectively carry out orders. Vikir believed that with his training, they would prove to be useful. Vikir smiled and expressed his intention to place his trust in the triplets while referring to them as his older brothers. Upon receiving Vikir's affirmation, the Baskerville triplets displayed signs of joy and satisfaction. Morg's three flowers, who had observed this exchange, expressed their disdain for the Baskerville triplets' close bond, labeling them as ignorant fools who relied solely on each other. Unfazed by the taunts, the Baskerville triplets responded defiantly, while showing their middle fingers, and asserted that it was Morg's three flowers who were the real fools. Morg's three flowers were fueled by anger and vowed to discipline the Baskerville triplets for their insolence. Vikir's thoughts shifted as he recalled his past knowledge. Before his regression, he had known the Morg triplets as powerful mages who possessed the attributes of water, earth, and nature. Their combination of highly compatible magic attributes exponentially enhanced the effects of their spells, earning them the title of the Morg's Three Flowers. As the Morg's Three Flowers combined their magical abilities, a colossal vine made of soil and plants emerged, forming a formidable barrier. Hysis, positioned atop the wall, burst into laughter, mocking the Baskerville triplets with her taunts. Middleseas and Losis turned to their adversaries, questioning if they could overcome the obstacle. Undeterred, Hybero readied his sword, dismissing the plant barrier as insignificant. With precision and skill, Hybero executed the Baskerville first technique, effortlessly slicing through the massive vines. Staffordshire marveled at his perfect execution of the first technique. However, before Hybero could fully recover, he sensed an incoming attack. He managed to block a whip-like strike from the vines with his sword, although the force behind it pushed him backward. Middleborough and Lowborough called out in worry as they witnessed Hybero's predicament. Losis wore a smug expression, mocking the Baskerville triplets and asserting that their swords were incapable of reaching them. The Baskerville triplets responded with intense anger, their expressions resembling hounds ready to hunt their prey. Staffordshire turned to Vikir and asked him if he found the situation enjoyable. Perplexed, Vikir questioned what Staffordshire was referring to. Staffordshire explained the ongoing clash between magic and swordsmanship, highlighting the long-standing debate about which is stronger. Magic utilizes surrounding mana to amplify and reproduce elemental powers, while swordsmanship channels the user's energy and mana for explosive and enduring strength. Staffordshire found pleasure in observing the potential and talents of the clans of mages and swordsmen who would shape the future. Vikir said that if viewed from that perspective, he was also a part of them. Staffordshire commented that Vikir had already surpassed others his age. Vikir, uninterested in the ongoing fight, expressed his frustration and wished for all of them to perish. He felt that it was a waste of time, as he had important tasks to attend to, having recently found a supervisor with a significant workload. Just then, someone arrived at the scene and began casting a fiery spell. Anger infused her voice as she questioned what the others were doing in front of her territory. Hybero, who was busy fighting, took the opportunity to attack Hysis, believing he had the upper hand. However, the situation quickly changed as they noticed a massive fire approaching them. They were taken aback and shocked by the unexpected turn of events. A tremendous explosion of fire engulfed the area, causing tension in Staffordshire but eliciting a smile from Vikir, who wondered if everyone had perished. To Vikir's annoyance, he realized that the Baskerville triplets had survived the attack. He looked at them with a displeased expression, uttering a disapproving sound. Hybero, in a state of shock, questioned the sudden appearance of fire magic. Middleborough shouted at the figures behind the smoke wall, expressing frustration at the near-death experience they had just encountered. Behind the dissipating smoke, the three flowers of the Morg clan were in tears. Middleseas, still shaken from the near-death experience, expressed her relief at having survived. Hysis chimed in, acknowledging that if she had dodged the attack even slightly later, she might not have been so fortunate. Losis, scared and seeking comfort, voiced her fears to her older sisters. The person responsible for the powerful fire spell questioned the situation and asked what was going on here. Vikir looked up at the figure who had unleashed the attack. It was Camus Morg, standing atop the castle gate wall with flames still burning in her hands. Camus looked down and declared her inability to forgive anyone who caused trouble within her managed territory. As she landed in front of Morg's three flowers, Middleseas tried to explain that their intention was to stop the invader, while Losis added that the fight had been initiated by the other party. Camus cast a cold gaze upon them and questioned their informal way of addressing her as Camus, emphasizing her position as the vice head of the fortress. Little sis couldn't help but shudder in fear, denying any disrespect and quickly correcting herself, addressing Camus with the appropriate honorific. Camus then pointed towards the treetops where dead skeletons hung, warning them to be cautious if they wished to avoid a similar fate. Middleseas let out a frightened cry and apologized for their actions. Camus noticed Vikier, and her eyes widened in shock. She approached him and remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, recalling that it had been 7 years. Vikier smiled and acknowledged that it had been a while, and he greeted her as Camus Morgue. Vikier wondered if Camus's more mature appearance was the reason for her increased attractiveness. He pondered the beauty of Camus Morgue, who had captivated the hearts of many men in high society. In his previous life, there had been scandals and rumors surrounding her, as she allured even married men. However, he found it strange that there were no such rumors in this lifetime. Nevertheless, he brushed off those thoughts. Vikier straightforwardly requested Camus to open the door, stating that words wouldn't work on the triplets. Camus was taken aback by his blunt words. She looked angry and questioned if that was all he had to say after such a long time. Vikier gazed at her with a look of curiosity and inquired about what he should say instead. Camus's anger flared, and she exclaimed in frustration. Staffordshire observed Camus's escalating anger and wondered if the next fight would be between the superstars of the two clans. Camus pointed her finger at Vikier. Her eyes filled with angry tears, and declared that he scored 0 points. She accused him of having a disrespectful attitude towards his future wife, giving him a score of 0 out of 100. The Morgue's 3 flowers, the Baskerville triplets, Vikier, and Staffordshire all looked at Camus Morgue in disbelief. Camus averted her gaze to the side, her face blushing, and muttered a huff. Everyone present was left with the same question in their minds. Whose wife? Vikier and Camus rode their horses together, making their way toward the fortress. Camus remarked that the Baskerville clan seemed to have little knowledge about the barbarians. Vikier confidently replied that they were well aware of the barbarians and fought against them frequently. He claimed that they knew more about the barbarians than Morgues did. Camus questioned why Vikier had sent the idiots then, referring to the Baskerville triplets, whom she considered young and foolish hounds. Vikier explained that it had already been agreed with the Morgue clan that the main force would be positioned on the other side of the mountain range. He questioned why Camus was asking when she already knew the arrangement. Camus smiled and remarked that she believed Vikier might not be well informed about barbarians. Vikier retorted, asserting that as the person in charge of the delegation, he naturally possessed extensive knowledge. Camus said that despite being someone whom the clan might have wanted to discard, he seemed to be quite trusted within the clan. The topic shifted to which of the barbaric tribes was the most annoying. Vikier looked at Camus and thought to himself that she kept asking questions. He then mentioned the warrior tribe called Balak and the sorcerer tribe known as Rococo. He emphasized the exceptional archery skills of the Balaks, which surpassed those of the Empire. He also mentioned that this information was not widely known. Camus acknowledged Vikier's knowledge about the ecology of the barbaric tribes and awarded him 8 points out of 100 in her own unique scoring system. Confused, Vikier questioned the purpose of the points. Camus simply replied that it was because he had answered well. Vikier looked at her with a hint of curiosity. Camus continued her evaluation of Vikier, expressing her dislike for intelligent men and stating that she found men more interesting when they were a little foolish. Firstly, Camus turned her attention to horseback riding, remarking that Vikier's choice of a large horse was ill-suited for his shorter stature. She considered this a flaw and decided to deduct 6 points. Continuing her evaluation, she moved on to fashion and expressed her disappointment with Vikier's lackluster clothing choices, assigning him a mere 4 points in this category. When she noticed that Vikier was ignoring her, she gave him just 1 point for his mannerisms. Camus then smiled and awarded his face 99 points. However, due to his poor control over his facial expressions, she deducted 1 point. Vikier, growing frustrated, told Camus to stop the useless evaluation. Camus questioned why it was useless, asserting that she needed to be stern with her future husband. Vikier, perplexed, asked why he was considered her future husband. Camus reminded him of a test he had passed previously, which was conducted by her uncle. Vikier realized she was referring to an incident that happened 7 years ago when he had dueled Camus' uncle to test his abilities as a potential husband. Camus became angry, expressing her dissatisfaction with her uncle's decision and how it had obstructed her path to marriage. She reluctantly acknowledged the promise that had been made and decided to follow through with it, although she resented the situation. While Camus was venting her frustrations, Victor observed her and acknowledged her prowess as a great fire mage. Interrupting her, Victor declared that he had forgotten about what happened that day, and that he would make it as if it never occurred. Camus's face flushed red after hearing this, and she threw a jacket at Victor. She exclaimed that he couldn't simply reverse something that had happened and called him a dummy. She referred to herself as a genius and boasted that once she witnessed something, she never forgot it. Victor looked at the jacket that Camus had thrown at him and realized that it was the same jacket he had given her during their duel 7 years ago when her clothes had burnt. Camus, with a red face, dismissed Victor's words as nonsense. Victor examined the jacket and wondered if she had returned it without washing it. As they reached the outskirts of the fortress, Camus informed Victor that the barbarians had ambushed the ruby mine, either pillaging the indigenous slaves or the crops. She explained that they took slaves to sell them elsewhere. She pointed out a wall that had been built by both earth and iron mages over the course of a month. Impressed, Victor acknowledged the skill of the morgue mages, noting that it would have taken several hundred regular people around a year to achieve the same result. Camus proudly affirmed his observation. Victor noticed some large holes in the wall and asked if they were caused by the arrows shot by the Balaks. Camus confirmed that the arrows carried a strong aura and had caused numerous casualties during nighttime guard duty. She mentioned that the arrows were capable of breaking through 2 to 3 meters thick walls, showcasing the unmatched talent of the Balaks. She revealed that her uncle had suffered a severe chest injury from the arrows that breached the shield's magic, but fortunately, he survived, albeit with wounded pride. Victor recalled that the patriarch of his clan had a similar experience and had injured his nose bridge. Curious, Victor inquired about the talented individual among the barbarians, to which Camus responded that she believed it was a female. Due to their black painted faces, it was challenging to discern their physical traits. Victor and Camus turned around as a mage approached them, addressing Camus as the vice head of the fortress. The mage reported that a recon member of the barbarians had been captured and urged them to come quickly. Curious and concerned, Camus and Victor followed the mage to a tent where the captive barbarian was being held. Victor observed the barbarian and identified him as a member of the Rococo sorcerer tribe. Camus inquired if any information had been extracted from him. The mage informed them that the barbarian remained uncooperative and resistant to psychic magic due to his strong sorcery, making it impossible to read his mind. Camus then questioned the barbarian about the recent ambush on the Mork clan's fortress and asked him if he remembered how many people they had kidnapped. When the barbarian remained silent, she further added that among the victims, there was a daughter of the Morks. Her name was Rose, and she was Camus' 6th cousin. She asked the barbarian what had been done to her. The barbarian responded with a smile and spoke something in his native barbarian language. Camus turned to the mage and requested a translation, asking about the whereabouts of the barbarian who rebelled. The mage reported that when the barbarians attacked, everyone at the fortress had either died or been taken away. Camus then asked if there was anyone present who could translate what the barbarian was saying, to which the mage replied that, at that moment, there was no one available. Suddenly, Victor spoke up, stating that he knew a little of the Rococo language. Camus expressed surprise, questioning what Victor didn't know how to do. Victor clarified that he was not fluent and only had a basic understanding of the vocabulary. Camus requested Victor to ask the barbarian about the whereabouts of her kidnapped 6th cousin, describing her as a 12-year-old girl with red eyes, red hair, and white skin. Victor posed the question to the barbarian in the barbarian language, and the barbarian responded with an evil smile and gave him a short reply. Victor closed his eyes and relayed the grim news to Camus: her cousin was dead. Camus's face filled with anger upon hearing this. She declared that since the senator of the audience hall was currently being treated and the senator of the temple was away on an inspection, the decision would be made by her, Camus Morgue, a member of the middle house and the vice head of the fortress. She declared the verdict: immediate execution. A spike pierced the barbarian's body, and soon he was consumed by fire. As the barbarian burned, he uttered something, but Camus dismissed his words, saying that after the war, the language he spoke would only be used in hell. The barbarian's companion watched in horror as he met his fiery demise. Camus, still filled with anger, turned around and urged Victor to follow her. Victor silently observed her departing figure. As Victor exited the tent, he was greeted by the sight of Camus crying out loud. He walked towards her, recognizing that despite her tough exterior, she was still only 15 years old. Victor asked her about her close relationship with her cousin, and Camus confirmed that they were indeed very close. She described her cousin as a pure child who didn't fit into the cold-hearted Morg clan. Victor tried to console her, saying that he believed her cousin had left this world comfortably. However, Camus looked at him and expressed her doubts, stating that she was a genius and understood a little of what was said. She asked him to tell her honestly if what she heard was true. Victor felt tense and wondered if she had understood the barbarian's words correctly. What the barbarian had said previously was, "We ate her." Tears once again flooded Camus's eyes, and she fell to her knees, apologizing for not being able to protect her younger cousin. Victor witnessed her anguish and initially extended his hand to comfort her. However, he hesitated and retracted his hand back. Camus's cries filled the air, leaving Victor standing there, pondering the situation. After some time, Camus managed to stop crying and wipe the tears from her eyes. She expressed that it wasn't a bad thing, stating that if someone had shown half-hearted sympathy, she would have killed them. Looking at Victor, she declared that it was not the time to mourn and that she needed to quickly regain her composure and seek revenge. Victor observed her strength and determination, acknowledging that heroines were indeed different. He extended his hand toward Camus, agreeing with her sentiment. However, before she could take his hand, a loud voice sounded, resembling a bell-like sound. Victor questioned the source of the sound, and Camus stood up, explaining that it was the signal that notified them of a barbarian attack. Victor remarked that her time for revenge had come rather quickly. Somewhere outside the fortress, a group of barbarian girls sat on white wolves, armed with arrows and bows in their hands. Their leader prepared an arrow and shot it toward the guards standing on the fortress walls. Caught off guard, the guards were unable to react in time, and the arrow caused a devastating explosion in their vicinity. The barbarian girl then ordered her companions to begin attacking. The barbarian, along with her wolves, engaged in a fierce battle against the soldiers of the Morg clan. The wolves attacked with ferocity, while the barbarians slashed at their enemies. They used ropes to tie the soldiers' necks, incapacitating them. Just as the chaotic scene unfolded, Victor arrived and witnessed the gruesome sight. He wondered if he had arrived too quickly, observing the intense fight between the Morg soldiers and the barbarians. Suddenly, a rope flew toward him and wrapped tightly around his neck. Victor looked ahead with a questioning gaze and realized that two barbarian girls had skillfully used ropes to secure it around his neck. They spoke in their native language, mentioning something about catching a good one and the hunt for husbands going well. Victor realized their intention and thought to himself about the barbarians hunting for husbands. He deduced that they were capturing people to become suitors, aiming to breed a superior race for their tribe. Swiftly, Victor caught hold of the rope and swung it, causing the girls who held the leash to be flung into the air. Victor simply said that he couldn't be their husband and that he might already be engaged. As the two barbarian girls slammed into the ground, the male barbarians watched in shock. They began preparing for an arrow attack, uncertain of Victor's affiliation. One of them questioned his companion if Victor was part of the enemy forces. Undeterred by the situation, Victor didn't back down. He boldly moved forward, heading straight toward the incoming arrows. In his mind, he recalled Hugo's eager request for him to avoid initiating a battle before joining up with the main force. He contemplated whether he should wait for the main force to arrive. With determination, Victor drew his sword and swiftly cut down the incoming arrows with precise strikes, showcasing his skill and agility. The barbarians were shocked by Victor's display of skill and expressed their disbelief. However, their surprise was short-lived as a sudden fire attack engulfed them, causing them to cry out in pain. Camus, who had used the fire spell, appeared behind Victor and expressed her anger towards the barbarians, declaring their demise. Victor observed Camus with surprise as he realized that she had turned the entire area into a sea of fire. Camus questioned Victor, asking if he had used liquid aura, implying that she recognized his abilities as a graduator. She stated that she knew he was the only man she could acknowledge. Victor confirmed that he had received an order from the Patriarch to avoid battles until regrouping with the main force. Undeterred, Camus began casting multiple spells and questioned if it was an order from Baskerville's Patriarch. She then asserted that a Baskerville should refrain from intervening, as she intended to eliminate all the barbarians. Camus unleashed a series of powerful attacks, burning a vast area in front of them. Victor looked in shock and recognized the spell as burn. He also noticed that she was employing a quadra casting technique for burning spells, and he observed an increase in the lethality of her attacks. Camus, driven by the desire to avenge her younger cousin, continued to cast spells, determined to carry out her revenge. Suddenly, a barbarian used a dart blower and blew a needle that landed on Camus' neck. She felt the sting and realized she had been poisoned. Camus noticed a barbarian sitting on a wolf's back who had attacked her. She fell to the ground, unable to move due to the numbing poison. Victor observed her condition and thought to himself that she was quite a handful. The barbarian then threw a rope toward Camus, but Victor swiftly caught it before it could reach her. Camus acknowledged his catch and complimented him. Victor looked at her and suggested that it would be better for them to retreat. Camus questioned what would happen to the farmlands and the captives. Victor replied that it would be wiser to avoid engaging in battles until the main force from Baskerville arrived. Camus, determined to avenge her cousin who had been taken away by the barbarians, refused to retreat. Victor looked at her and urged her to make a rational decision. However, in the next moment, Victor sensed an arrow attack approaching from behind his head. With quick reflexes, he managed to dodge the arrow just in time. Victor observed the barbarian girl who had launched the arrow and wondered if this was the destructive power Camus had mentioned earlier. However, while lost in his thoughts, a barbarian arrived behind him and swiftly took Camus away. In desperation, Camus called out Victor's name, desperately seeking his help. Victor watched the scene unfold in frustration and contemplated the situation. He recalled a time in the past when Camus Morgue, still an adolescent, was held captive but returned after annihilating the barbarians. Despite her reputation as the Queen of La Rouge et La Noire, Victor realized that he needed to do what was necessary. Suddenly, the barbarian girl lunged at Victor, launching an attack. With remarkable agility, he swiftly evaded her strike, his senses sharpened. To his astonishment, he discovered that she had used a bow to attack him. The barbarian girl immediately followed up with a kick that sent Victor sliding back. Victor assessed the situation and thought that her movements were different from the other barbarians. He wondered if he needed to go all out against her. However, to his surprise, the barbarian girl attempted to speak in his language. She said, "You, me, we meet again." Victor looked at her and realized that this barbarian girl was the one he had freed during the slave auctions. He couldn't help but call her a bastard in his mind. The barbarian girl looked at Victor with a smirk and said, "We meet again." Victor's memory flashed back to the slave auction where he had liberated her from her cage. He hesitated for a moment, then asked her if she intended to repay his act of kindness with revenge. The barbarian girl clarified that her vengeance was directed towards the Morgue clan, as they had captured her and enslaved her. She emphasized that Morgue clan had no direct connection to Victor. She mounted her wolf and declared that she would repay what she had received. She declared her intention to exact revenge and take Camus, the next leader of the Morgue clan, as payment for what she had endured. If Victor desired to rescue his girl, he was to follow them. Victor considered whether he needed to reveal his power in this situation. Just then, Camus' uncle, Adolphe, arrived and called out to Camus. Victor looked at Adolphe Morgue and wondered if he had come after learning about the ambush. Adolphe immediately began casting a spell and called the barbarians bastard. Adolphe launched the spell, causing the ground to break, and demanded the barbarians to return his niece. But the barbarians swiftly maneuvered over the surface with the aid of their wolves. They deftly leaped between the shattered rocks and managed to escape. Adolphe witnessed this with frustration and uttered his displeasure. Victor thought about Balak and how the ambush had concluded merely 3 minutes after the warning bell had rung. The situation had escalated due to Camus' carelessness and lack of practical experience overlapping with it. Victor then noticed a mage who informed Adolphe that they believed the barbarians had fled to the restricted area of La Rouge et La Noire mountain. Adolphe exclaimed angrily upon hearing the news, fully aware of the perils associated with the restricted area. He understood that the restricted area was an uncharted and hazardous place. His mind was concerned about the idea of venturing there at night, knowing well the risks it posed. Despite his niece being captured, Adolphe found himself questioning if there was any action he could take in this predicament. Just then, Victor spoke up, stating that they could still pursue the barbarians. Adolphe was taken aback and questioned Victor's suggestion, as entering the forest at night was considered dangerous. However, before Adolphe could inquire further, Victor interrupted him and confidently stated that he had extensive experience navigating the dense forest since his childhood. Victor reflected on his past, realizing that before his regression, he had gained valuable knowledge and skills through reconnaissance and subjugation experiences in various dense forests. Adolphe grabbed Victor by the shoulders, eager to confirm his seriousness. He asked if Victor was truly committed to the task at hand. The mage from the Morgue clan advised Adolphe, referring to him as the Grand Senator, that venturing to La Rouge et La Noire mountain would be a suicide mission. However, Adolphe disregarded the warning, asserting that those who didn't want to go were free to abstain from the mission and he wouldn't hold it against them later. Adolphe looked at Victor and acknowledged that he already knew the extraordinary nature of this young individual. Reluctantly, he realized that he had no other choice but to rely on Vicur's abilities. Addressing Vicur directly, Adolf entrusted him with the responsibility of saving his niece. The dense forest of the La Rouge-et-Lenoir mountain within the Baskerville territory was described as a treacherous habitat filled with bone-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spiders, and other dangerous creatures. It was known as the life-engulfing forest because a normal person wouldn't be able to survive there for more than an hour. However, Morgue and Baskerville's troops closely followed Vicur through the dangerous forest. Vicur swiftly ran through the forest, impressing Adolf. Unable to contain his curiosity, Adolf asked if all boys from the Baskerville clan were like Vicur. Staffordshire Baskerville stated that not all individuals were like that. However, he acknowledged that young Master Vicur was an exception. As Vicur came across two poisonous bees obstructing their path, he effortlessly eliminated them with his remarkable skills. The Baskerville triplets observed Vicur's impressive demonstration of expertise and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, finding him truly cool. Suddenly, Vicur stopped behind a tree and instructed the group to halt. He noticed some light ahead and informed the group that he believed the barbarians hadn't fled too far. Vicur then shared a rumor he had heard about the Balak hunters scattering dry leaves to listen for the sounds of their pursuers. He emphasized the need for extra caution from that point forward. Unexpectedly, Adolf approached Vicur and cast a spell called Silence on him. Vicur looked at him with a questioning expression, and Adolf quickly explained that the magic would prevent Vicur from making any noise as he walked. Adolf smiled and declared that he would take over from that point onward, expressing his gratitude for Vicur's assistance. He referred to Vicur as his nephew-in-law, leaving Vicur puzzled as he wondered about the meaning behind this familial term. Not far from their location, the barbarians had set up their camp in the forest, with a fire burning in the middle. Camus, who was tied to a tree trunk with ropes, shouted at the barbarians, threatening to burn them all to death once she escaped. She boasted about her special fireball and warned them to prepare themselves. However, the barbarians paid no attention to her, most likely because they couldn't understand her language. The barbarian girls standing before Camus engaged in conversation. One of them expressed her liking for the guy they had encountered earlier, while her companion mentioned her failure in husband hunting. Camus observed their interaction and thought to herself, frustrated that they weren't even listening to her. She concluded that they had been discussing husband hunting and wife hunting since earlier. She wondered if this was the reason they had been ambushing their group. Just then, the barbarian male who had captured her approached Camus. He spoke to her in the barbarian language with a smirk, suggesting that since they had captured such an excellent female, all the males within their tribe would desire her. Camus shouted back, calling him a perverted bastard and questioning his intentions. She pleaded for him to kill her instead. The barbarian scratched his ear and remarked that he didn't understand what she was saying. He caught her face by her chin and he claimed that he could tell she was talking back just by looking into her eyes. With an evil expression, he licked the arrowhead in his hand, suggesting that he believed this arrogant slave needed to be disciplined. Just as the argument was about to escalate, the barbarian girl, who had been saved by Vicur from the slave auction, arrived at the scene. She referred to the barbarian male as Ahun and firmly told him to stay away from her slave. Ahun was taken aback and called out to her as Commander Ayan, proudly stating that he was the one who had captured her. But Ayan called his words bullshit and told him to keep his voice down. Ahun tried to defend himself, questioning her defiance and insisting that he had shot a paralyzing arrow and set a trap to capture their target. In response, she pointed out that it was thanks to her intervention that Ahun's life had been saved, as she had stopped the boy who was good with the sword. If it weren't for her intervention, he would have been dead by now. Ahun questioned whether Camus had become the commander's booty, to which Ayan confirmed. Camus observed their argument and pondered if an internal dispute had arisen among the barbarians. With her limited understanding of the barbarian language, she deciphered the girl's name as Ayan and deduced her role as the commander. Ahun then stated the fact that Ayan was a female commander. Ayan retorted, asking him what difference it made. Camus realized that Ayan possessed the skill to go up against Vicur, who was a low-ranking graduator. If she wanted to escape, she knew she had to deal with Ayan somehow. Ahun pointed his finger at Ayan and declared that he wouldn't tolerate her stubbornness just because she was a commander. Ayan became angry, and a blue aura surrounded her. With a fierce look in her eyes, she warned Ahun that if he was pissed, he could come at her anytime, and she would turn him into a bloody mess. Fear struck Ahun, and his entire body was covered in a cold sweat. He raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging defeat. He conceded that he was not angry and told Ayan to do as she pleased. After Ahan left the scene, Camus looked at Ayan and thought that it seemed like the girl had won their dispute. Ayan then turned her attention to Camus and praised her for her good eyes and physique. She acknowledged that such qualities were expected of her as the future leader of the Morg bloodline. However, Ayan kicked Camus and revealed that she had been captured by the Morg bastards and sold into slavery. She was lucky enough and had managed to escape that fate with some kindness, but she warned Camus that she wouldn't be as lucky. Ayan vowed to tame Camus to the point where she would feel it in her bones and soul. She ominously mentioned that performing menial tasks, such as licking the space between her toes, would become a daily routine for Camus. Just then, a loud scream came from behind Ayan, and as she turned back, she saw a large fire. She questioned if it was an explosion. One of the barbarians was engulfed in flames and screaming in pain. Meanwhile, the other barbarians prepared their weapons and shouted that it was an ambush. A figure emerged before the fire and condemned the barbarians, vowing to repay them for what they had done. Camus's face lit up with a smile as she recognized the voice and shouted, "Uncle." Adolf Morg, who was responsible for the massive explosion, stood there with flames still burning in his hands, and in a stern voice, he demanded the immediate return of his niece. The barbarians were taken aback as the Baskerville and Morg clan members began hunting them down. Vicar, perched on a tree branch, observed the scene and found it strange. He couldn't understand why the Balak hunters, who had ambushed them systematically, were in such disarray. The barbarian girls rode their wolves and expressed their frustration at the chaotic uproar caused by the Baskerville and Morg clan members within the forest in the middle of the night. Adolf witnessed the barbarians attempting to flee, and he vehemently declared that they should not be allowed to escape. He insisted on eliminating every single one of them. Camus, who was tied to a tree, smiled at the chaotic scene, feeling satisfied and thinking that the barbarians deserved it. Just then, Camus heard some sounds coming from behind and became shocked. She turned around and saw Vicar. He placed his finger on his mouth, signaling her to be silent, but she couldn't contain her excitement and shouted his name. Vicar quickly cut the ropes that had tied Camus to the tree and offered his support to help her up. Camus was filled with happiness and asked him if he had come to save her. Vicar was slightly annoyed and questioned her lack of understanding of the gesture of silence. As they began to walk away, Ayan suddenly appeared before them. She recognized Vicar's exceptional knife-wielding skills and expressed her anticipation of his arrival. Ayan praised Vicar's strong physique, which allowed him to cover long distances in a short period, his level-headedness that guided him through the darkness of the forest, and his passionate and pure love that made him risk his life for Camus. With a smile, Ayan conveyed that she wouldn't inquire about Vicar's past and mentioned that he had passed. Vicar was left perplexed by Ayan's statement, questioning what exactly he had passed. Camus and Ayan locked eyes and engaged in a silent battle, conveying their intent through their intense gaze. Vicar tightened his grip around Camus and realized that it might be difficult to conceal his own abilities in this situation. He couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't recall anyone like her from his previous life. Vicar questioned himself whether Ayan was the one who scarred Hugo's nose bridge, the Balak archer known as the Night Fox. However, he concluded that she was still too young and inexperienced to be that person. He also considered the possibility of her belonging to the same bloodline as the Night Fox. Suddenly, a barbarian launched a surprise attack on Vicar with a dart, but Vicar managed to block the attack with his hand, causing the dart to break upon contact. It was the same barbarian who had kidnapped Camus, and he was shocked by how Vicar knew about the attack. Vicar then took Camus in his arms and informed her that things had become troublesome, and that he would take her to her uncle. Blushing, Camus agreed to accompany him. She was surprised by his use of formal language and concluded that it might be due to the effects of the poison. Moving swiftly from their current location, Vicar headed toward Adolf. Ayan looked disappointed and expressed her desire for Vicar to return obediently with her. Meanwhile, as Vicar carried Camus, he asked her if she was severely poisoned. Camus replied uncertainly, stating that she believed she might be. As they made their way, two barbarians fired arrows at Vicar, but he skillfully blocked both attacks, ensuring their safety. Ayan, on the other hand, prepared her bow and arrow, taking aim at Camus. With a cold tone, she questioned whether she should eliminate the girl from Morg. Without hesitation, she released the arrow, which left a bluish aura trail as it traveled toward them. As the arrow approached them, Vicar looked back with his eyes glowing red and noticed the arrow aimed at Camus. Surprised by Vicar's sudden reaction, Camus turned her gaze backward and saw the arrow, which was dangerously close to hitting her eye. However, just as the arrow was about 2 inches away from Camus's eye, it froze in place, halted by a wall of ice cast by Adolf. The protective ice wall prevented the arrow from reaching Camus. Adolf expressed his worry, exclaiming about his niece's well-being, and Camus, relieved, called out to her uncle. Adolf took hold of Camus and cast a spell called Cure Poison on her. He explained that it was a severe numbing poison, making it challenging to completely remove. He suggested visiting the Divine Quo Vadis when they returned to seek further treatment. However, Camus pushed Adolf's hand away, requesting him to let go for a moment. Confused by her sudden request, Adolf complied. Camus then ran toward Vikir, jumping onto him and embracing him tightly. She expressed her gratitude, thanking Vikir for saving her once again. Adolf was taken aback by this unexpected scene, and in disbelief, he shouted Camus's name. He looked at Camus with teary eyes and attempted to explain that he had also done his best. However, Camus, with an angry expression, questioned why her uncle had only arrived at that moment. She declared her intention to tell everything to her mother, expressing her dissatisfaction. Just as they were moving forward, a rope suddenly flew towards Vikir and wrapped around his neck. It was Ayan who had thrown the rope, attempting to pull Vikir towards her. However, despite her efforts, Vikir remained steadfast and didn't budge. Ayan couldn't understand why Vikir was so strong, not yielding even an inch. Ayan expressed to Vikir that it would be best if he obediently allowed himself to be captured, as she claimed she didn't have much time. Camus, witnessing this exchange, recognized Ayan and exclaimed her disbelief at encountering her once again. Vikir broke the rope around his neck and pondered Ayan's words about there being no time. He wondered if there was a specific reason for the Balak to be in such a hurry. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent engulfed the entire forest. Birds took flight in a panic, and a sense of dread permeated the area. Ayan looked up in horror and exclaimed, realizing that whatever she had anticipated had finally noticed their presence. Beelzebub on Vikir's hand began to buzz, and he looked down to find his hand stained with red lines. He realized that the hidden Beelzebub within his arteries was giving him an intense warning, indicating that something was approaching. Ayan uttered the words, "She's coming." Vikir looked at her with a questioning gaze and wondered who or what Ayan was referring to with the word she. With a cold sweat covering her face, Ayan uttered the words, "Madam Eight Legs." Suddenly, a massive pillar-like structure emerged from the heart of the forest. The barbarians recognized it immediately and exclaimed, "It's the Madam. The Madam is here." Camus gazed at the towering pillar, questioning whether it was truly just a pillar. Meanwhile, Vikir looked up and denied the possibility, saying, "No way." The pillar, shrouded in a purple aura, suddenly burst open, revealing 8 elongated appendages resembling branches. These legs descended rapidly and firmly rooted themselves in the ground. Adolf, overcome with concern, voiced his disbelief, finding it impossible for such a monstrous creature to be concealed within this forest. Vikir's face grew anxious as he had never thought he would encounter this monster in a place like this. He realized that the creature he was facing was none other than Madam Eight Legs, a notorious entity with an S risk rating. The gigantic spider stood tall on its 8 legs and emitted a piercing scream that resonated throughout the entire forest, instilling fear in everyone present. Everyone stood frozen in fear as they gazed at Madam Eight Legs, her dominating figure commanding attention. Camus attempted to speak, but Vikir quickly placed his hand over her mouth, silencing her. Worriedly, Vikir whispered to Camus, reminding her not to make loud noises as Madam Eight Legs had poor sight but sensitive touch and hearing. Vikir's thoughts wandered back to an old native's warning he had heard before his regression, about the incidents associated with the La Rouge et La Noire mountain. It was a legend that resembled a horror story, one about the Madam with 8 legs who dwelled deep within the forests. The Empire's Monster Dictionary, after several revisions, contained written records of this terrifying creature, known as Madam Eight Legs, ranked as an S-tier risk and capable of causing nationwide destruction in a single day. Suddenly, Madam Eight Legs emitted a piercing scream, accompanied by a stream of greenish liquid that sprayed from her mouth. Some of the corrosive substance landed on tree branches, causing them to visibly melt before everyone's eyes. Vikir skillfully dodged the falling poison rain, while Adolf created a protective barrier to shield himself and Camus. Ahun, the barbarian, panicked as some poison landed on his hair, exclaiming in fear. Ayan swiftly cut off his hair to prevent further exposure, leaving Ahun on his knees, panting in terror. In a low voice filled with anger, Ayan whispered to him, berating him for screaming in front of Madam Eight Legs. She then glanced at Madam Eight Legs and warned Ahun that if he weren't the shaman's grandchild, she would have killed him. Ayan turned around and in a low voice gave an order to the barbarians, commanding them to retreat. Adolf, carrying Camus, also issued a hushed command to make a run for it. Madame Eight Legs responded with playful noises, seemingly amused by the chaos unfolding before her. Among the fleeing groups, the Balaks scattered in smaller clusters, while the Baskervilles and Morgs retreated together. There was a slight difference in how both groups retreated, but it helped the Madame decide whom to chase after. As Madame Eight Legs charged toward the Baskerville and Morg groups, Adolf expressed his frustration, questioning why the creature was heading their way. A Morg mage stepped forward confidently and told Adolf to leave the monster to him. He began casting a fire spell and proclaimed that fire attacks would be the bug's weakness. With a surge of power, he unleashed the fiery spell upon Madame Eight Legs, resulting in a colossal explosion that engulfed the area. The mage believed he had succeeded, boasting to Sir Adolf about the effectiveness of his attack. However, before he could say anything further, one of the mages standing beside him was impaled by one of Madame's legs. The mage, covered in his companion's blood, trembled in fear, realizing that the fire spell hadn't done anything to stop the creature. As Adolf, Camus, and Vicar continued running, Camus expressed shock and bewilderment at the sight of the monstrous creature. Vicar, who had been lost in thought, suddenly realized something. He came to a halt and turned around to face Madame Eight Legs, surprising everyone with his sudden movement. Staffordshire questioned Vicar, concerned about his intentions, to which Vicar replied that they were all at risk of being annihilated if they didn't act. He proposed that someone needed to tie down the monster's legs. When Staffordshire volunteered, Vicar interrupted, questioning him if he really thought he would be able to tie down the monster's legs with his skills. Vicar emphasized that they couldn't bring this monster into the territory with them and stated that he was the best person for the task of restraining its legs. Vicar placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and turned to Sir Adolf, informing him that there was no time left. With a grave expression, he left the decision in Sir Adolf's hands. Camus looked at Vicar with shock and called out to him, but Vicar pressed on, urging them to hurry and go. Adolf expressed frustration and made the decision to run away, not allowing Vicar's sacrifice to be in vain. Camus, with teary eyes, pleaded for Vicar to return, but Adolf instructed her not to move. The situation grew tense as Vicar prepared to face Madame Eight Legs alone. His hand was tightly clenched around the hilt of his sword at first, but eventually he loosened his grip and let out a sigh. He contemplated his situation, realizing that he had no personal interest in the destruction of the Baskerville territory. Furthermore, he believed that the Allied forces would be unable to stop the growing power of Madame Eight Legs. However, Vicar saw this as an opportunity for himself. If he could fake his death, he could create distance between himself and Hugo's surveillance. This would allow him to buy some time to master the 10th technique that resided in his mind. Once he became skilled enough to stand against Hugo or perfected his ability to hide and control his power, he planned to return to the clan. A red aura began to glow on Vicar's hand, and soon Beelzebub emerged from his hand. Vicar realized that if he didn't use everything he had, he would die. With unwavering determination, he made the decision to utilize every resource at his disposal, including a large amount of mana he had received from the River Styx's blessing, and the ethereal aura that was reserved for the high-ranking Baskerville swordsmanship techniques. Moreover, he wielded the formidable demonic sword known as Beelzebub. Covered in a red aura, Vicar's eyes glowed with a fierce red light. He resolved to utilize all his power and launch an attack. With swift movements, he darted toward Madame Eight Legs and then leaped high into the air. Vicar, hovering in the air, directed his gaze down at Madame Eight Legs. The monstrous creature let out a scream as she locked eyes with Vicar. His hand continued to emit a powerful red glow, with the aura intensifying until it reached its limit. With incredible speed, Vicar shot toward Madame Eight Legs, utilizing the Baskerville 5th technique. As he closed in on her, Madame Eight Legs found herself unable to move her legs, which began to press firmly into the ground. At the same time, Vicar's attack struck Madame Eight Legs' head, causing it to be forced to the ground. From a distance, a radiant red light became visible, rapidly increasing in size. Adolf ran while holding Camus, the Baskerville triplets ran with teary eyes, and a massive beam of light shot up from the location where Vicar and Madame Eight Legs clashed. Camus, watching the scene unfold, was struck with shock. Soon a tear welled up in her eyes. She couldn't contain herself and shouted Vicar's name. Only a bright red glow remained in the now silent forest, marking the aftermath of the powerful encounter. Vicar Van Baskerville's head was on a guillotine. He looked ahead with cold eyes and saw Hugo Le Baskerville standing under the moonlight. Hugo extended his hand and signaled the guillotine to be dropped. As his head rolled on the ground, he saw people looking at him with cold gazes. Soon, Hugo turned around and started to leave. Victor looked at his departing figure and thought that in the end, Hugo did it. But before he could think further, his eyes opened, and he found himself in an unfamiliar room with a different roof. He was lying on a mattress covered in bandages, with one of his eyes also bandaged. His body was covered in scars and a rope was tied around his neck. Confused by his surroundings, Victor wondered where he was. He tried to recall the recent events, questioning how many days had passed since the battle against Madame Eightlegs. He remembered the crucial moment when Madame had been shocked by the explosion's light, which had possibly saved his life. Attempting to get up, Victor felt excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. He quickly realized that his muscles, veins, and even his bones had been grievously injured. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't affected by the damage. The extent of his injuries after taking a direct hit far surpassed anything he had ever imagined. He had severely underestimated the sheer force behind Madame's attack, to the point where he could feel its impact deep within his bones. He pondered the trap that had caused the neckache he was currently experiencing, realizing it had inadvertently saved him. Considering the situation, Victor contemplated whether everything was progressing according to his plan. He acknowledged his successful escape from Hugo's watch and the presence of witnesses, including Adolf and Camus, so he didn't need to worry about his death being proven. Victor exited the room and surveyed his surroundings, observing barbarians strolling around and children learning how to use bows. Recognizing the place as the Balak's camp, known as Bulak, Victor wondered if he was being held captive there. Realizing that he was amidst a camp belonging to the natural enemies of the Baskerville clan, Victor grew concerned. He acknowledged his inability to escape with his heavily injured body. As he contemplated his situation, a barbarian girl ordered some slaves to hurry up, warning them about the danger of a wolf's bite. Victor looked at the slaves and recognized some soldiers from the Baskerville and more clans among them. Perplexed, he wondered why he was not being executed like the others. Just then, a barbarian named Ahun approached him, mentioning his ability to speak Balak. Victor recognized Ahun as someone from the past, one who had kidnapped Camus. Ahun informed Victor that he should be thankful for not meeting the same fate as the others. With an evil smirk, he taunted Victor, highlighting his despair due to his crippled body. Ahun sneered even further, asserting that if Victor weren't the commander's pet dog, he would have boiled him without delay. Victor repeated the phrase pet dog in his mind. The mention of being someone's pet dog triggered an image of Hugo attempting to chain him down, and a surge of anger boiled within him. Suddenly, Ahun was taken aback as an immense amount of killing intent radiated from Victor, unsettling him. He looked at Victor and was taken aback by the intensity in his eyes. Fueled by his emotions, Ahun threw a punch at Victor's face, expressing his frustration and calling him an arrogant bastard. Victor fell to the ground, and Ahun walked away in anger, instructing him to find his owner at the end of the rope. Victor, lying on the ground, watched Ahun leave and vowed to remember his face. He resolved to make him pay once his body recovered. As Victor followed the rope, he questioned the length of it, expressing his frustration as he walked without reaching the end. He wondered if his owner awaited him at the rope's end. Suddenly, the rope tightened, and Victor realized he had reached the end. Surprised, he looked ahead and saw Ayan bathing in a small pond. Victor stood at the edge of the pond, motionless and silent, as Ayan held the other end of the rope. Ayan smiled and told Victor to lie down. Victor, shocked by her words, didn't immediately understand their meaning. Suddenly, she pulled the rope, causing Victor to fly forward, narrowly avoiding an arrow that would have struck him but instead hit a tree trunk. Ayan then shouted at the children nearby, reprimanding them and instructing them to practice elsewhere. As Victor lay on the ground, Ayan turned her attention back to him. She expressed gratitude for his role in setting her free at the slave auction. Pointing her finger at him, she explained the principle of returning kindness twofold and revenge tenfold. Since he had saved her once, she had saved him twice. Victor questioned her about saving him twice. Ayan explained that she had gone back just in case after the huge explosion, and if she hadn't, he would have died. She told him to be thankful that she was tenacious. Confused, Victor questioned her about the rope and her reason for keeping him alive. Ayan responded, implying that he held a high position within his party. This revelation startled Victor. Ayan continued, suggesting that she wondered how much his party would pay for his return. Victor was taken aback by her statement, realizing that he was in trouble. If hostage negotiations were initiated with the Baskerville clan, his plan to escape Hugo's watch would become meaningless. He pondered his options in this difficult situation. With a mischievous grin, Ayan looked at Vikir and revealed her intentions. She told him not to hope for a return to his party because he would become her slave. Ayan proceeded to take out her dagger and cut the rope around his neck. Vikir internally heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that his plan had not failed. She then pointed her dagger at Vikir and suggested that they decide on their titles, with her preferring to be called master. Vikir stood with an emotionless face, remaining silent in response. Ayan, seemingly amused, complimented his rebellious eyes and expressed her anticipation of taming him. Before they continued, Ayan mentioned that there was a place they had to stop by. She urged Vikir to start moving, prompting him to ask where they were going. With a smile, Ayan replied with a rhetorical question, implying that it should be obvious. She explained that it was customary to offer greetings when stepping into someone else's land. They were going to visit the village head, the matriarch. Inside the matriarch's tent, a throne adorned with the heads of bears, jaguars, alligators, and other dangerous animals could be seen. Each head had an arrow stuck in it. Atop this throne sat a woman who exuded a sense of pride. Vikir and Ayan walked together, side by side, as they made their way toward the matriarch's tent. Ayan turned to Vikir and spoke, sharing some insights about their way of life. She mentioned that if Vikir didn't have a place to sleep, he could use a friend's hammock, and if he felt hungry, he could rely on the generosity of those who were more affluent. Ayan emphasized that this was the way the Balaks lived, creating a sense of familiarity and homeliness within their community. However, Vikir expressed his observation, noting that it seemed the Balaks didn't prioritize private assets. Soon, they arrived outside a grand tent, and Ayan pointed out that they had reached the matriarch's dwelling. Ayan entered the tent and announced their arrival, addressing the matriarch as mother. This revelation startled Vikir, causing him to contemplate the connection between Ayan and the matriarch. The matriarch rose from her seat and acknowledged their presence, remarking that she had brought the young boy who had been a topic of discussion. This statement surprised Ayan, who exclaimed her confusion, denying any involvement in such conversations. Meanwhile, Vikir realized that Ayan was the matriarch's daughter and made connections in his mind. He looked directly at the matriarch and acknowledged her true identity as the Night Fox, the female Balak warrior who had left a scar on Hugo's nose bridge. He reflected on the challenges he had faced in the past, recalling how he couldn't traverse the landscape of the La Rouge et La Noire mountain due to her influence. Curiosity lingered as he pondered the outcome if his past self had engaged in a confrontation with her. Vikir assessed the situation, considering his chances of survival. Head-on combat and assassination were out of the question, both at 0% probability. The only viable option seemed to be escaping, offering a 20% possibility of survival. Vikir contemplated these odds, mindful of the danger he potentially faced in the matriarch's presence. The matriarch directed her gaze towards Vikir and remarked that she had seen his face before. Vikir's mind raced, wondering if the matriarch could somehow sense his connection to Hugo through instinct alone. However, Ayan interjected, explaining that most imperial men tend to look similar. Curiosity piqued, the matriarch inquired about Ayan's intentions regarding Vikir, describing him as no different from a cripple. Ayan responded, stating that Vikir would be useful once he received proper treatment, as he was the one who had attacked Madame Eight Legs. The matriarch cautioned Ayan, suggesting that taking action without understanding one's place might have unforeseen consequences. She then shifted her focus to Vikir and expressed that his physical well-being was inconsequential, as long as his seed was fine. Before the matriarch could elaborate, Ayan interjected nervously, revealing her true intention. She stammered that she planned to use Vikir as a slave, deviating from her previous statements. Surprised by this sudden change, the matriarch questioned Ayan's inconsistent statements. Ayan hurriedly clarified, stating that she required a slave to assist her during hunts. The matriarch gently patted Ayan's head, acknowledging that it was the owner's prerogative to decide what they wished to do with their slave. Ayan, with a blush on her face, gazed at Vikir. Meanwhile, Vikir stood in the center of the tent, observing the beam that supported its structure, his thoughts momentarily shifting away from the unfolding conversation. After leaving the matriarch's tent, Vikir initiated a conversation with Ayan, expressing his curiosity. He asked for her name, to which Ayan reacted in shock, berating Vikir for daring to ask questions as a slave. Undeterred, Vikir clarified that he had no intention of addressing her as master, hence his request for her name. With a blush on her face, Ayan reluctantly revealed her name as Ayan. Vikir introduced himself as Vikir and inquired about Ayan's instructions. Ayan shouted indignantly, protesting against a slave addressing her by name. However, she then smirked and revealed her first order to Vikir, to construct a house where he would reside from now on. Ayan's inner thoughts reveled in the opportunity to assert her authority and rebalance the hierarchy between them. She believed that imperial individuals like Vikir would be incompetent in building a house, thus emphasizing her supposed mastery over him. Lost in thought, Vikir eventually responded to the order, expressing a smile and stating that he found the task to be enjoyable. Time passed, and Ayan stood with a shocked expression on her face as she witnessed the result of Vikir's work, a tent standing before her. She wondered why Vikir, despite his injured body, displayed such skill in building the tent. Observing the tools she had brought for Vikir, Ayan contemplated their uselessness if Vikir continued to excel in the building. Meanwhile, Vikir smiled, reflecting on his past experiences. During times of destruction, swordsmen's survival was limited by their expertise solely in swordsmanship. To thrive in extreme situations, one needed to acquire a diverse range of survival skills. Ayan noticed the presence of drains outside the tent and remarked on their perfection. Vikir then brought up the observation that the matriarch's tent appeared unstable. Ayan, shocked by this revelation, questioned Vikir about her mother's house. Vikir explained that in its current state, during rainy seasons, the ground around the central pillar of the tent would shake, potentially causing water leakage. He offered a solution, proposing to mix limey dirt and gravel from the opposite hill to create bricks. He would then reinforce them by spreading oil and burning it. Ayan, in agreement, instructed Vikir to proceed with the plan. Vikir collected soil and poured it into a container. After preparing the necessary materials, he used a cast to shape the bricks and dried them by heating them over a fire. Finally, Vikir and Ayan arrived at the matriarch's tent, where Ayan explained their intentions to her mother. After the tent was fixed, the matriarch looked on in shock, expressing her frustration at previous failed attempts to repair the roof. She realized that the problem lay with the pillar. With a smile, the matriarch commended Ayan, acknowledging that her daughter had found a truly useful male. She then issued an order to Vikir, instructing him to handle tedious matters like this around the barracks from now on. Sometime later, Vikir was washing clothes near a water source when Ayan called out to him. She initiated a conversation, questioning whether he found it exhausting to slave away, and suggesting that he become an official member of their tribe. Vikir responded that slaving away wasn't too bad, internally noting that this peaceful life was preferable to his previous experiences with the Baskervilles or living in the underdog city. Ayan acknowledged that Vikir seemed disciplined and commented that it would be challenging for a slave to complain. Vikir insisted that it really wasn't that bad, but Ayan disagreed, asserting that tough and tedious work couldn't be easy. As they began to head back, Ayan urged Vikir not to have that attitude and to follow her. She offered to help him in terms of survival and adjusting to their tribe. If he performed well, she promised to untie the rope that bound him. Vikir looked at her with interest and asked what he needed to do. Ayan smiled and said that he was finally being honest. She then challenged him to go on a hunt and capture a huge prey. Vikir was intrigued by the proposition and questioned her about the hunt. Ayan explained to Vikir that the tribe's warriors had been unable to catch large enough prey recently, resulting in the growing children going without meat. She emphasized that if Vikir could bring in a huge prey, it would not be unrealistic for his title to change from slave to commoner. Playfully, Ayan slapped Vikir's back and mentioned that he seemed capable of moving lighter objects, so his role would be to assist her. As Ayan jokingly reminded Vikir that he should be grateful for being the slave of the Balak's hunting commander, Vikir felt a pang of pain from her slap on his back. However, after a moment of thought, he agreed to go along with her plan. Ayan's face beamed with a smile, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. She then stated that they would be leaving tomorrow for the hunt. When Vikir questioned her smile, Ayan retorted, denying that she was actually smiling. Unbeknownst to them, a figure secretly observed their conversation. It was Ahan, who looked upon Ayan happily engaging with Vikir, but his heart was filled with jealousy and anger. He couldn't help but regard Vikir as a disgusting bastard. Balak's shaman, Ahuman, withdrew his hand from a pot of charcoal and extended it, signaling the beginning of the hazing ceremony as he ordered the hunters to gather around. A line of barbarian hunters stood before him, awaiting their turn. Ahuman emphasized the significance of receiving his blessing and warned that those who didn't would face difficulties. Ayan explained to Vikir the reason behind the hunters' charcoal markings. They used charcoal to conceal their faces from the god of death, as they felt guilty about killing their prey. Vikir acknowledged that even the warrior tribe of Balaks had a shaman. One of the barbarian girls commented on the shaman's nagging, while her male companion suggested letting him be, as the shaman needed to establish his position. The girl expressed doubts about the effectiveness of the shaman's blessings because they had often failed in the past. She indicated that they only sought his blessings on specific occasions. Vikir wondered if her skepticism meant that the shaman's position held little meaning, realizing that this place wasn't much different from others. Sometime later, Ayan stood with her face adorned in comical charcoal markings. Vikir looked at her and jokingly remarked on her appearance. Ayan wiped the markings off her face and angrily retorted, stating that she didn't get along with the shaman. In her embarrassment, she offered Vikir a collar. Vikir held the collar in his hand, questioning if it was a dog collar. Ayan proceeded to put on a collar herself and explained that they wore them to protect their necks from being bitten by their prey. Vikir contemplated the situation and decided that since he was already there, it would be better to adapt to this place. As Ayan and Vikir rode a wolf, she reminded him to hold on to her waist, concerned about his safety. Vikir assured her that he would be fine, and they set off. Ayan glanced back at Vikir, who had fallen off the wolf, and playfully chided him for not holding onto her waist, warning him about the consequences of his actions. Vikir wondered if he would be able to get up in his current state. Suddenly, Vikir noticed that someone had arrived before them. It was Ahun, the barbarian who had been secretly following them. Ayan dismounted from the wolf and called out to him. Ahun commented on Ayan's apparent freedom, accusing her of playing around with her slave. Ahun then came close to Ayan and stated that he was going to catch bigger prey this time. He declared that in the next joint hunt, he would be the captain of the hunting group. He even went as far as putting his grandfather's honor on the line. Ayan questioned his decision to stake his grandfather's honor on something he only knew about shamanism. Unexpectedly, Ahun launched a powerful kick aimed at Vikir's face, surprising Ayan. She angrily confronted him, questioning his actions. Ahun smirked and belittled Vikir, questioning how she could use an injured male as a hunting assistant. He told her to get a hold of herself and claimed that he would only be a burden to her. Suddenly, Ayan noticed something and smiled. She told Ahun to check his waistband before saying those things. Confused, Ahun looked at his waistband and exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Vikir spat out some blood from his mouth. With Ahun's quiver and arrow in his grasp, Vikir smiled and remarked that Ahun should hold on to his weapons as he would with his lover. Ahun was shocked by the revelation that his weapons had been taken. He glared at Vikir in anger and Ayan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Suddenly, Ahun attacked Vikir with a punch, calling him an arrogant slave bastard. However, before the punch could reach Vikir, Ayan swiftly intervened, using her bow to block the attack, and shouted at Ahun, commanding him to stop. She questioned Ahun in a cold voice, asking him whose slave he thought he was punishing on his own accord. Ahun, filled with anger, exclaimed that Vikir was a slave and had insulted a Balak warrior. Ayan responded, stating that Ahun had been acting pathetic in front of Vikir. Ahun continued to argue, questioning why she was defending Vikir so passionately, and suggesting that she might have developed feelings for the slave. Ayan, frustrated, placed her hand on her head and conceded, acknowledging that Vikir was indeed a slave and should be punished if he had done something wrong. However, she emphasized that Ahun didn't have the right to punish him because Vikir was her slave. Vikir, who was still on the ground, looked at them with a questioning expression. Suddenly, Ayan unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Vikir's face. Ahun watched the scene in shock, his mouth agape as blood sprayed onto the lush green grass. Ayan gazed at Ahun with cold eyes and asked if he was happy now. With a mixture of coldness and anger, she warned Ahun that she knew he was upset because he had failed to capture a maiden for himself before. But if he ever harmed her slave again, she would beat him up. Ahun, taken aback, reluctantly agreed. Sometime later, Ayan and Vikir continued riding the wolf, but Ayan kept looking at Vikir with apologetic gazes. She asked if it hurt, but Vikir remained silent. She then inquired if he was angry, but Vikir remained silent once again. Ayan explained that her actions were necessary to stop Ahun's petty retaliations, as he was a stubborn and petty person. Seeing that Vikir was still silent, Ayan asked why he wasn't replying. Finally, Vikir responded, saying that it hurt. In response, Ayan jumped up in the air and landed back on the wolf's back, facing Vikir. She caught his face and anxiously asked if it hurt a lot, if it was bad, and if his life was in danger. Vikir replied that it hurt to talk and that he had experienced similar injuries before. But before Vikir could finish his sentence, Ayan's lips landed on his. After some time had passed, Ayan's face blushed red, and she placed her fingers on her lips. She suddenly turned forward in a hurry and said that she knew she was right, stating that Vikir showed promise for an imperial bastard. Vikir wiped his face and pondered if barbarians usually licked each other's injuries, considering it dangerous as it could spread infection. Ayan looked back at Vikir and asked if there was something he wanted from her, promising to do anything if it was within her capabilities. Vikir asked if he could ask for anything. Hearing this, Ayan's body trembled and she assured Vikir that a Balak warrior never goes back on their word. Vikir contemplated his request while Ayan wondered why he was thinking so hard. Her face flushed red, and she suspected that Vicar might be pondering something strange. Finally, Vicar revealed that he had decided what he wanted. Hearing this, Ayan waited in anticipation, her face covered with a blush. Finally, Vicar asked Ayan to teach him how to shoot arrows. Hearing this, Ayan's face turned down with disappointment, but she agreed to his request. As they continued forward, Ayan suggested that from tomorrow onwards they engage in some special training. She inquired if this plan was acceptable, and Vicar nodded in agreement. As Vicar fired an arrow at the tree trunk, Ayan expressed disappointment in his archery skills, instructing him to aim at the embedded arrow instead. Vicar questioned whether it was appropriate for her to teach him in that position. Ayan smiled and reminded him that it was he who asked to be taught how to use the bow. She emphasized the importance of learning the bow well since Vicar's body wouldn't allow him to use a sword for a while. The goal was to capture a large prey to enhance his reputation. Ayan continued to put pressure on Vicar's back to correct his posture. In pain, Vicar realized that his bones were at their limit. Suddenly, Ayan's wolf appeared behind them, and Ayan was a bit shocked and applied some extra pressure on Vicar's back, resulting in a cracking sound. Vicar fell to the ground in pain, and Ayan asked her wolf, Bakira, if it had found what they were looking for. The wolf howled in response. Ayan commanded Vicar to get up, stating that they would be moving quickly from that point onwards. They soon arrived near a water stream. Ayan explained that this was the area where the river and ocean connect, so both the ocean's water and animals occupy that area. Ayan shared a story her grandmother had told her. A salmon believes that if it successfully swims up the waterfall, it can evolve into a huge beast. However, most salmon fail to rise above that waterfall and fall. They are eventually punished when they fall onto sharp rocks, and the fish that fell become food for an ox bear. Vicar observed the massive bear in front of him and questioned whether it was an ox bear, remarking that it seemed completely different from the ones he had seen before. Ayan clarified that it was no ordinary ox bear, but one born from a superior bloodline and had survived numerous challenges. When Vicar wondered if he was being asked to capture such a formidable creature, Ayan explained that she hadn't instructed Bakira to find a strong female to hunt. Their actual target was the male bear courting the female. Several male bears approached the female bear, and she looked at them for a moment. However, she rejected their advances with force and sent them running away. Vicar was intrigued by the female's behavior and asked how strong a male she was looking for. Ayan corrected his thinking, stating that the female bear wasn't seeking a strong mate. A smaller male bear then approached the female, and they interacted with gentle gestures. Vicar was surprised that the female had chosen the weaker male. Ayan stated that the female bear was looking for a mate that she can boss around. She explained that strong males tend to become aggressive during mating, and there are situations when they kill their partners. Hence, strong bears were unpopular among the ox bears. That was why females of the species preferred weaker and smaller partners. Ayan drew a parallel to how Balak warriors selected their partners, favoring young entities with excellent DNA, especially if they had been weakened due to an injury. Vicar realized that the female bear's interest was primarily in obtaining good DNA. As the bear couple began to walk away, Ayan emphasized that their course of action was to wait, as the female would eventually suppress the male's strength completely. Vicar stood outside a cave, where bear roars and moans were clearly audible. He reflected on the past 4 days, during which he had been providing food to the hungry ox bears to facilitate their mating. Ayan asked Vicar if he had left food for the ox bears, and he confirmed that he had. Ayan held a small fruit that temporarily boosted one's strength but came with the cost of consuming one's lifespan. She explained that the intelligent female bear would understand their intentions and choose not to eat it, while the male would eat it to handle the female. Vicar understood why Ayan had chosen a big and strong female as their target, to deplete the male's strength. Ayan then offered Vicar some soup to help him heal. While drinking the soup, Vicar commented on how the bears were mating intensely. Ayan humorously remarked that it was normal behavior for male Balaks, but seemingly unusual for imperial males like Vicar, jokingly attributing it to his origin from a geeky country. Ayan seductively approached Vicar, asking if he could perform like that. However, their conversation was interrupted by a loud voice, and Ayan alerted Vicar to get ready, indicating that the female bear had been impregnated. The female bear let out a loud scream, and the male ran away from the cave in fear. Vicar and Ayan were hiding in a nearby tree, and Vicar asked why the female was chasing the male away. Ayan explained that an ox bear that has finished mating becomes a territorial and competitive predator. The female was warning the male never to come back to her territory. Vicar noted that the male wanted to sleep since she had exhausted her strength and hadn't slept for the past 4 days. Ayan replied that the male would seek a safe and remote place to rest. They planned to follow the male bear and quietly chase after him until he started to sleep, at which point they would begin their hunt. Vikir and Ayan trailed the male bear and arrived in a cold environment. Vikir remarked that the male should be tired, but he was moving quite far away. Ayan explained that the male was searching for a location with the fewest threats the forest posed. The cold environment ensured that mosquitoes, which could suck bones or blood, couldn't survive there. Vikir asked if the ox bear came to this place knowing about it. Ayan replied that an ox bear's intelligence was quite high, and their acquired knowledge was better than their instincts, allowing them to make strategic decisions. Vikir felt cold due to his body's condition, but he hesitated to admit it. Ayan noticed and offered to share body warmth by putting their bodies close together, but Vikir denied her offer, saying that he was fine. She warned him that if his body temperature decreases, his body will become stiff, and if his body becomes stiff, it will hinder their hunting efforts. Vikir was surprised by her rational reasoning and wondered if she was capable of making such logical decisions. After a moment of thought, he decided to accept her offer. He suddenly hugged her from behind and Ayan's face turned red, and she tried to justify it as concern for her slave's health, stating that it was a master's duty to look after her slave's well-being. Suddenly, Ayan's wolf, Bakira, stopped and growled while looking ahead. Ayan noticed that the ox bear's footsteps had disappeared. She wondered where it went, but before she could finish her sentence, the ox bear, which had been hiding nearby, let out a loud growl and attacked her. The barbarians were gathered together, their eyes filled with excitement as they beheld a massive boar before them. They marveled at the size of the beast, recognizing that its meat could feed the entire tribe abundantly. One of the female barbarians expressed her hunting achievement, stating that she had only managed to catch 3 rabbits, clearly overshadowed by the impressive boar in front of them. A male barbarian chimed in, addressing Ahun directly and acknowledging that the boar he had hunted was indeed a remarkable catch. The female barbarian praised Ahun and proposed that he should be the hunting commander going forward, given his successful feat. The male barbarian agreed with the idea, pointing out that there are limits to what even the skilled hunting commander Ayan could achieve alone. He brought up the fact that she had taken a slave with her on the hunt. In response, Ahun exuded confidence and dismissed the slave as a burden to Ayan. He confidently predicted that she would return empty-handed, without even having caught a single rabbit. On the other side, the fearsome male ox bear attacked Ayan. However, Vikir, who was holding Ayan, pulled her back just in time, causing the bear's punch to miss her face by a few inches. The force of the punch blew some of Ayan's hair away. Both Vikir and Ayan fell from the back of the wolf they were riding, and the wolf growled at the ox bear. The wolf retaliated by leaping at the ox bear to protect its companions. Concerned for Ayan's safety, Vikir asked if she was okay. Ayan expressed her gratitude to him for saving her and replied that she had survived thanks to him. Vikir speculated whether the bear had lured them into a trap. Ayan acknowledged the bear's cunning intellect, which surpassed that of other monsters. She understood why the female bear chose the male bear as a mate. Realizing that they couldn't avoid a head-on battle, Ayan looked at Vikir and felt conflicted. She thought about how she had received help from the slave and worried about her dignity as his master. Suddenly, Ayan steeled herself and commanded Vikir to stay behind her while she took charge of the fight. She asserted that she would show him her dignity as his master. With determination, she mounted the wolf's back and chased after the bear. Vikir commented on the unique way of the Balak slaves, jokingly referring to himself as a slave lazing around while the master is working. As Ayan reached a vantage point, she began firing arrows at the ox bear. She shouted with conviction, expressing her displeasure at the bear's indecent behavior in front of her slave, and vowed that it would pay for its actions. The ox bear sought cover behind an ice rock, attempting to evade Ayan's arrows. Undeterred, Ayan prepared to launch another arrow and warned the bear that a good arrow would pierce through steel, emphasizing that its hiding wouldn't save it from her aim. Ayan fired her arrow at the ox bear, but it got stuck in the rock, failing to pass through it. But to the bear's surprise, a powerful blue energy beam pierced its stomach, causing it to spew out blood and growl in pain. Vikir was astonished by the unexpected attack that had struck the ox bear, which had been hiding behind the rock. He realized that the wave of aura from the arrow had passed precisely through the boulder and pierced the bear. He marveled at Ayan's archery skills, considering them akin to an art form and recognizing her exceptional hunting abilities. Vikir remarked that judging solely by her skills, Ayan might surpass even Camus Morg. The wounded ox bear emerged from its hiding place with bloodshot eyes and charged at Ayan with rage. She responded by shooting an arrow at its eyes, but the bear continued its relentless charge. In response to the bear's persistence, Ayan confidently prepared another arrow, asserting that an arrow filled with her sincerity was powerful enough to break through a castle wall. She released the arrow, but to her surprise, the ox bear managed to dodge the attack, leaving Ayan shocked and bewildered. Before Ayan could fully comprehend the situation, the bear struck the wolf she was riding, sending her flying back and rolling on the ground. In the midst of the intense battle, Ayan recalled her mother's words. Her mother had mentioned that when a beast with dull senses nears death, it can sense the killing intent of a person. Ayan realized that she had underestimated the ox bear and had been careless in thinking she had cornered it perfectly. Despite her righteous intentions in shooting the last arrow, she now faced a dangerous and formidable adversary. The ox bear menacingly approached her, its mouth drooling. The bear opened its mouth wide, ready to bite. Overwhelmed with fear, Ayan closed her eyes and braced herself for the impending danger. However, just as the ox bear was about to attack, Ayan heard a familiar voice calling out to her, asking if she was done showing what a master's dignity is like. When she opened her eyes, she saw Vikir standing before her. Vikir stepped forward to confront the ox bear and confidently declared that it was now his turn to take action. He thrust his empty hand towards the beast, which began to glow red, and soon, Beelzebub emerged from his hand. Vikir wielded the power of Cerberus flame, and the ox bear's head was engulfed in flames, causing it to slide back in pain. Ayan watched in awe as she wondered if that powerful attack was indeed fire, witnessing the bear's head being roasted alive. The ox bear let out a final growl before succumbing to its injuries, falling lifelessly on the ground. As the battle ended, the bandages around Vikir's body had burned away with the fire, and his previously injured eye had been healed. Ayan couldn't help but blush as she looked at Vikir, grateful for his timely intervention and amazed by his incredible abilities. However, her joy turned to concern when she saw Vikir's face and posture distort in pain. He admitted that using that powerful skill had taken a toll on his body. Vikir collapsed onto the ground, leaving Ayan shocked and confused by the sudden turn of events. She called out his name with worry, unsure of how to help him after witnessing his tremendous display of strength. At night, the barbarians gathered in one place, dancing around a fire in celebration. They cooked food in a huge pot and distributed it among others. Ayan and Vikir sat on the side, wearing traditional hats. Ayan spoke about how the hunter who catches the largest prey receives the villagers' respect and admiration. Vikir, however, seemed indifferent, which led Ayan to criticize him for his lack of enthusiasm. She explained that the ox bear, being both strong and intelligent, was an honorable catch, making them the main figures of the pillaging ceremony. She compared the ox bear to a sluggish and scared boar, indicating the significance of their achievement. Ayan then questioned Ahan, who was standing beside Vikir, to support her point. Ahan in frustration handed a bowl to Vikir while referring to him as a slave. Vikir was confused about the small amount of meat in his bowl, and asked why he didn't receive more. Ahan replied that the amount of honor he gained was worth the meat he had received. Ayan clarified to Vikir that it was a tradition where the one who contributed the most to the hunt received the least amount of meat but gained a corresponding amount of honor. Ahan, in frustration, wished he could give Vikir more meat. Vikir pondered on the idea that becoming more honorable meant getting less meat, questioning whether the meat was better than such useless honor. Ayan chuckled, finding Ahan's sour expression amusing, clearly annoyed by his reaction. Vikir looked down at his hand and contemplated the 600 kilograms hammer that he had acquired from Beelzebub after catching the ox bear. He wondered if it was possible to increase his weight by 600 kilograms while holding his breath. He then drank the soup and realized that the skill was not all he had gained. After Beelzebub absorbed the ox bear, Vikir's body recovered significantly. Ayan, wanting to offer Vikir more meat, gave him a bowl filled with meat, explaining that it was a hunter's right. However, Vikir declined her offer as he had already received a portion of meat, a bowl of blood, and a portion of intestines. Ayan insisted that Vikir should eat the additional meat, emphasizing that he should consume different body parts according to his weaknesses. She encouraged him to eat it. She explained that one should eat eyes if the eyes are bad, eat the heart if your heart is weak, and if your limbs are weak, you eat its legs. Vikir looked at the bowl, questioning if the long thing in it was indeed the intestine and if his insides were that weak. Just then, 3 barbarian girls arrived at the scene. The first one scolded Ayan, calling her a commander and accusing her of looking after what was already hers. The second girl pointed out her transparent motives, and the third girl questioned why she would give anything to the slave. Meanwhile, Vikir continued eating the meat, finding it very chewy, and Ayan watched in excitement as he gulped down the meat. She then smiled and stated that now he would be able to fulfill his duty. Vikir kept chewing and wondered what more she expected from him, considering he believed he had done his part during the hunt. As the new morning arrived, Vikir stood near a large tree trunk whose top was cut. He noticed the tree melting a little, confirming what Ayan said the previous night. Last night, while he was standing near the tree trunk, he noticed that it was covered with lots of meat. He questioned Ayan about placing good meat there, considering the village was going through a food shortage. Ayan explained that the meat was an offering to Madame Eight Legs, and they sought permission to live in that dense forest. Vikir realized the significance of Madame Eight Legs and how reckless his actions had been. He understood the Balak villagers' behavior towards her and found her to be an annoying monster. Vikir, strolling back to his hut, noticed a long line of girls waiting outside. He was puzzled, wondering if there was another ceremony or some special event. The girls talked amongst themselves, expressing their eagerness to meet Vikir. One girl mentioned that she had been in line since dawn, while another was glad to be at the front end. A third girl proudly stated that she stayed awake the entire night. 3 girls stood together, discussing the possibility of becoming a commoner based on the results of yesterday's pillage. They speculated that a woman from the village might become Vikir's wife, considering his strength in hunting an ox bear. Just then, Ayan arrived after hunting a deer and scolded the girls for trying to take what belonged to her. She reminded them that she had given him the stew the previous day, and they had no right to claim it as their own. In response, the barbarian girls argued that Ayan should have used it herself and shared some with them. They called her stingy for keeping it all to herself. Ayan, clearly irritated, challenged them to set up their own trap and catch something similar. The girls explained that they had already gone out many times, even to the Empire's border, but found no one else like Vikir. Ayan, with an angry expression, suggested that there might be someone like Vikir in hell. The barbarian girls, frightened by her anger, ran away in fear. Ayan sighed, concerned that the cunning girls might take Vikir away while he was recovering. She fed him the ox bear's meat, so she felt the need to order him to carry out his manly duties. Suddenly, Ayan noticed Vikir standing there and stuttered, trying to hide her intentions. Vikir's face distorted as he realized what he had eaten the previous day. Ayan quickly changed the topic and mentioned that she had heard that last night, her mother had called for a meeting among the elders. She added that Vikir, as the honorable hunter of the pillage, would have the opportunity to request something from her mother during the meeting. She then advised him that when her mother called upon him, he should ask for the thing she was planning to suggest. Inside the matriarch's tent, the elders sat on one side while the young prodigies on the other. Vikir sat on his knees and bowed to the matriarch, greeting her respectfully. The matriarch acknowledged Vikir's accomplishment of catching an ox bear, expressing her gratitude for the good meat she had eaten. Vikir humbly replied that he only did what he had to do. The matriarch smiled and praised him, remarking on his quick recovery rate, which he credited to her care. Vikir observed the matriarch, the night fox, Aquila. He recognized that she was a genius archer who scared the people of the empire, despite leading the Balak tribe with less than 300 members. He saw her as dignified as Hugo, but she was also warm and soft. The matriarch expressed her desire to reward him for his contributions. She announced that due to his actions the previous day, she would change his status. Vikir was no longer considered a slave but a part of the Balak family. At that moment, an elder cleared his throat, and Vikir recalled that some elders were dissatisfied with his status change. Vikir observed the elder and recognized him as Ahuman, the Balak's shaman and Ahun's grandfather. The matriarch stood up and reaffirmed Vikir's new status as an official member of the Balaks. She invited him to share his desires, stating that even though she didn't give birth to him or raise him, she would consider his request as part of the family. She offered him the possibility of choosing a beautiful village maiden as his partner, and she would give her blessing. Alternatively, if he preferred not to have a partner, she was fine with him having a slave. Meanwhile, Ayan made hand signs, reminding Vikir of something she had previously told him. Vikir looked at her and closed his eyes. Vikir then stated that he had one request. The matriarch was intrigued and encouraged him to speak comfortably. Internally, the matriarch wondered why Ayan was signaling so urgently, questioning if she wanted him that badly. Vikir looked at the matriarch with confidence and expressed his desire to bathe in the hero's spring. The room fell silent as everyone present was shocked by his request. Only Ayan had a smile on her face. The matriarch gazed at Vikir with cold eyes, clearly taken aback by his request, and questioned whether he was aware of what he was asking for. Ahuman's voice thundered as he directed his words toward Vikir, his tone dripping with disdain and anger. He questioned Vikir's awareness of the person he was in the presence of and criticized his arrogance. Shifting his attention, Ahuman then turned towards Matriarch and emphasized that only esteemed high-ranked Balak warriors were permitted to access the revered hero's spring. He dismissed Vickers' plea, branding it as insignificant. Hound chimed in, echoing Ahuman's sentiment. He asserted that the hero's spring was exclusive to those who had proven their exceptional might and condemned Vickers for his audacious inquiry. Ayan intervened, speaking up for Vickers and highlighting his previous feat of capturing an ox bear during the pillaging ceremony. The act, according to her, was a testament to Vickers' strength. The matriarch's gaze fell upon Vickers, and she inquired about his understanding of the hero's spring. Fearless and composed, Vickers met her gaze and revealed his knowledge. He knew that Hero's Spring was a revered shrine where only the mightiest Balak warriors were submerged. The spring possessed healing properties, aiding both internal and external injuries through its waters. Vickers also recalled Ayan's insight that access to the spring was reserved for warriors who had made significant contributions. Contemplating Vickers' request, Matriarch grappled with the decision. The first elder expressed hesitation about sending an outsider, a recent commoner, to the shrine. However, the second elder interjected, suggesting that given Vickers' potential, a single visit to the hero's spring could serve as motivation. Debate ensued among the elders. The first elder emphasized the exclusivity of the hero's spring, questioning the idea of allowing anyone to enter. On the other hand, the second elder advocated for showing kindness to Vickers due to his battered state and newfound familial connection. Matriarch's internal struggle was evident as she weighed the options. She desired to grant Vickers' request but acknowledged the lack of a compelling reason. She lamented the opposition from the shaman and the guards, leaving her feeling constrained in her decision-making. As the tension grew, a sudden bell sound interrupted their deliberations, capturing everyone's attention. Vickers' voice cut through the uncertainty as he questioned the origin of the bell, pondering if it signaled the onset of war. Ayan clarified that the sound was an indication of a guest's arrival, ruling out the possibility of a confrontation with the Balaks in their own territory. Matriarch decided to adjourn the discussion, instructing everyone to return to their duties. Ahuman's demeanor shifted as he observed Matriarch's departure, his expression brimming with ire, accompanied by a disapproving sound. As the members of the Balak tribe stood together, Vickers asked Ayan if the group of people before them were the guests they were expecting. Ayan confirmed this, revealing that the newcomers were merchants who brought goods from beyond the forest. The Balak tribe eagerly anticipated their visits. However, Vickers' thoughts were elsewhere. He focused on a symbol on one of the merchants' flags, recognizing it as belonging to the bourgeois family, one of the 7 merchant families. Vickers was perplexed by their presence, considering that their route required crossing either the Baskerville or Morgue family territories, both of which wouldn't likely grant such passage. Vickers mused about the possibility of the bourgeois family having found a way to smuggle themselves through. The head merchant, resembling their leader, addressed the crowd in the Balak language with a cheerful tone. He announced the arrival of the 5-day market and encouraged bartering. The merchants promptly set up their stalls and showcased their wares. One item promoted was a glass orb believed to induce sweet dreams when placed near one's bed. Another merchant drew attention to cosmetics and grains in their collection. Vickers observed the merchants' offerings with a critical eye, noting that they had brought essential goods and food that were distributed throughout the empire. He questioned the disparity in value, considering that they were trading rare forest items for seemingly mundane supplies. He speculated whether the merchants were taking advantage of the Balak's lack of knowledge about current market prices. However, Vickers decided to let the Balaks navigate this on their own to avoid drawing attention to himself. Amid the bustling market, Ayan's voice rang out in frustration, denouncing the unfairness of the deals. She questioned whether it made sense for her to exchange a diamond for corn. Vickers found solace in her reaction, relieved to see someone expressing rational dissatisfaction. Ayan's anger grew as she shouted that she should at least receive 2 corns for this. Ayan smiled as she happily received 2 corns in exchange for a diamond. Vickers couldn't help but feel frustrated by her actions, considering her to be quite hopeless. Amidst the bartering, 3 Balak tribe members engaged in a verbal confrontation with the merchant leader. The first one argued for better terms for trading a pearl clam for radishes, asserting that 2 radishes were the rightful exchange. The second haggled over the quality of cabbage and eventually settled for 1 deer antler. The merchant leader, visibly irritated, relented under the pressure of the Balak warriors' persistence, giving in and offering extra items. This made the Balak members happy, but the merchant leader smirked inwardly, perceiving their celebration as ignorance of the item's true value. Just then, a small girl approached the merchant leader, politely asking for a glass orb. The merchant leader, with a self-assured demeanor, mentioned having many glass orbs and inquired about what the girl had to offer in return. The little girl's face lit up with joy as she proudly displayed a sun larva, referring to it as a rare, delicious, and nutritious treat. She presented it to the merchant leader as an offering. However, the merchant leader's expression twisted into one of disgust as he slapped the girl's hand away, rejecting her offering with revulsion. The sun larva fell to the ground, leaving the girl heartbroken. As the merchant leader began to walk away, he remarked that despite being perceived as a primitive barbarian, she was quite pretty. He considered her attractive enough to fetch a good price as a slave. The girl looked at the sun larva with teary eyes, and suddenly, a hand appeared on her head, trying to console her. Victor looked at the merchant with anger and stated that this trade was invalid. The merchant leader questioned whether Victor understood the imperial language and tried to brush off the incident by saying it was just a misunderstanding. However, Victor cut him off, questioning if he was talking about the intention to sell a Balak child as a slave. Dismissing the merchant's attempts to explain, Victor redirected the conversation and demanded the cancellation of all unfair trades of the day. The merchant leader was baffled, asking Victor to define what he meant by unfair trades. Victor boldly stated that the items were being marked at prices significantly divergent from their current market value. The merchant leader pondered the fact that Victor was the only one who could speak the imperial language. Attempting to assert authority, the merchant leader claimed that the trades were sacred and sanctioned by the Balak shaman, who was seen as a proxy of the forest god. He belittled Victor's interference due to his young age, implying that he shouldn't involve himself in matters beyond his understanding. Victor's words were calculated and sharp as he broke down the actual market values of the items being traded. He revealed that the supposed corn was worth 100 gold each, while the received diamond had a value of around 2 million gold. He further explained the worth of an ox bear horn when crafted into a billiard ball, equivalent to 1 million gold, comparable to a goblin butt mushroom, a newly used medicinal item. The merchant leader was astonished by Victor's precise knowledge of market prices. Victor picked up a glass orb and explained that this glass orb can give you sweet dreams. If you place this next to you, you will certainly be engulfed and only dream sweet dreams. He then disclosed that the orb's surface contained hidden holes that dispensed drugs inducing sweet dreams, which, in reality, was a harmful, cheap substance banned in the Empire due to its adverse effects with prolonged use. He acknowledged the merchant's effective distribution of the drug. Crushing the glass orb in his hand, Victor unveiled their scheme, leaving the merchant leader visibly rattled as their covert actions were exposed. Among the chaos, the merchant leader's friend whispered inquiries about the situation, to which he confirmed that someone had uncovered their secret. Ayan, filled with anger, questioned Victor's previous words, seeking confirmation regarding drug, body, and harm. Victor acknowledged her inquiry, prompting Ayan to turn her wrathful gaze toward the merchant leader. She demanded an explanation, linking the deteriorating health of many people to their actions. The merchant leader recognized the need to retreat from the situation and attempted to downplay the circumstances. However, before he could proceed, an arrow from Ayan's bow found its mark, piercing his shoulder. The merchant leader screamed in pain as Ayan fiercely accused them of fearlessly deceiving the Balaks. The merchant leader's face turned pale, his brow dripping with cold sweat as the pain from his wounded shoulder brought tears to his eyes. His response was a bitter expletive, reflecting his realization of the dire situation. The merchants swiftly mounted their horses, urgently rallying their group as they shouted to gather their belongings and escape. Victor questioned Ayan's decision to let them go without consequences, given the merchant's reputation for avoiding losses. Ayan offered her perspective, comparing their situation to hunting techniques used on beasts in packs. Injuring and releasing them could lead them back to their group, allowing for more strategic confrontation. Meanwhile, the merchant leader, fuming with anger, continued to run, casting a final curse at the Balaks. The merchants eventually reached a camp where a group of mercenaries had set up. With frustration and desperation, the merchant leader ranted about the Balaks stealing their products and rallied the mercenaries for an impending battle. In the quiet of the night, a bird soared through the air, its keen eyes spotting a distant light cutting through the heart of the forest. Descending, the bird perched on someone's hand. Ayan's fierce gaze met the bird's arrival as it landed on her hand. She uttered a chilling declaration that resonated with the anger within her. They had provoked the Balaks, and in her eyes, there was only one way to deal with such a transgression: slaughtering their adversaries. A group of mercenaries moved silently through the dense forest toward their destination in the heart of the night. The leader of the mercenaries turned to the merchant leader accompanying them and addressed him, highlighting the unfortunate looting of his goods by the Balak group. He suggested that mere words wouldn't work with these barbaric raiders and that a more decisive approach, involving their annihilation or enslavement, was necessary. The merchant leader, however, countered that the challenge of defeating the Balax in combat was not to be underestimated. The mercenary leader questioned his decision to hire them if he was so apprehensive, reminding him that they were initially meant to be a backup plan in case things went awry. He then lit a matchstick to ignite his cigarette and elaborated on their agreement to receive a share of the earnings in exchange for providing security, hinting at the possibility of taking spoils if the situation called for it. The merchant leader's response was a moment of silence followed by a reluctant approval of their intent. With the plan to ambush the Balax under the cover of night and unleash a fiery attack, the mercenaries began discussing their approach. As the first mercenary passed the matchstick to his companion to light his own cigarette, a third mercenary chimed in, wanting to use the match as well. This prompted a discussion about battlefield superstitions, where it was asserted that only 2 people should share a match to prevent bad luck. Disregarding the superstition, the third mercenary confidently lit his cigarette. Suddenly, without warning, an arrow struck him in the middle of his forehead, ending his words and his life. Before the other could react, a second arrow found its mark, piercing the head of the companion who had just used the match. The mercenary leader, oblivious to this chaos, continued talking to the merchant leader about his past experiences of capturing and selling barbarians as slaves. However, his sentence was abruptly cut off as a shocking expression of fear spread across the merchant leader's face. An arrow had found its way into the mercenary leader's forehead as well, ending his tale and his life in an instant. The merchant leader urgently shouted as the Balak warriors approached, warning everyone to extinguish their cigarettes. Ayan, standing at a distance, expressed anger and a determination to target only the heads of the enemies to showcase their fearsomeness. Vikir was taken aback and questioned whether the Balak warriors could accurately shoot their arrows using just the light from the mercenaries' cigarettes. Ahan then arrived near Vikir, carrying barrels. He addressed Vikir as a slave, but Vikir corrected him, stating that he was now a commoner. Ahan brushed off his concern, implying that the distinction wasn't worth fussing over. Among the mercenaries, one individual blocked incoming arrows with a shield and issued orders for mages to gather and shield bearers to protect against the arrows. Aura users were told to prepare for a counterattack. Suddenly, a peculiar sight caught their attention. 2 arrows lodged into trees with a wooden barrel suspended between them by ropes. Soon, a barrage of similar combinations of arrows and barrels filled the sky above the mercenary's position. The mercenary exclaimed in shock, realizing that the Balax had launched barrels containing alcohol. However, he quickly grasped another layer of the plan. But before he could react, burning arrows ignited the alcohol-filled barrels, triggering a massive explosion that engulfed the entire area. The mercenaries suffered casualties as they were engulfed in flames, and amidst the chaos, cries rang out, attributing the fire to the Balax. Taking cover behind a tree, the merchant leader contemplated the situation with a shocked expression. He understood that the Balax had tied ropes to the arrows, allowing them to launch oil-filled barrels. He marveled at their unexpected intelligence. Just then, a figure approached him from behind, making rustling sounds. The merchant leader turned towards the newcomer, his fear evident as he accused the person of being a meddlesome Balak. Trembling, he warned that killing him would lead to regret. Desperately, he presented a paper stamped with an official seal, claiming it to be an exploration permit issued by the newly appointed deputy consul from the underdog city. He threatened that the Baskerville family would seek retribution if he was harmed. Vikir was intrigued and questioned if the deputy consul in question was named Vikir. The merchant leader confirmed it, referring to him as the infamous Vikir. Vikir, with his red eyes, calmly replied that he didn't recall granting such a permit. The merchant leader was taken aback and noticed Vikir's changed appearance and deduced his true identity. Before he could finish his sentence, Vikir launched an arrow that swiftly ended his life. He then declared that those who forged the Baskerville seal are to be executed. Ayan arrived on her wolf, urgently shouting at Vikir to flee, addressing him as a slave. Vikir corrected her, reiterating that he was not a slave. Meanwhile, among the mercenaries, they continued to defend against incoming arrows with their shields. To their surprise, they realized that the Balax had ceased their arrow barrage. This change in tactics led them to believe that the Balax lacked confidence in their approach. Encouraged by this, the mercenaries resolved to pursue the retreating Balax, expressing their intent to exact vengeance. Amidst their conversation, a sudden ominous event occurred. Something struck the area where the mercenaries were positioned. Their fear-filled cries echoed through the forest as they encountered a monstrous presence. Ayan turned her attention back to Vikir, acknowledging his strategic prowess and the utilization of fire as a tactic. She noted his transformation into a remarkable Balak. Vikir's response held a hint of humor, implying that he felt the same way whenever he saw Ayan. His gaze shifted to Madame Eightleg's menacing aura, and he remarked that the situation was a disaster. Matriarch's smile graced the scene as she granted permission for Vikir to enter the hero's spring. As she gazed at Vikir, she acknowledged his various achievements, addressing the food shortage, resolving battles without casualties using oil barrels, and uncovering the cause of the Balak warriors' infection caused by cheap drugs. The matriarch placed her hand on his shoulder and expressed her belief that he was a brave warrior. She then pointed out that tonight was a full moon, so she instructed Ayan to lead Vikir to the hero's spring. Ayan got up and responded, "Yes, mother." As they walked, Ayan playfully wrapped her arm around Vikir and commented on how Acumen was remaining silent. She explained that Acumen had previously attributed the warrior's ailments to a curse, and due to his actions, Acumen's words no longer carried weight. Vikir remembered the words of the merchant leader who had spoken of the Balak shaman, the proxy of the forest god, permitting a sacred trade. Vikir gazed at Acumen, contemplating the notion of a curse. Later that night, Vikir immersed himself in the spring, experiencing a profound sense of relaxation. He reflected on the purification of his mana, feeling his broken bones and muscles begin to heal. He recognized that the old shaman's concerns were not unfounded, given the spring's remarkable efficacy. He mused about the efficacy of the spring in comparison to the river Styx at Baskerville, acknowledging its advantage due to the absence of an age limit. Vikir gazed ahead, observing Ayan also in the hero's spring. He mentioned that the spring's efficacy might diminish if she joined him. He pointed out that the matriarch had specified that only he could enter. Ayan dismissed his concern, remarking that true Balaks didn't worry about minor details. She shifted the conversation to express gratitude to Sir Adonai for discovering the hot spring. Vikir inquired about Adonai, prompting Ayan to describe him as the sole individual capable of battling Madame Eightlegs. She emphasized that Adonai was the most formidable warrior in their legends and advised Vikir to respect him. Vikir acknowledged that if Adonai had truly confronted the monster head-on, he deserved respect. Ayan exclaimed that she was telling the truth. She then turned away and muttered her frustration about the difficulties of communicating with outsiders. She recalled her mother's words about Vikir, acknowledging his transition to a commoner, and his positive reputation within the village. Her mother had expressed that with Vikir's recovery using the hero's spring, he had the potential to become the man he was meant to be and wasn't a bad choice for a husband. Ayan blushed as she gazed at Vikir and firmly declared to herself, "Today, I'm going to make Vikir mine." Ayan spoke openly, revealing her knowledge of the merchant's excessive profits and expressing her readiness to take action against them if he hadn't. Vikir responded with a knowing smile, prompting Ayan to protest in embarrassment. She insisted that she genuinely knew about the price difference between diamonds and corn in the empire. Curious, Vikir inquired about the price disparity, and Ayan guessed that 1 diamond might be worth 20 corns. When Vikir remained silent, she quickly revised her estimate to 30 corns. Vikir remarked that her guesses were wrong, and he then revealed to her the number of corns she could get with 1 diamond. Ayan was taken aback by this revelation and exclaimed in shock at the immense number of corn she could exchange for a diamond. She quickly covered her mouth and tried to save face by dismissing her surprise, as if she had known all along. She remarked that the logic within the empire was strange and questioned where they would use that stone. Vikir told her that all that didn't matter. He then offered her a choice between addressing him by his name or as a slave. He emphasized that he didn't like keeping things ambiguous. Ayan considered her options, stood up, and moved closer to him, asking if he didn't like ambiguity. She took hold of his chin, lifting his face, and declared her desire to call him neither slave nor Vikir. She moved her face closer to his and said that what she wanted to call him was. But before she could reveal her preferred name for him, their moment was interrupted by the joyful arrival of some children who jumped into the spring. The children approached Ayan with smiles, addressing her as commander and Vikir as brother Vikir. Ayan was surprised by their sudden appearance and asked how they had managed to get there. But the children ignored her question and enthusiastically invited her to play with them. Meanwhile, Vikir wondered if it was neither his name nor slave, then how did she want to treat him? Ayan exclaimed at the children, calling them rascals and saying that if they entered the spring, its efficacy would be reduced by half. Just then, Vikir reminded her that someone had said that a true Balak wouldn't be stingy with such things. 2 children stood behind Vikir, echoed his sentiment, and playfully called her stingy. Hound stood with the small girls and explained that it was the matriarch's command for the sick children to enter the hero's spring due to the side effects of drugs inflicted by the merchants. Ayan couldn't help but wonder if her mother had intended to make a fool out of her with this situation. Ahan, standing behind Vikir, thanked him for helping her younger sister, and her sister also expressed her gratitude. Ahan then apologized to Vikir for misunderstanding him all this time. Vikir responded with a simple yeah. Ahun shouted in frustration, stating that they were apologizing here, and questioned if that was all Vikir had to say. Vikir responded calmly, stating that Ahun had too much anger in him. Ayan smiled as she looked at Vikir and thought that there was still a lot of time. She called out to Vikir with a warm smile covering her face and cheered for him on becoming an official Balak member. About 2 years later, a punch landed squarely on Ahun's face, causing him to fall to the ground with a painful sound. As Ahun lay on the ground, his attacker, none other than the 17-year-old Vikir van Baskerville, remarked that Ahun was more of a crybaby than he had anticipated. Despite the punch, Ahun was determined and challenged him for another round. Vikir, however, began to walk away and stated that their sparring session had concluded for the day. Ahun accused him of running away, but Vikir simply replied that he was going for a stroll. After Vikir left, Ahun's 2 friends came to his aid and helped him up. Ahun expressed his frustration, describing Vikir as an annoying and monstrous opponent who had become even more formidable after recovering from his injuries. One of Ahun's friends mentioned hearing that Vikir's marksmanship had recently reached a level on par with Commander Ayan. The other friend, however, questioned the comparison, wondering how Vikir could be matched with Commander Ayan. He claimed that he could even make Ahun's nose bleed with a punch. However, Ahun surprised his friends by revealing that Vikir's punch hadn't actually hit him. It had stopped right in front of his face. The friend was shocked and asked if Vikir had made Ahun's nose bleed from the wind's pressure caused by his fist. Vikir was covered in sweat and let out a long breath. He then stated that now he could execute the 6th technique perfectly. He glanced at the wall riddled with enormous holes, proudly stating that he could now perfectly bear the 6th fang. Achieving this level at the age of 17 marked impressive progress, although he acknowledged that there was still a long way to go before mastering the 10th technique. He also possessed 6 mana circles, and with that, he could be regarded as a high-rank graduator. He contemplated the blessings of the River Styx, his demonic sword Beelzebub, and the marksmanship and assassination techniques he had acquired from Balax. With these abilities, he could go up against even the highest-ranked graduator. Vikir remarked that it had already been 2 years since he had set foot in the deep forests. He questioned whether he would be bidding farewell to the Balax once his preparations were complete. Sometime later, Vikir and Ayan were navigating through the forest when Vikir noticed a trail on the ground and identified it as the tracks of the deep forest snake, Mashasu. He emphasized that it was a large and ancient one. Ayan acknowledged this information, and Vikir mentioned that if they were able to catch this snake, it would provide enough food for the village for at least 4 days. Curious, Vikir looked at Ayan, who appeared lost in thought, and asked if she was thinking about something else while they were hunting. Ayan's face flushed, and she hastily denied it. To change the topic, she mentioned that another hunting group had asked her to inquire about something. Vikir regarded her with suspicious eyes, sensing that she might be hiding something. She then revealed a knife and explained that the hunting group had obtained it from an imperialist who had trespassed into the deep forests. She asked him if he knew anything about the emblem on the dagger. Vikir confirmed his knowledge and stated that it was a famous emblem. He knew that the emblem belonged to an extremely famous clan, the Leviathan clan, an incredibly renowned clan that was part of the 7 imperial clans, along with the Baskerville clan. Ayan explained that they had initially suspected the dagger might have belonged to someone from the mercenary group they had massacred 2 years ago. Fortunately, this was not the case. However, something was troubling her. She described how in various locations around the headwaters, they had found traces of a red liquid poured from a glass bottle, left behind by unknown individuals who quickly retreated. The hunting group had managed to capture someone, but that person had ingested a hidden poison and died, leaving behind only the dagger with the Leviathan clan emblem. Ayan hesitated for a moment and then asked Vikir a personal question, whether he wanted to return to his hometown. Vikir, taken aback by this sudden and oddly serious inquiry, asked why she was asking with such a peculiar expression. Ayan responded by expressing her dislike for secrets or lies and implored him to be honest with her. She revealed that another imperialist had recently entered the deep forest, and she believed that Vikir was their target. Vikir was visibly shocked, and Ayan closely observed his reaction. After a moment of silence, Ayan dropped a significant revelation, stating that girl had come to the deep forest. Ayan spoke honestly that 2 years ago when he had confronted Madame up until now, that girl, along with a search party, had gone to investigate the deep forests. Ayan suspected that she was searching for clues about Vikir. Ayan hesitated but eventually asked him a question that had been weighing on her mind. Would he go with this girl? Her thoughts raced as she contemplated his potential response. Would he be angry because she had kept this information hidden until now? What if he agreed to go with the girl? Should she try to prevent him from leaving by invoking the tribe's rules, or would that even work? Just then, Vicar spoke up, stating firmly that he wouldn't go back. Ayan asked if he was speaking the truth, and Vicar affirmed his decision. Her face lit up with a bright smile upon hearing his response, and she expressed her joy by hugging her wolf companion and assuring the wolf that Vicar wasn't leaving. In Vicar's mind, thoughts swirled. He believed that the Empire might not be aware of his survival. He resolved to return once he could perfectly conceal his power from Hugo without drawing any attention. He pondered Ayan's reference to that woman and whether it was Camus Morgue. He wondered if she still remembered that he had saved her life or if her interest was part of a diplomatic event. Observing how the Baskerville clan had granted permission for the Morgue search party to enter the deep forest, Vicar speculated that the alliance between the two families remained strong. He considered whether his death had played a role in forging this bond. With these thoughts in mind, he concluded that he should investigate what was happening outside the deep forest soon. As Vicar and Ayan stood by the river, a sudden, unexpected event unfolded. A massive fish leaped out of the water, leaving both of them in awe and shock. The fish landed on the ground, writhing in pain and making agonizing sounds before ultimately succumbing to its injuries, lying lifeless. Ayan, looking at the fish, questioned if it was a lungfish. She speculated that its leap out of the river might be an indicator of the upcoming rainy season. Judging by its size, she deduced that this year's rainy season could potentially be a lengthy one. However, their attention was soon diverted as Vicar noticed an arrow protruding from inside the lungfish's body. Bewildered, he examined it closely and proceeded to slice open the fish's stomach. To their astonishment, they discovered a human skeleton inside the fish, clutching the very arrow that had struck it. Ayan observed the clothing on the skeleton and wondered if it belonged to a member of the Lakoko tribe. She surmised that, since there were signs of resistance where the arrow had pierced the fish, the person inside must have put up a struggle after being eaten by the lungfish. She remarked that the lungfish was a stupid beast that ate dead things, so she found this situation a little strange. Vicar speculated that perhaps this individual had been severely weakened, to the point where the lungfish mistook them for a corpse. Ayan pondered why such a feeble person would be out hunting in the first place. Vicar suggested that the situation within that person's tribe might be dire, driving them to take such risks. He hinted at something significant occurring deep in the forest and prompted the need for an investigation. As Vicar and Ayan ventured deeper into the forest, they were met with a shocking sight that left Ayan's face contorted in disbelief. Spread before them were numerous lifeless bodies strewn across the forest floor. Ayan, horrified by the grim scene, questioned in disbelief whether all the Lakoko warriors were dead. Vicar, on the other hand, examined one of the deceased bodies and began to piece together the disturbing puzzle. He noted signs of vomiting, diarrhea, and red spots on the corpses. His thoughts raced, and he considered the possibility that this might be related to a deadly disease. Ayan pointed out another strange observation. Despite the time being well past mealtime, there were no signs of fires burning in the Lakoko village. As they continued their exploration, night descended upon the forest. Upon entering the village, Vicar couldn't help but comment on the eerie stillness. There were no signs of life, and the neglected state of the village was evident from the overgrown weeds. Ayan wondered aloud if the Lakoko tribe had relocated, but her inquiry was met with a grim discovery. As she pulled back the curtain of a tent, a swarm of flies emerged, and inside, she found a lifeless body. She urgently called out to him, saying that there was a corpse in front of her. Vicar, too, made a grim discovery on his end, confirming that there was another corpse near him. His mind raced back to a time before his regression when a deadly epidemic known as the Red Death had ravaged the deep forests. This highly contagious disease had affected both barbarians and various species alike. The symptoms of the Red Death included red spots covering the body, accompanied by vomiting, diarrhea, and excruciating pain. Those infected often became crippled and suffered a slow, agonizing death. The infection had spread so rapidly that it even crossed the Empire's border, leaving devastation in its wake. Ayan, overcome with worry, urgently suggested that they needed to leave the place immediately, considering it a curse, a god's curse. Vicar, however, tried to reassure her, stating that it was actually an infectious disease, not a curse. Ayan, still alarmed, believed this made it even more serious. Vicar attempted to calm her, explaining that the disease wasn't extremely contagious. This revelation seemed to offer Ayan some relief as she asked if it truly wasn't a curse. Vicar told her that if she was that scared, she could go back first. Ayan questioned, what if he died because he got cursed? Vicar simply stated that if he were to die, then so be it. Ayan was taken aback and exclaimed that he couldn't just decide to die on his own. Victor concluded that judging from the number of corpses, it appeared that the entire Lakoko tribe had not been wiped out. They must have relocated elsewhere, leaving behind the deceased and the sick. He planned to gather supplies from the Lakoko barracks and advised her to proceed and find a safe place to rest. Ayan looked at him and felt that he really wasn't sensitive at all. However, just as she turned to leave, a sudden shock gripped her. She looked back in fear, and a piercing scream echoed through the forest, reaching Victor's ears and instantly drawing his attention. Ayan lay on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes from sheer horror. When Victor asked what was wrong, she looked ahead in fear and stated that it was the curse. She pointed at a child standing nearby and claimed that the child was cursed, urging Victor to run away. Ayan expressed her intention to follow him if he went ahead. But then she cried out in pain, complaining of leg cramps. Ignoring Ayan's distress, he proceeded toward the child. He knelt down in front of her, observing that she didn't appear to be from the Lakoko tribe and seemed to be around 5 years old. Victor noticed a pile of rocks with a flower nearby, suggesting that she had been mourning someone's death. Victor gently asked the girl who she was. In response, the girl replied with 3 simple words: Lakoko, slave, and kitchen maid. Victor concluded that she had been a slave of the Lakoko tribe. He then inquired about her name. The girl hesitated before revealing her name, Pomerian. Victor was intrigued by her name, which sounded imperial. He wondered if she had been an imperial child captured by the Lakokos. However, his shock was palpable when Pomerian completed her name by saying, La Baskerville. Victor questioned in disbelief what she had just said. Pomerian pointed to herself, her red eyes locked onto Victor's, and she declared that her name was Pomerian La Baskerville. There were 3 middle names within the Baskerville clan. Van was given to those from the extended lineage. Lo was given to the males from the direct lineage. The middle name given to the females from the direct lineage, although not frequently seen as most Baskervilles were males, was La. Pomerian introduced herself as Pomerian La Baskerville, which surprised Victor. He was taken aback because he knew that there weren't many who bore the La middle name in the family. However, his attention was diverted when Ayan pointed out a pendant hanging from Pomerian's neck, which bore the symbol of Victor's clan. Victor caught the pendant, and Pomerian was shocked by this sudden turn of events. As Victor opened the pendant and saw the picture inside, shock was evident on his face. He saw the picture of Hugo inside the pendant. This revelation triggered anger and confusion in him as he wondered why Hugo's image was inside the pendant and why he was there. Pomerian was visibly frightened by this sudden turn of events, and she clutched the pendant's chains in her trembling hands. Victor, consumed by anger and bloodlust, demanded to know who these people were to her. However, Ayan intervened and told him that Pomerian wouldn't respond if he asked her like that, so she advised him to ask the question with a smile. Victor recognized that he had been too emotionally overwhelmed to control his reactions properly. Victor, taking Ayan's advice, looked at Pomerian and realized that she hadn't done anything wrong. Despite his initial shock and anger, he began to consider a more composed approach to understanding the situation. With a smile, Victor gently questioned Pomerian about the people in the photo. Just then, Ayan expressed her surprise at his ability to smile. Pomerian pointed to the picture in the pendant and identified the individuals as her mother, grandmother, and grandfather. Victor's thoughts raced as he tried to make sense of the revelation. He recalled a conversation he had with the butler Barrymore, in which he had shared a surprising revelation about the Baskerville patriarch Hugo. The butler had revealed that Hugo was once a loving family man, deeply devoted to his first wife, Roxana. Although Miss Roxana had passed away, that wasn't the reason why the patriarch had changed. The reason was that the only child of the bloodline that was conceived by the patriarch and Roxana, Miss Penelope, was kidnapped by the barbarians. Patriarch, who was desperate to find her, had taken drastic actions. He volunteered to move to the borders, and the Baskerville clan that lived in the capital moved to La Rouge et Lenoir Mountain, the hideout of the barbarians. Despite Hugo's relentless efforts and sending numerous hounds, there had been no news of Penelope's whereabouts. After that incident, Hugo loathed the barbarians like a madman. He became a cold, killer machine who pursued a life of massacring monsters and barbarians. Victor had just brushed it off because he had thought it was impossible, but the proof that she was alive was right in front of him. Penelope was the daughter of the only woman whom Hugo loved, Roxana, and Penelope's daughter was Pomerian. If his speculation were correct, then Pomerian was Hugo's direct granddaughter. Victor knew that Hugo was someone who loathed the barbarians and used his children as tools, so he couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression Hugo would make when he saw his granddaughter, who was half barbarian, Vikir gently patted Pomerian's head and offered her his support. He could tell that she hadn't been treated well by the Lakoko tribe. With a reassuring smile, he invited her to come with him. Pomerian observed Vikir for a moment and then pointed at him, noting that her mother's hair and eyes were the same as his. Vikir acknowledged that all the Baskerville hounds tended to look alike. He also playfully referred to himself as her uncle. The word uncle seemed to resonate with Pomerian, and she looked at her mother's grave, recalling that she had told her that if she ever saw someone with red eyes, she must follow them. Pomerian grabbed Vikir and expressed her desire to go with him. This was the moment when the two stragglers of the iron-blooded sword clan had crossed paths. The next day, Pomerian exited the tent and asked Vikir where he was going. Vikir explained that he had a meeting to attend, called by the matriarch of the clan. Pomerian ran toward him and stated that she wanted to go with him. She climbed onto his arms, and Vikir couldn't help but wonder if she was scared of being alone. He felt that it was great that she had opened up to him, but realized that looking after a child was harder than he had thought. As he carried her on his back and contemplated their future, he knew that he couldn't raise her in the Balak's village. He had to find a safe place far from Hugo's reach but still within the bounds of the Empire's civilization. Vikir looked at Pomerian, peacefully sleeping on his back, and made a decision to seek assistance from Chihuahua. He planned to leave the forest and eventually make their way to the city. Inside the matriarch's tent, a sense of urgency hung in the air as the matriarch herself wore a serious expression and inquired about the infectious disease that was spreading among their people. Addressing the gathered members, she expressed her concern, noting that the rainy season was approaching. She emphasized that if the disease were still present during the rainy season, the damage done would be even more lethal. The shaman, however, argued that it wasn't a disease but a curse and suggested performing a large ritual to lift it. Ayan had a different perspective, firmly stating that it couldn't be a curse, and advocated for an immediate relocation of the village to escape the spreading affliction. The elders countered this idea, emphasizing the importance of their sacred land where the ashes of their ancestors rested. They insisted that abandoning their ancestral home was not an option, as it had been their place of residence for 2 centuries. Ayan's group passionately argued that prioritizing the graves of their ancestors over the safety of their future generations was untenable. They pointed out the grim reality that the disease could continue to spread, especially among the children. The shaman's group continued to insist on the curse theory, believing that the ancestors were angered due to the neglect of their graves. Ayan's group, on the other hand, contended that the illness might be caused by consuming strange mushrooms or a contagious bug. With emotions running high and the community divided, they turned to the matriarch for a decision. However, the matriarch herself was uncertain about how to proceed in this complex and potentially life-threatening situation. Vikir sat quietly in the back of the meeting, his thoughts focused on the dire situation they faced with the Red Death. The Red Death was an infectious disease comparable to the historical Black Death that had once ravaged the Empire. He recalled the key figures who had helped the Empire combat the disease: Camus from the Morg clan, who had cast a protective firewall to contain the disease's spread, and Dolores, a powerful saintess from Quo Vadis who had used her divine powers to purify the disease. However, these treatments were restricted to the Empire, and most of the barbarians who lived in the La Rouge et La Noire mountains had perished. However, this crisis had been favorable for the Baskerville clan. With the disappearance of the barbarians, an influx of low-ranked monsters had disrupted the forest's ecosystem, leading to an increase in civilian casualties. The Baskerville clan, who protected the borders, received support from the Empire to combat the monster threat and began to subjugate the monsters. In the end, they were successful in protecting the border, and it became an opportunity for Hugo to further strengthen his political position. Vikir, however, was determined not to let Hugo gain further influence through this crisis. Suddenly, Vikir raised his hand and captured the matriarch's attention. With confidence, he announced that he knew a way to stop the Red Death. A goblin was tied upside down with ropes and submerged in a large water pot. After a few moments, the barbarians pulled the goblin out, and they observed red spots rapidly appearing on the goblin's body. Realizing that the goblin had contracted the dreaded Red Death, they promptly threw it into a fire to prevent the potential spread of the infection. Ayan turned to Vikir and mentioned that all the goblins they had submerged in the infected water had indeed contracted the Red Death, confirming his previous warnings. She then inquired if the Red Death could truly be transmitted through water. Vikir confirmed this, stating that the infected water was a significant source of the infection, but reassured that boiling the water should eliminate the problem. Ayan, looking at 3 tied goblins, sought clarification from him regarding the safety of boiled water. They decided to conduct an experiment by placing a goblin in boiling water. However, when the goblin was pulled out, it was lifeless. Ayan pointed to the deceased goblin, indicating the immediate fatality. Vikir advised her to try placing the goblin in cold water. Ayan recognized her mistake and acknowledged his suggestion. Soon they subsequently placed 2 goblins in water that had been cooled after boiling, and nothing harmful happened to them. The barbarians observed this outcome and concluded that they had found a way to combat the Red Death, believing that water was the answer. Another barbarian inquired if drinking boiled water could prevent infection. The matriarch approached Vikir and expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that she could see hope thanks to his efforts. Vikir, however, remained cautious, reminding everyone that the Red Death could not enter their eyes or any mucous membranes, but could be transmitted through the respiratory system. He urged them to exercise caution, especially when the fog was present at dawn. Ayan glanced at the shaman and sarcastically mentioned someone had once referred to Red Death as a curse. The shaman, visibly annoyed, responded, questioning the idea of avoiding water entirely, especially with the rainy season approaching. Vikir acknowledged that what he said was true. When the rain comes, there will be an overflow of water from the river, and the air will become humid. There will be limitations to the methods of how they boil water and wash up, as they go according to the preventative measures. So he proposed a drastic solution, relocating the village. This suggestion shocked the shaman, who reminded him that he had already told him that they couldn't leave the place where their ancestors lay. He questioned if Vikir was ignoring the word of the Council of Elders. However, Vikir confidently revealed that there was a method that would allow them to stay within Balak territory without the need to relocate. As the rainy season approached the La Rouge et La Noire mountain, the river flooded, transforming the once flat lands into vast torrents of swampy terrain. Deep within the forest, the torrential rain was an unprecedented event, even for the elderly, and it resulted in the flooding of everything within the deep forests. Everything, that is, except for the Balak village. 2 barbarians exerted their full strength, pulling a rope tightly, while the one in front urged them to pull harder and tie it securely. These barbarians stood on opposite high grounds, working to construct a bridge between 2 platforms within the village. One side instructed the other to raise the fence and stabilize it to prevent it from collapsing. Soon, the bridge was completed, and it provided a means of moving between the many houses built on top of the huge trees. One of the barbarians marveled, noting that even with so much rain, the village hadn't flooded. Another barbarian credited Vikir for this accomplishment, stating that it was all thanks to him. They shouted in gratitude, thanking Vikir for his wisdom. Vikir, in his thoughts, acknowledged the fortune of having many tall trees within the Balak territory, enabling them to endure the rainy season. Pomerian crawled out of a hut and expressed her desire to be with him. However, Vikir suddenly noticed something approaching 2 barbarians who were waving at him. He shouted a warning, realizing the danger. Just then, a massive catfish leaped out of the water, attempting to devour the unsuspecting barbarians. They noticed the threat too late and let out fearful screams. However, an arrow struck the catfish, sending it flying back into the water. It was Ayan who had shot the arrow, and she sternly told the catfish to get lost, cursing it for its attempted attack. Vikir asked Ayan if the catfish was the Mashasu. She explained that this particular catfish had been known as the king of this area for dozens of years, and they called it Ka. Suddenly, the catfish collided with the platform where the barbarians were standing, causing them to start falling. Vikir, displaying determination, leaped toward the catfish and vowed to correct its habit of destroying their hard-built homes. His hand began to glow red, and soon, Beelzebub emerged from his hand. Vikir launched an attack, employing the Baskerville 6 technique, 6 lurking ambushes. The attack hit the catfish, causing it to emit a painful scream. It quickly retreated back into the water and swam away. The 2 barbarians who had fallen managed to grab hold of a tree trunk and were safe. Other barbarians, witnessing Vikir's successful defense, praised him for chasing Ka away, acknowledging how many times he had come to their rescue. They hailed him as the hero of the Balaks. The shaman, however, clicked his tongue in annoyance upon seeing Vikir being praised. Ahun, who stood nearby, wore a troubled expression. On the other side, Ayan raised her thumb in approval and acknowledged that Vikir had passed. As night descended, inside Vikir's hut, Pomerian enjoyed the food that Vikir had prepared. However, she wasn't alone. Ayan also joined in, and both of them wore blissful expressions as they ate. Pomerian complimented her uncle on the delicious food, and Ayan agreed, praising Vikir's cooking skills. Vikir, somewhat surprised by Ayan's presence, remarked that he didn't recall inviting her to his house. Ayan explained that she couldn't resist the enticing aroma of the food. Vikir humorously responded that he hadn't prepared her share. Ayan cheekily retorted, stating that what belonged to the slave belonged to the master, playfully asserting her right to share his meal. Victor insisted that he was not a slave, but she countered, telling him not to pay attention to her. Pomerian, who had been observing their banter, made an innocent remark, suggesting that Victor and Ayan seemed like a married couple. Ayan blushed and hugged Pomerian, calling her cute, and Pomerian reciprocated with a smile. Victor couldn't help but wonder when they had become so close. Just then, a wave of cold air reached him, prompting him to turn toward the door with a questioning look, and he noticed a figure standing there. Ayan, with a hint of anger, asked the newcomer about the reason for his visit, addressing him as Ahun. Ahun stood in the rain, tears filling his eyes. He explained that he had come here looking for Victor because he believed it might be possible, given his history of saving the village multiple times. Then, he made a heartfelt plea to Victor, asking him to save his little sister. At night, heavy rain poured down relentlessly, casting a solitary glow inside the tent. Within its confines, a young girl lay on a bed, her body marked with red bruises, her breathing labored. Victor, Ayan, and Ahun stood around her, deeply concerned for her well-being. Victor broke the silence and asked when it all began. Ahun explained that it had started yesterday when she ventured into the swamp while they were gathering wood for construction. Ayan chimed in, describing Ahul as a kind-hearted child who always helped others. She then asked him if he knew how to cure her. Just then, an unexpected guest entered the tent with a disapproving grunt. They turned around and saw that this guest was Ahuman, the shaman and Ahun's grandfather. He chastised Ahul for going around and not listening to his words. He then told Ahun that what goes around comes around, and this is what happens when he listens to the words of an imperial spy bastard. Ahun tried to defend her sister and Victor, but the shaman's anger flared, and he slapped Ahun, berating him for being useless and likening him to his parents. The shaman made it clear that he believed this affliction was a curse from a god and could only be resolved by carrying out an ancestral rite. He urged Ahun not to tarnish the Balak's reputation by succumbing to the imperialists. As he departed, he mentioned that since things had come to this, the matriarch would likely permit the ritual. Ayan expressed frustration with the shaman's actions, while Ahun stood in silence, tears streaming down his face. In this tense moment, Victor finally spoke up and revealed that if they were looking for a treatment, he knew about one method. Victor turned to Ahun and issued his instructions urgently. He instructed him to sanitize the furniture Ahul used with boiling water, and to burn charcoal in the bonfire to clear the area of bugs and bats. Their goal was to create a clean environment to aid her recovery and buy some time in her battle against the disease. Victor then looked at him and asked if he could carry out these tasks. Ahun wiped away his tears and agreed to carry out these tasks. Ayan approached Victor, her worry evident in her voice as she asked if he could truly save Ahul. Victor affirmed his intention but stressed that he would need her assistance. Ayan was determined to help and eagerly inquired what she could do. Victor gazed at her and revealed his plan. He requested that she guide him out of the deep forest so he could obtain medicine to treat the infection. Ayan exclaimed and voiced her concerns, pointing out that even if he had been acknowledged as a member of the Balaks, there were conditions for venturing into a foreign land. Moreover, she doubted that her principled mother would permit such a departure. Victor agreed that the principal matriarch would most likely give up on Ahul, but if the people present here kept it a secret, he could slip out and return without anyone knowing he had left. He locked eyes with Ayan and questioned if she would let him go. Ayan was taken aback by the question, and she hesitated. She tried to respond, but no words came out of her mouth. As the rain continued to pour, the forest was gradually submerged in water, and the flowing water covered everything in its path. Victor leaped over makeshift planks that floated in the water as he pressed on. However, he suddenly sensed something and came to a halt, glancing back at Ayan, who stood there, seemingly determined. Victor questioned her, asking why she was following him when she had agreed to let him go. Ayan, in a determined tone, suggested going together, but Victor expressed concern that she might hinder his progress. She persisted and asked him to at least tell her about his destination, but he refused to do that. She then questioned him about why he was taking Pomerian with him, and Victor fell silent after hearing this question. Ayan looked down, revealing that she had noticed his unique abilities, such as the sword emerging from his arm and his knowledge of Red Death, but she had never inquired about them. She reminisced about all her memories with Victor and realized that from the first time they met, she knew she would always yield to him. She couldn't ask Victor about anything because she was afraid that he would disappear once he told her the answers to her questions. She avoided eye contact, looked down, and said that she just wanted him to answer one thing. She then asked Victor if he would come back, right? She closed her eyes and awaited his response, afraid that he would say he would not come back. Her eyes fluttered open as Victor's voice reached her ears, saying that he would come back. Ayan looked ahead, but Victor had already left, and she softly muttered that he'd better keep his promise. In the Deputy Council office of Underdog City, General Secretary Chihuahua sat at his desk, surrounded by paperwork that seemed never-ending. He expressed his frustration, remarking on how the numbers never seemed to decrease, no matter how much work he completed. Walking over to the window, he reminisced about better times when the Deputy Consul was present. He still remembered that even though the work was tiring, it was enjoyable. He still couldn't believe that the Deputy Consul was dead. His face reflected sadness as he muttered how much he missed him. Suddenly, Victor's face appeared before him, hanging upside down outside the window, and he asked if he had called him. This unexpected appearance startled Chihuahua, and he looked at Victor with a questioning expression, trying to comprehend the surreal situation. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as panic set in, but somehow he managed to keep his mouth shut. Victor landed at the window and with a faint smile asked, "How have you been, General Secretary Chihuahua?" As Victor calmly sipped his tea, Chihuahua began to question whether Victor had encountered a monstrous entity from the deep forest, had suffered a severe injury, and had been in the company of barbarians. Victor calmly affirmed the details. Chihuahua then changed the topic and, with a hint of disbelief, sought clarification. He wanted to know if Victor was, indeed, a living being and not a ghost. Victor chuckled at his lingering shock and questioned if that was the reason he had been shocked for so long. He then looked at him and said that he was still the same Secretary General. However, when Chihuahua gazed at Victor for a moment, his emotions overwhelmed him, and tears welled up in his eyes. He expressed his relief at Victor's survival. Then, he turned his attention to Pomeranian and questioned the identity of the child who bore a striking resemblance to Victor. He wondered aloud if she might be the offspring of Victor and a barbarian. Victor, recognizing the need for clarification, explained that their similar appearances were due to their shared bloodline but insisted it wasn't what Chihuahua was thinking. Chihuahua wiped away his tears and pondered the situation. He was now even more curious about the circumstances. Victor then entrusted Chihuahua with the care of Pomeranian during his absence, emphasizing the importance of providing her with a basic education. Chihuahua readily accepted the responsibility, noting that it had been a while since he had received an order from Victor, and he assured Victor that he would handle it. However, Victor expressed concern about Chihuahua handling the affairs of Underdog City alone, and suggested seeking assistance from Cindy Wendy Sen Mes Imaginero if needed. Chihuahua recalled that Cindy Wendy was the criminal whom Victor had released 2 years ago during a plea deal, but he had no idea how to locate her, so he inquired of Victor about it. Victor questioned if he remembered the time when he was in the office and had given 10 billion to a girl. Chihuahua remembered that he had given it to a flower girl named Judy. Victor explained that since no one was supporting her, approaching her would be easy. Therefore, he believed that Cindy Wendy must have gone with Judy. He then told Chihuahua that if Cindy Wendy didn't cooperate, he should inform her that he was alive. He believed that she was indebted to him and would likely assist. Chihuahua smiled and assured him that he understood and would carry out the task. He then asked when Victor would be returning. Victor gave a faint smile and replied that he would come back once he had completed his mission. He then thought that he still had a promise to fulfill. Victor contemplated that treating Ahil's Red Death could be done quickly with a single drop of holy water from a certain clan. Meanwhile, Pomeranian woke up and began playing with Chihuahua's beard. Victor, standing near the window, determined his course of action. He had decided to go to the religious and holy Quo Vadis clan. At the city gate, 2 guards were posted. Suddenly, they noticed something approaching the gate and promptly crossed their spears to block the path. Soon, a carriage arrived near the gate, and the guards announced their intention to carry out a quick inspection. Turning their attention to the carriage driver, they recognized him as Sir Joseph, the manager of the oil shop on the first floor. They inquired about the contents of his carriage, and Joseph presented a document stating that it contained oil as specified in his import permit. One of the guards approached the carriage and requested to inspect its contents. Joseph, who was familiar with this checkpoint, expressed his frustration, asking if there was a need for such checks given his frequent visits. The guard explained that formalities were important as per the higher-ups' instructions and began selecting a barrel to open. Joseph, in a state of worry, hoped the guard wouldn't choose a specific barrel. However, the guard decided to open that very barrel, and Joseph's anxiety was palpable. The guard opened the barrel and found only oil inside, declaring it to be fine. He then returned to his post and allowed Joseph to pass. As Joseph entered the city, the guards welcomed him to St. Mecca. He continued on his way and arrived at a silent and uncrowded street. Glancing back at the oil barrels, he spoke to them, indicating that it was safe to come out. Suddenly, a dent appeared on the metal top of the barrel that the guard had inspected earlier. Joseph's face became covered in cold sweat as he watched the top of the barrel fall to the ground, and a figure emerged from the barrel, covered in oil and wearing a crow mask. Joseph hesitated before asking if he could leave now, believing that he had fulfilled his promise of getting the mysterious figure inside St. Mecca. The crowman simply replied, "Wait," causing Joseph to tense up. The crowman then handed him a bag, mentioning that it contained the ox-bear canine he had promised. Joseph stammered and expressed his thanks. He remained still as the crowman walked away into a dark alley and disappeared. After the crowman had left, Joseph expressed his surprise at how he had submerged himself in oil for 2 hours. He couldn't help but question whether the crowman was not a human after all. The crowman stood atop a high tower and gazed down at the city below. He then removed his mask, revealing himself to be none other than Vikir. Taking a deep breath, he remarked on the unusual experience of being submerged for such a long time, comparing it to his past encounter with the river Styx, where he had been submerged for 7 minutes. He then declared the success of his infiltration into the Quo Vadis territory. St. Mecca was the central city of the Quo Vadis clan, boasting a population of 160,000 people. Due to the strong influence of the church, both sexual desires and greed were heavily restricted. Even if gold lay on the ground, the citizens would walk past it. These conscientious citizens were dedicated to maintaining order and public peace, and they strictly abided by the rules. Just then, a bell rang, and he looked up at the bell ringing above him. Vikir then recalled that when the bell rang, it triggered a strange ritual where people stopped walking and began to pray. On the street, people dressed in white clothes stood still with their eyes closed as they prayed. Vikir maneuvered through the motionless crowd, going unnoticed, and couldn't help but question how they could live such suffocating lives. As night fell, Vikir found himself near a well and reached into his jacket's inner pocket. He retrieved a glass bottle and poured its contents into the well. What he was pouring into the well was the Red Death's infectious bacteria, which resided in Ahul's blood, sweat, and tears. It was a highly contagious plague, and he knew that people would become infected immediately upon exposure to it. Although it was an extreme method, the situation was very urgent, and every minute and second was precious. Additionally, being a religious and holy territory, he expected that the authorities would respond promptly to ensure the safety of the population before any casualties occurred. Suddenly, 3 children approached Vikir from behind, curious about his presence by the well. Vikir didn't immediately turn around, but one of the children remarked that there was a suspicious person by the well. Another child suggested they should leave as he appeared dangerous. Vikir then turned to face them, his gaze sending a chill down their spines. The children who met his eyes were paralyzed with fear. Vikir spoke, cautioning them about the well and declaring it cursed. He warned them that those who drank from it would not escape death's grasp and implored them to heed his words. The terrified children immediately started running away, shouting in panic. They believed Vikir was a ghost who had placed a curse on the well. As they fled, they vowed never to drink from it. Once the children were out of sight, Vikir felt satisfied, as he believed they wouldn't drink from the well again. He then threw a dagger near the well and claimed it was a weapon left behind by the Leviathan clan, renowned for their deadly poisons. Vikir deduced that the Leviathan clan was probably responsible for spreading the Red Death in the deep forest. Vikir knew that the religiously holy Quo Vadis clan and the poison-wielding Leviathan clan didn't have a good relationship for a long time. So, he anticipated that a huge fight would soon break out between them because of this incident. Vikir smirked and declared that his preparations were now complete. Vikir then remarked that it was almost time for the holy water to be poured, so he decided to pay Saintess Dollars a visit. Moonlight bathed the grand mansion, casting an ethereal glow on the scene. Outside, a large crowd had amassed, all yearning for a glimpse of the rumored Saintess residing within. The voices of the people melded together, expressing their desires to meet the Saintess and seek her miraculous healing. Their pleas echoed through the still night, reaching the mansion's door where the Saintess was rumored to be present. Responding to the clamor, a voice resonated from behind the door, questioning the lateness of their visit. The people recognized it as the Saintess's voice, causing a wave of excitement to ripple through the crowd. Individuals from the gathering stepped forward one by one, highlighting their prestigious backgrounds and substantial wealth in an attempt to persuade the Saintess to open her doors. A young man presented himself as the Lord of the Doorsmile region, emphasizing his status as the eldest son of the Jonathan clan. known for dispatching soldiers. He also mentioned his position as the son-in-law of the Alphonse clan. Following him, another young man boasted about his role as the overseer of the Ipsen Guild Association, responsible for managing the bourgeois family's exports. Additionally, he revealed his honorable service as a knight under Count Bastontrier Le Baskerville for 2 years. Lastly, an older man, seeking treatment, proposed a generous reward, including the entirety of his productive granary, a beachfront villa on the southern shore, and exclusive carriages. However, the Saintess remained unmoved, expressing her doubts about whether their status or wealth alone warranted her opening the gates at such an hour. With her firm refusal, she urged the crowd to depart. The people, understanding her decision, dispersed quietly. Yet, amid the thinning crowd, one figure remained rooted in place, separating himself from the others. It was Victor, donning a crow mask, an enigmatic presence in the moonlit night. Lost in thought, Victor remembered that before he had regressed, he had often seen the Saintess on the front lines of the battlefield. He had seen her covered in blood, desperately tending to the injured. Her once white clothes were now stained in crimson, and her divine powers continued to glow. The Saintess he knew detested the allure of money and power. Just then, the Saintess's voice reached him, inquiring about his identity and purpose. Victor knelt outside the door and replied that he was just a young lamb who had lost his way. Silence followed his words, but he maintained his position outside the door. After a while, the door opened, and a brilliant golden radiance spilled out. Bathed in this light, Victor heard the Saintess invite him inside. As he entered, he found the entire hall bathed in bright lights, with an indoor water fountain featuring an angelic statue at its center. The Saintess's voice emanated from the fountain, asking how he had lost his way. Victor questioned himself if the Saintess was not going to personally meet him, but upon considering the situation, he realized that she had no reason to meet someone dressed as suspiciously as he was. Placing a leather pouch on the fountain's edge, he explained his purpose. He had come to report the epidemic spreading in the slums and had brought water from their well, contaminated with wicked energy. He believed that if she possessed divinity, she could detect this malevolence. The statue remained silent for a moment, and then, with a sudden exclamation, the Saintess accused him of lying. Footsteps echoed through the chamber as night started to pour into the room, assembling on a higher level than where Victor stood. The situation was becoming increasingly tense. The leader of the knights observed that Victor's speech was rather aggressive for a young lamb who had lost its way, and in a cold tone, he inquired about his identity. Victor remained silent, but in his thoughts, he recognized him as Pietro Quo Vadis, an old comrade from his previous life. Pietro was a man known for his unwavering dedication to justice, even if it meant being more ruthless than demons. The interrogation techniques he had used on 7 young masters in the underdog city were taught to him by Pietro. Victor finally spoke, expressing his surprise at seeing him here. Pietro, however, appeared perplexed by this comment. He acknowledged hearing about Victor's report on the epidemic but found his attire suspicious. He demanded that Victor remove his mask and show some courtesy before meeting the Saintess. However, Victor was unwilling to remove his gas mask and turned to leave, stating that his task of reporting was complete and that he would take his leave. As he moved to depart, an object flew toward him, narrowly grazing his mask. Pietro held an open book in his hand and declared that he couldn't allow a suspicious person to leave. Victor realized that the object Pietro had attacked him with was a page from a book infused with divine power. He couldn't help but marvel at Pietro's use of such unconventional weapons. Pietro leaped down from the upper floor and landed directly in front of him. He accused Victor of carrying water pouches tainted with wicked energy, implying that he might be responsible for spreading the epidemic. Victor swiftly defended himself, questioning why he would come to report it if he were the culprit. Pietro, however, remained skeptical, proposing that it could be a tactic to lure the Saintess out. In his thoughts, Victor admitted that every word Pietro said was true. Then, Pietro initiated an attack, using the pages from his book as weapons, aiming to apprehend him for further questioning. However, Victor was not one to be easily subdued. He swiftly started dodging the incoming attacks by jumping from one position to another. He considered using his aura but hesitated, fearing that it might reveal his identity as a Baskerville. Just then, he found an opportunity and used the wall to propel himself downward towards him. He then unleashed a powerful kick, but Pietro swiftly countered by raising his arm guard, which was topped with his book, to block the attack. The force of his kick caused the ground beneath Pietro to crack. Pietro looked at him with amazement. It felt like a boulder had fallen on top of him. He couldn't imagine how such strength was coming from Victor's small physique. Victor wasted no time and used his other leg to push him back and propel himself away. He reflected on a skill he had acquired 2 years ago after defeating the ox bear, the 600 kg stability, which he had just employed for the first time, and found it to be quite effective. As soon as Victor landed back on the ground, he charged straight at Pietro, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Pietro used his book as a shield to block the assault, but he soon realized that the situation was turning against him. Victor, no longer holding back, employed the Cerberus flame, launching a fiery attack at him. The flames quickly caught onto the book, spreading to Pietro's hands. Agonized, he threw the burning book away and plunged his hands into the flowing water of the fountain, attempting to ease the searing pain. Victor calmly asked if he wanted to continue, but Pietro was unable to give an answer. However, in the next moment, Pietro charged straight at Victor and accused him of being irreligious for using sorcery. He declared that he couldn't let him go. In response, Victor swiftly kicked the burning book that Pietro had thrown, sending it flying straight at his face. Pietro was taken aback as his vision was momentarily blocked by the book. Seizing the opportunity, Victor capitalized on the momentum and delivered a powerful, full-force punch straight to his chest. The impact was formidable, causing cracks to appear in his armor. Moments later, he was sent hurtling back, his armor shattered into pieces as he crashed into the fountain statue. Breaking past the fountain, he slammed into the wall, coughing up blood. The knights standing above were in a state of utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. One of them questioned whether they were merely dreaming, while another insisted that it was impossible for Sir Pietro to have been defeated. Amidst the confusion, a few knights quickly surrounded Pietro, their shields and swords raised, prepared to face Victor. Victor, reluctant to escalate the confrontation further, addressed the knights, indicating his willingness to continue if they desired. However, his words were cut short by the arrival of the Saintess, who commanded everyone to stop. She took a moment to observe Victor before addressing him directly, inquiring if he was the lost young lamb. Victor recognized her as Saintess Dolores and confirmed his identity. The Saintess remarked that he resembled more of a puppy than a lamb, a small puppy covered in injuries. A knight interjected, proclaiming that Victor was not a puppy but a blood-crazed wolf. However, the Saintess disregarded the comment and instructed him to bring tea. Confused by the request, the knight sought clarification, only to be ignored as the Saintess started walking away. Her gaze remained fixed on Victor as she expressed her intention to speak with him. Victor and Saintess sat facing each other at a tea table. Pietro stood behind Saintess, his gaze fixed on him. Victor estimated her age to be around 16 and recalled her full name, Saintess Dolores Lunquo Vadis. Victor remembered that during the war against demons, she treated patients on the front lines and saved countless lives. She was a living example of benevolence. During the time of ruin, every martial master who encountered her, including himself, held her in high regard. The Saintess broke the silence and expressed her recent stress, catching Victor off guard. With a questioning gaze, he listened as she revealed that she had been enrolled in the Imperial Academy, Colosseo. Currently, it was the holidays, so she was taking a break from her studies and handling family affairs. Victor was taken aback, wondering why they were suddenly engaged in such mundane conversation. Saintess, looking out of the window, described the relentless demands on her time, with nobles and merchants seeking her services at all hours. She lamented that the cases she encountered were often related to the aftermath of narcotics or sexually transmitted infections, with no severe illnesses to speak of. Taking a sip of her tea, she mused about the irony of how people often failed to see the broader principles of justice, righteousness, benevolence, and equality, instead focusing on immediate needs. In response, Victor stated, "Theology is essentially the process of understanding humans, so it's inevitable." Saintess looked at him and stated the source of the verse, the Old Testament, Asmoser, chapter 6, verse 9, expressing surprise that someone who knows such ancient passages exists. Victor remained silent for a moment and then turned the conversation into a pressing matter. He revealed the existence of an epidemic that had taken hold in the slums of St. Mecca. Saintess asked if the information was accurate, and Victor presented a pouch containing the infected water that he personally collected from a well in the slums. Saintess gazed at him intently and inquired whether he was truly not involved in the incident. Victor, with confidence, questioned whether he would have come forward on his own if he were involved. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that suspicion might be unavoidable, so he started contemplating his next move. As Victor began to raise his hand, Pietro, alert to his movement, swiftly positioned himself in front of the Saintess, urgently instructing her to take cover. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Victor extended his hand, which was enveloped in a radiant golden glow. He then declared that he disliked harming innocent people, especially since this place was his hometown. Saintess and Pietro were visibly astonished by this, and Saintess recognized that Vicar was using divine power. Saintess couldn't contain her astonishment and questioned if he was a believer of Lun. Vicar, maintaining his composure, asked if they were willing to listen to him now. He recounted witnessing suspicious individuals pouring liquid from a glass bottle into the slum's waters, unequivocally identifying them as the culprits behind the epidemic. Saintess, visibly taken aback by his revelations, queried about the motives of the perpetrators. Vicar posited that the criminals likely sought the downfall of the Quo Vadis family and the advantages that would come with it. Retrieving a map, he laid it out on the table, pointing to 2 locations as he explained his reasoning. He singled out the deadly and poisonous Leviathan clan and the conglomerate bourgeois family as the primary beneficiaries of the epidemic. Vicar explained how the Leviathan clan would use the epidemic as an opportunity to collect samples from numerous patients for research purposes. Moreover, once the divine Quo Vadis family falls, it would work in favor of the Leviathan family, who are hostile toward them. Regarding the bourgeois family, he explained that valuables don't disappear during an epidemic. With the demise of laborers, landowners will face bankruptcy. Amid the presence of vacant fields, factories, and stores, the bourgeois family will diversify their real estate holdings and venture into a new business. In his mind, the culprits behind the spreading of the Red Death were undoubtedly the despicable Leviathan group, while the cooperative bourgeois merchants were complicit in the scheme for their own gains. The natives of the deep forests were being used as convenient scapegoats, allowing both factions to benefit from their devious plan. After outlining his hypothesis, he noticed the stunned expressions of Pietro and Saintess as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. Saintess's mind raced with the plausibility of his explanations. She couldn't help but wonder how someone who could predict future incidents so accurately could exist. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Just who on earth are you?" Vicar responded cryptically, suggesting they could call him Night Bloodhound. Saintess found the name slightly ominous, and Pietro remarked that it was blasphemous to choose a name so fitting to his attire. She acknowledged that everything that Night Hound had said was quite possible. She made a decision and told Pietro that they needed to visit the slums to investigate the epidemic further and report the situation to her father. Pietro readily agreed to her plan. Vicar observed the Saintess's resolve and thought to himself that meeting her was fortunate, knowing that things would now progress swiftly. Meanwhile, Saintess looked at Vicar and wondered why the man who had defeated the unrivaled Sir Pietro and the holy knights looked so small and pitiful. She observed him and detected the semblance of a beast exuding from his soul, the scent of blood, oil, and steel, along with violence and pent-up anger, the color of hatred. But deep within this whirlpool of numerous emotions lies immense sadness. Lost in a whirlpool of conflicting emotions, Saintess couldn't help but question the true nature of this enigmatic figure. In the church building within the slum area, the sisters greeted Saintess with relief as she arrived. One of the sisters, tears in her eyes, implored Saintess to save them from the horrific epidemic that had struck their community. Saintess was visibly shocked as she gazed upon the epidemic-infected individuals lying before her. She couldn't help but acknowledge the accuracy of Night Bloodhound's information. Vicar observed the afflicted people and felt a sense of regret for involving civilians due to the lack of time, although he was grateful that there were no children among them. He wondered if the fear he had instilled in the children at the well had worked to protect them. Realizing that they were in the initial stages of the disease, he had no choice but to leave the rest to Saintess. She, in turn, addressed the patients with compassion, assuring them that God Lun's most sublime love would heal them all. She began to pray, invoking the light of her life and the fire of her soul. She beseeched her sins and her soul to bear witness to the pitiful congregation that had gathered there. A tear rolled down her cheek, and as it met the ground, a golden radiance emanated from her, spreading through the room and eventually seeping out through the windows and doors of the church. The miraculous power of the Saintess manifested as an old man who had been panting heavily, with red marks covering his body. Suddenly, he experienced a stabilization in his breathing, and the red marks began to disappear. The sisters were astonished and joyfully exclaimed that he had been healed. Multiple others were also experiencing the same miraculous recovery. They showered the Saintess with gratitude. Meanwhile, Vicar watched the Saintess with an intent gaze and recognized the incredible power she possessed. He realized the need to bring the miracle of holy water to the forest. Saintess Dollars perched upon a study table, the gentle glow of a lit candle casting an ethereal light around her. Her focused gaze was fixated on a map before her, her hand deftly marking certain areas with precise intention. Contemplation consumed her as she acknowledged that treating patients with divine power was only a temporary measure, and she couldn't prevent new cases from arising. She attributed the emergence of these new cases to an infected source hidden somewhere within the slums. A glass tube positioned on her table drew her attention next. After examining the bodily fluid extracted from an infected individual, she recognized that it had a very short incubation period and it took a very long time for the infected person to die. Its malignancy caused the infected person to endure prolonged pain. Dolores understood that to completely stop the infection, she needed to focus and purify the deepest well. She envisioned the possibility of generating a drop by concentrating her divine power. A sudden wave of realization interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to exhale deeply. She rose from her seat and affirmed that this wasn't the time for her to lose herself in contemplation. She reminded herself that she should go and treat one more person. However, the next moment Dolores was struck by a sharp headache, causing her to falter. Clutching the edge of the table, she steadied herself, averting an untimely fall. Concern crept into her mind as she pondered over the possibility of anemia, wondering if it was a consequence of exerting too much divine power. Despite the physical strain, she gathered her strength, preparing to depart from the room with unwavering determination. With a steadfast resolve, she affirmed her commitment to alleviate the agonizing pain experienced by her patients as swiftly as possible. As Saintess Dolores emerged from her room, she was met by a group of 3 men who had evidently been attempting to win her favor. One of them joyously exclaimed her arrival, addressing her as Saintess and expressing their readiness to accompany her. Intrigued, Dolores inquired about their presence. One of the men eagerly responded, asserting that they had come to offer their assistance to her. Their voices resonated with a genuine desire to support her. They continued, expressing their concern for her well-being, emphasizing their inability to leave such a noble lady alone in a low and dirty place. The men proudly announced their gesture of bringing 3 wagons filled with donations and emergency relief, all the while humorously suggesting that the recipients had won the jackpot that day. However, an underlying mockery seeped into their words, raising questions about whether their excessive aid might undermine the slum dwellers' self-sufficiency. Amid their well-intentioned facade, Saintess Dolores discerned their true motives. She walked serenely past them as the trio declared their intentions to follow her, stating that it was a gentleman's duty to protect a lady. The men pledged their allegiance to her, suggesting that their actions had conveyed their true intent. With a gentle smile, Saintess assured them that she entrusted the task to their capable hands. Seeing this, their faces flushed with excitement, and their hearts skipped a beat in her presence. However, as time passed, the 3 nobles displayed expressions of disgust, struggling to contain their urge to vomit. The pungent smell of the camp, where the priests were tending to those afflicted with the epidemic, had overwhelmed them. They lamented the unpleasant odor and lamented the possibility of their expensive limited edition shoes being tarnished. One of them implored the priests to treat him first, while another fretted about the risk of becoming infected himself. The old noble demanded that the clutter be cleared immediately, expressing an urgent need to depart. Observing the noble's reactions, Saintess remained composed, foreseeing the inevitable outcome of their visit. She mused that it was blasphemous to approach a relief area with ulterior motives. She couldn't help but ponder whether they understood that empathy for the sick was the only essential requirement. For her, the embodiment of godly grace and love lay in absolute and pure altruism, in dogmatic sacrifice, in the voluntary spirit, in kindness, and in tenderness. Her gaze shifted toward another tent, emanating an ominous aura of dark energy. Anticipating the looming horrors within, she recognized that this was where the most critical patients were gathered. Among the sick and the clergy, everyone here would be in pain. Saintess moved toward the tent resolutely and silently sought forgiveness for not being present earlier. Bracing herself, she drew the curtain and declared her intentions to help since she was there now. However, she was met with a jolt of shock as a commanding voice pierced the air, urgently demanding the arrival of more saline. A priest stood in astonishment behind the doctor, witnessing the incredible scene unfolding before him. He found the doctor's method of treatment to be impossible, as according to his knowledge, only divine power should work on epidemic infections. He then marveled at the long hours the doctor had spent tending to these patients by himself. The doctor made a small incision in the infected area with his clinical knife, and then applied divine power by touching the wound with his 2 fingers. Miraculously, the wound immediately healed under his touch, and to the priest's amazement, the infection vanished as well. Contemplating the method employed by the doctor, the priest surmised that instead of merely blessing the skin, The doctor was enabling the direct flow of divine power into the infected area. This sparked a new possibility within the priest, making him realize that he, too, might be able to focus and utilize divine power in a similar manner. The saintess, closely observing the scene, recognized the doctor as the Night Hound, who was none other than Vicar in disguise. After curing the patient's infected area, Vicar administered some medicine to aid in the recovery. The saintess regarded him with awe, acknowledging his exceptional skill in both medicine and the use of divine power. With solemn determination, Vicar placed both his hands on the patient's chest and channeled divine power into the afflicted body. He knew that typically divine power was a cleric's prayer reaching a god, which God accepted and transformed into power for the cleric. The quantity of divine power bestowed upon an individual depended on their level of devotion to God, and the amount of divine power was directly proportional to the effort required to perform a miracle. 1 divine power equated to 1 miracle, while 10 divine powers could generate 10 miracles. However, Vicar knew of a method that allowed one to perform 10 miracles with 1 divine power, and 100 miracles with 10 divine powers. Vicar's thoughts delved into the turbulent past as he recalled the time of the fall when an overwhelming number of monsters assailed them, and the number of patients lying before the clerics had surpassed even the count of the monsters. The clerics had realized that the amount of divine power they possessed would not be enough to stop the disaster. The decision made by God, due to the desperation and faltering faith of the clerics, was to alter the equation used to perform miracles. The clerics now embraced a philosophy: take measures now and deal with the consequences later, perform miracles first, and address the aftermath afterward. It was a strange phenomenon where they could muster all the divine power they needed, even if the divine power they needed came with interest. People referred to this phenomenon as advanced divine power. Furthermore, it was a time when slaying monsters was deemed an act of faith. Therefore, even non-clerics could use advanced divine power by vanquishing monsters. Because of this, Vicar, who possessed a soul that had accumulated karmic energy from the past, was able to harness divine power within a divine region. Just then, a distressed little girl sat near her ailing mother and burst into tears, crying out for her mommy. Vicar, having completed the treatment of the previous patient, approached the little girl with gentle reassurance and promised to help her mother recover soon. He then handed her a gold coin and acknowledged that her mother was not only sick but also suffering from severe malnutrition. So he advised her to use the coin for food, firewood, and nursing her mother. The priest, who witnessed it all, intervened and mentioned that materialistic assistance was not permitted as monetary demands were endless. He expressed concern that if Vicar did that, he might end up giving all his money to them. In response, Vicar posed a philosophical query, probing the nature of endlessness and the concept of limitless demands. Perplexed, the priest struggled to comprehend the depth of his question. After hearing no response, Vicar continued and stated that there was a limit to how much money was in his pocket, so he could give all he had to the needy without repercussions. He paused for a moment as he gazed upon the sick mother, and then he apologized. Observing this exchange, Saintess Dolores wondered if he had just said he was sorry. She then questioned what he was sorry for and why he was apologizing, recalling Vicar's earlier statement about theology being an exploration of human understanding. She connected the dots, considering the possible reasons behind his apology. She wondered if his reason was perhaps the same as her own, because, like herself, he too felt remorse for not being able to treat more people. Suddenly, her heartbeat intensified and a loud thump escaped her chest. Saintess Dolores was merely a 16-year-old girl, young and inexperienced. However, at that moment, Dolores' heart started racing for the mysterious man standing before her. After attending to the victims of the epidemic, Vicar sat outside, exhausted. He let out a weary breath and lifted his mask momentarily to take a sip of water. His respite was short-lived as he noticed Saintess Dolores approaching. Acting quickly, he lowered his mask and inquired about her well-being. Saintess settled beside him and asked if she could have a moment to talk. Vicar granted her request, saying that he didn't mind. She expressed her gratitude for his assistance and acknowledged that they had managed to treat all the casualties with his help. Vicar modestly replied that he had merely done what was necessary. Saintess smiled and remarked that she knew he would say that. An awkward silence followed as they had nothing to talk about. Saintess broke the silence, clutching her clothes as she confessed her inner turmoil. She argued that a strong person like him should have been born with divine power. She then honestly mentioned how she had been fortunate to be born with divine power, but lamented the weakness of her body, mind, and faith. She questioned why God had chosen a weak person like her to be a saintess. She argued that there were so many other people who had strong faith even though they weren't born with divine power. Once again, she pondered why God had bestowed upon her the overwhelming title of a saintess. Vickers' response shocked her as he said that the very fact that she was in anguish and guilt was the reason why God had chosen her. A smile appeared on his face as he emphasized that what the world needed was a light that could penetrate even the darkest and most ferocious places. Tears welled up in Saintess Dollar's eyes as she sought reassurance, questioning whether she could become the person who could embody those words. Vickers' response was gentle yet firm, assuring her that she would indeed be able to fulfill that role. The outcome of gathering the Quo Vadis family's clergy in one area for prayer was that all processes involved in the creation of holy water were successful. The result was a divine essence that could purify all those infected within the slums with just 1 drop. 3 drops of the concentrated holy water were produced and carefully stored. The name given to these drops was Pliny de la Verge, also known as Saintess Tyr. Amid a grand hall, Saintess sat, facing a podium that held a box containing the 3 small empty glass bottles. Initiating her prayer, a radiant divine light began to swirl around the hall. Her voice resonated through the space as she chanted, drawing attention to the woman who had the unique privilege of nurturing God's only son. She spoke of the sleepless nights filled with anguish and her heart's inability to keep pace with the profound sorrow she experienced. She proclaimed the day as the most painful and sorrowful for her. As Saintess concluded her prayer, the divine light descended upon the podium, enveloping it in an ethereal glow. Sometime later, holy knights appeared before her, carrying a box containing the 3 Saintess tears. The holy knight closed the box, expressing gratitude for her efforts, and assured her that they would store it securely in the basement's safe. Saintess Dolores entrusted them with the task, and as they departed, she found herself contemplating her next course of action. A priest stood solemnly before a statue of the goddess, engaged in prayer. Meanwhile, Saintess approached him from behind, addressing him respectfully as father and indicating her intention to report something about the Red Death. The priest called her his fairy and his daughter and told her to come closer. Saintess humbly acknowledged the order and walked towards him. The priest, Cardinal of the Lune Church, Humbert Lun Quo Vadis, placed his hand on her shoulder and with a warm smile commended her for the generous offering she had made this time. Recognizing that it was expected of his daughter, Saintess humbly accepted his praise and acknowledged his generosity. Cardinal implored her to share the details, and Saintess began by outlining their plan to utilize their newly created Saintess Tyr to cleanse the water flowing beneath Saint Mecca. In response, Cardinal inquired if she had found the source of the infection. Saintess confirmed this and mentioned that it originated from an unregistered well in the slums. She further added that children had testified that a spirit had cursed the well. According to their investigation, the well was severely infected, and they had also found a glass bottle that the criminal used to store and spread the infection. She then presented suspicious objects that were discovered during their investigation. Cardinal looked at the dagger and an emblem placed on the cloth, questioning where they had found these items. Saintess explained that they had discovered them near the well. Cardinal's gaze turned icy as he recognized the emblems of both Leviathan and Bourgeois engraved on the objects. This confirmed their collaboration in creating an artificial virus. A surge of aura engulfed him as he expressed his disdain for those who dared to insult divinity. His words echoed with righteous fury as he declared a holy war against these despicable poison addicts and misers. Saintess maintained her composure despite Cardinal's intense anger, but her demeanor shifted drastically when he mentioned the Night Hound and deemed him suspicious. In a commanding tone, Cardinal demanded that the Night Hound be captured immediately and forced to confess to every detail of his involvement. However, Saintess abruptly interjected, raising her voice to state that the Night Hound was innocent. Taken aback by her outburst, Cardinal regarded her with a questioning look. Saintess fervently argued that the Night Hound had devoted his efforts to treating the infected, emphasizing that his actions had prevented any casualties. She was resolute in her belief that he couldn't possibly be evil. Cardinal then acknowledged that he knew what was going on, but Saintess wore a confused look on her face after hearing this. Cardinal raised his hand toward the sky and remarked that it was all Night Hound's fault for his daughter, who had never gone against him, to utter those words to him, so he decided to personally interrogate him. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged around him that caused Saintess to cry out. Soon, a radiant beam of light shot skyward from his hand. The beam trailed up in the sky and then illuminated the entire city in a brilliant divine aura. Cardinal, with an air of finality, declared to Saintess that it was meaningless for her to oppose him, as he had already dispatched the paladins to pursue the Night Hound. In an inn where Vicar had been staying for the past few days, a group of holy knights had gathered outside his room. Communicating through sign language, they strategized their next course of action. With determined resolve, one of the knights forcefully kicked open the door, accusing the Night Hound of being a suspect in the outbreak of the Red Death. However, their words hung in the air, echoing in the empty room as they stood there in shock, realizing that their target was not even there in the first place. Meanwhile, at the location of Saintess Dolores and Cardinal, a priest hurriedly approached them. His voice was filled with urgency as he mentioned that something bad had happened. Cardinal remained calm and questioned him about what had gone wrong. The priest hesitated for a moment and then delivered the distressing news that one of the Saintess tears had disappeared from the basement safe. A bead of sweat trickled down Saintess's face as she pondered if this was the reason Night Hound had come here. Unbeknownst to them, Vicar stood atop one of the city wall watchtowers. He looked down at the Saintess tear in his hand with a smile. After sealing the pouch, he whispered his thanks for this gift. A few moments later, the figure of Vicar standing on the watchtower dissolved into the shadows. Ayan found herself at the precipice of a cliff, bow in hand, facing the menacing presence of a Cerberus. The creature, adorned with arrows, growled ominously. A barbarian, situated behind the Cerberus, shouted in an attempt to divert its attention. But the beast pressed forward toward Ayan, causing her to retreat instinctively. As she stepped backward, the ground beneath her betrayed her, giving way. Losing her balance, she tumbled backward from the edge of the cliff. Plunging downward, she broke through the tree branches in her descent. None proved sufficient to halt her fall, and with a final impact, she landed on the ground below. As Ayan regained consciousness, she heard some voices, but she couldn't decipher their meaning. She struggled to open her eyes, and when she managed to do so, her gaze was met with the sight of two men standing before her. One observed her condition, while the other wore a greedy smile. It became evident that this duo belonged to a merchant group transporting supplies. The discovery of Ayan, injured and prone on the ground, had seemingly interrupted their journey. At an indeterminate time later, Ayan, visibly nervous, gripped a sword tightly in her hand. Behind her stood a confining wooden wall, offering no escape. A raucous crowd, masked and exuberant, cheered loudly, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Facing Ayan was her opponent, a robust man adorned with battle scars, a sinister smile on his face as he menacingly clacked his fingers, signaling the imminent clash. The air buzzed with tension as the battle commenced, the man charging at her with a thunderous shout, exuding confidence in his imminent victory. Despite her fear, Ayan displayed agility, evading his attack with a swift jump and retaliating with a slash of her sword, leaving a small wound on his shoulder. To her dismay, her opponent, seemingly unfazed, seized her midair by the leg and hurled her forcefully towards the wooden barrier. Ayan collided with the unforgiving wall, blood spraying from her mouth as pain surged through her body, tears welling in her eyes. The observers, hidden behind their masks, erupted in boisterous laughter, finding intense pleasure in the unfolding spectacle of the brutal battle. Her struggle against her formidable adversary was now a source of cruel entertainment for the masked onlookers. Ayan lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face, defeated and broken. Her opponent reveled in his triumph, letting out a victorious shout that reverberated through the arena. In this moment of despair, the silhouette of her mother and family materialized before her, a glimmer of hope amid darkness. Summoning every ounce of strength, Ayan resolved to rise. As she struggled to stand, the attention of the observers shifted back to her. The sight of her defiance captured their interest, and murmurs about her future began to circulate among the onlookers. Finally, Ayan managed to stand, drawing lines on her face with soil covered in blood. Unafraid and fueled by an inner fire, she gazed ahead at her opponent. The arena crackled with anticipation as observers licked their lips, savoring the prospect of an intense battle about to unfold. Now standing tall, Ayan prepared to face her adversary once more, unwavering in her determination to defy the odds. The air buzzed with tension as the stage was set for the next chapter in this brutal spectacle. Some years had passed, and Ayan found herself imprisoned behind steel bars, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness. Even the images of her family, once a source of strength, had blurred into a distant memory. Overwhelmed, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the crushing weight of despair. Amid this bleakness, a sudden noise jolted her back to awareness. As her eyes opened, she discovered a glass tube with remnants of elixir lying before her. She recoiled in shock, fear gripping her as she noticed a figure standing before her. This figure was none other than Vicar. He opened her cage door and, in the rough language of the barbarians, instructed her to go. Reality shifted abruptly, and Ayan awoke from this distressing dream with tears covering her eyes. The matriarch looked at her daughter lying on her lap and inquired if she had experienced a nightmare. She then told Ayan that she kept looking for Vicar in her sleep. But the dream was not the only torment haunting her. With a heavy breath and a voice laden with pain, she confided in her mother about the worsening agony. Her chest ached, her body burned, and the sensation that her heart had dried up enveloped her. In a voice weighed down by despair, she questioned if she was afflicted with the Red Death. The pain was so overwhelming that it caused her to regret being born into this world. The matriarch sought to comfort her, gently placing her hand on Ayan's and recounting a tale. A long time ago, she and Ayan's father buried a small seed in the ground. Ayan's father planted the seed, while she watered it every day. Not long after, the seed sprouted, and after several months, it became a healthy and beautiful flower. Subsequently, they harvested the flowers, extracted the sap, and smoked it. They experienced euphoria and had fun, and that was how Ayan came into this world. However, due to her father committing a misdeed, he faced execution at the hands of her grandfather. Ayan, grappling with her deteriorating health, expressed her distress. In response, the matriarch, with a gentle smile, reminded her of the unpredictability of life and the need to endure its challenges. She reassured Ayan, urging her to wait for Vikir's return, convinced that he would find a solution to treat the infection. However, Ayan, in her despondency, rejected the comfort, stating her belief that Vikir wouldn't come back. Just then, a sudden shout from outside shattered the somber atmosphere. The exclamation revealed that Vikir had returned, bringing with him the much-needed medicine. The matriarch's face brightened with a smile as she reassured Ayan, pointing to the truth she had foreseen. However, when she looked down to share her joy with her daughter, she found that Ayan had already bolted outside. The matriarch appeared a bit annoyed and couldn't help but question whether Ayan truly had the Red Death. Meanwhile, fueled by a mixture of desperation and hope, Ayan ran at full speed, her thoughts racing back to the time when Vikir had helped her escape a life of slavery. The moment she witnessed Vikir standing boldly against Madame Eight Legs, she realized that facing one's fears head-on was a powerful force. It was Vikir's example that gave her the strength to stand back up, transcending the depths of her own fears and pain. Finally, Ayan arrived in the midst of the gathered barbarians. Her eyes soon fell on Vikir, who stood before her. Vikir expressed surprise upon seeing her, as he had heard from the warriors that she had contracted the Red Death. However, Ayan didn't respond with words. Instead, propelled by a rush of emotions, she leaped at him with full force, enveloping him in a tight hug. The impact sent Vikir flying backward, crashing to the ground, but she held on to him steadfastly. Vikir questioned her actions, stating that her fervent hug might have broken his back if he hadn't used mana. He then questioned how she could have such force when she had Red Death. Ayan simply stated that as soon as she heard he had returned, her body felt lighter. Confused but relieved, he inquired about her well-being, and Ayan reassured him that she was fine. Vikir then asked if she was just pretending to be fine, to which she nodded in agreement. Ayan then smiled with genuine happiness and welcomed him back. Vikir reciprocated her sentiment, saying, "I'm back." In the confines of a tent, Ahul lay sick on a bed, her condition evidently grave. By her side sat Vikir, and a group of barbarians stood in the background, concerned expressions etched on their faces. Vikir, determined to aid Ahul, retrieved a pouch and began to open it. A brilliant golden radiance emanated from the pouch as he held up the Saintess tear in his hand. The golden light cascaded onto Ahul, who was laboring under heavy breaths. To the surprise of everyone present, the red spots on her body started vanishing. The barbarians erupted in exclamations, marveling at the disappearance of Ahul's affliction. The potent light from Vikir's offering had seemingly eradicated the Red Death. Their awe was palpable as they acknowledged him as the bringer of the cure. Vikir inquired about the number of patients they had, and Ayan reported that, including Ahul, there were around 30. Vikir then asked about the situation of other tribes, and Ayan revealed that the situation was really bad. Many other tribes were on the brink of annihilation. Vikir estimated that there should be around 10,000 affected individuals, and he urged her to tell other tribes to gather the sick. Ayan, expressing concern and questioning if there were large quantities of the cure, Vikir assured her that there was an ample supply of the cure, and they could use this opportunity to showcase their capabilities to other tribes. Barbarians, overwhelmed by his deeds, exclaimed in admiration and hailed him as amazing. Vikir focused on practical matters and shifted his attention to another issue. He spoke of a swamp monster named Ka, disclosing that he had defeated it during his journey. Instructing the barbarians to retrieve the monster for sustenance, awe filled the air once again. The barbarians couldn't help but feel that Vikir was truly amazing, realizing they couldn't even compare to him. Vikir redirected attention to the immediate task at hand and urged the tribes to gather around the river catchment area, signaling the need for a swift response. After some time, the diverse barbarian tribes gathered near a river, with Vikir prominently positioned at the forefront. Holding the Saintess tear, Vikir poured it into the river, and from the point of contact, a radiant wave of golden light emanated. Soon, this golden light flowed throughout the entire river, casting a resplendent glow that bathed the surrounding forest. Addressing the tribe leaders, Vicar revealed that all they needed to do was drink the water. The infected individuals, afflicted by the Red Death, began to partake, assisted by others when necessary. Laughter and joy echoed through the air as some marveled at the lightness they felt, while others exclaimed that the Red Death had disappeared, celebrating their newfound lease on life. Turning to the matriarch, Vicar explained that the purification process was extending from the catchment area, assuring her that the bacteria would soon vanish. The matriarch, impressed by his deeds, suggested appointing him as the tribe's shaman. Vicar, however, began to decline the offer when suddenly, the ground shook as someone slammed their foot down, causing a crack to appear. All eyes turned toward the source, revealing one of the tribe leaders. With a thunderous voice, he posed a question to the people of the deep forest. What's the name of the hero who purified the forest? In response, the barbarians responded with a rhythmic chant, pounding their feet on the ground and proclaiming Vicar's name. A member of the Balak tribe inquired about the person who saved their family, and the resounding response was Vicar's name. The leader of the third tribe then questioned who brought a bright tomorrow for the deep forest, and once again, the resounding reply was the chanting of Vicar's name. The atmosphere resonated with the acknowledgement and gratitude of the tribes. A chorus of voices united in acclaim for the individual who had brought healing and hope to their home. In the mind of Vicar, the actions of the deadly Poison clan had inadvertently turned into an advantageous situation. The Baskerville clan, known for their dominance over the La Rouge et La Noire mountain, were pioneers and conquerors, but they harbored a deep-seated rivalry with the natives of the mountain. Vicar, contemplating this, couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Winning over the mountain natives, thanks to the situation created by the Poison clan, seemed like an opportunity to deal a significant blow to the entire Baskerville clan, especially Hugo. Just as he was plotting his next moves, the matriarch announced the commencement of a festival. However, Vicar interjected, signaling that there was one more critical task at hand. Both the matriarch and Ian regarded him with questioning looks. Vicar clarified his intention, emphasizing the need to identify and locate the individual responsible for spreading poison in the forest. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, another man reveled in his sinister thoughts. He felt that a lot of time had passed, so everyone should have been infected by now. He blamed the Imperial Brat for the current predicament, as he wouldn't have struck a deal with the Imperial Druggies if not for him. However, soon he smirked, confident that by infecting everyone and later providing the antidote, he would become the revered savior of the tribe. Ahuman reveled in his devious plan, pleased with the idea of infecting his own granddaughter, Ahul, as a masterstroke of deception. Ahuman, having emerged from the cave and rejoined the village, was met with a disconcerting reality. The villagers were bustling with activity, working happily, contrary to his expectations. Confusion gripped him as he questioned how everyone appeared fine, despite his belief that they were on the brink of suffering due to the Red Death. He had seen them gasping for air just before he commenced the ancestral rite. His bewilderment deepened as he observed Ahul, his granddaughter, cheerfully cooking food. This sight contradicted his assumptions, leading him to wonder what was happening. Driven by disbelief, Ahuman rushed toward the river, hoping to find an explanation. As he reached the riverbank, he was confronted with a startling revelation. The water was remarkably clean, allowing him to see his reflection. This raised more questions. How are the fish in the river alive? Has the river been purified, and how has the water become even clearer? Despair etched across his face. Ahuman grappled with the inexplicable turn of events. Just as the weight of his realization settled in, Vicar materialized behind him, commenting casually on the river's clarity. Startled, Ahuman recoiled and, in frustration, referred to him as an imperial bastard. Internally, he wondered when Vicar had arrived. But his shock was further intensified when he discovered that Vicar wasn't alone. A group of barbarians accompanied him. Vicar looked at Ahuman and realized that, as he had suspected, he was the culprit behind the spread of the Red Death in the forest. He then recalled that before his regression, there was a time when stories of an old man in the forest and his misdeeds were circulating. It was a horrible story of a man who had spread an infection within his tribe due to his desire to become a hero. However, in the end, he failed to cure it and ended up causing the death of most of his tribespeople. Meanwhile, Ahuman's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the situation. He refused to believe that Vicar could be aware of his devious plans. He tried to divert attention and address the gathering sarcastically, asking if everyone had come to greet the old shaman. The matriarch, however, stepped forward, questioning him about the completion of the ceremony. With feigned confidence, Ahuman asserted that the infection would soon disappear. The matriarch shared information about a war in the empire caused by the Red Death. The primary reason for this conflict was the discovery that the infection had been artificially created and deliberately spread. However, she found the whole situation perplexing, as there wasn't any connection between the Imperial clan and the deep forest, so this infection should not have spread in the deep forest. Ahuman, with a hesitant voice, claimed ignorance, stating that he had only come after performing the rite for the tribe's recovery. Noticing Ahuman's evasive responses, the matriarch questioned why he had come to the catchment area instead of the village. Her gaze shifted to Vikir, acknowledging that Ahuman had indeed arrived in the catchment area, thus validating his earlier statement. However, Ahuman didn't understand what both of them were talking about. The matriarch then turned back to Ahumna and said to Vikir that they should now see if whatever he had said next was also correct or not. Ahuman, now sweating profusely, couldn't help but nervously ask her about what they were talking about. The matriarch recalled Vikir's earlier assertion that Ahuman intended to use this incident to become the tribe's hero, ensuring he would definitively have the Red Death cure on him. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from the matriarch, causing Ahuman to tense up. She then demanded to see what was in his pouch. Vikir's mind revisited a conversation he had with Ayan some time ago, seeking insights into Ahuman's past. Ayan began unraveling the enigma of Ahuman's origins. Ahuman wasn't a native Balak. His birth and background were shrouded in mystery. Long ago, he had arrived as a slave under the dominion of the existing shaman. However, destiny took a dramatic turn when he killed the shaman plotting a coup d'etat and stole his sorcerer powers. Due to his contribution in thwarting the coup, he was elevated from a slave to a shaman. Subsequently, in order to assimilate into the Balak community, he undertook various tasks, including the unpleasant duty of cleaning up excrement. He bore the responsibility for all menial tasks within the village and even served as bait for dangerous prey during hunts. It was only as he aged, his hair turning gray, that he finally gained acknowledgement and respect within the society. In the present, as Vikir observed Ahuman, he pondered whether the aging shaman desired the privileges he had been denied in his youth. He suspected that Ahuman had overstepped the matriarch's authority in an attempt to seize control of the entire forest. The matriarch, her expression filled with anger, confronted Ahuman, demanding to see his pouch. Ahuman, visibly shaken, explained that the pouch contained flour he had saved to consume after a ceremony. As he attempted to retrieve the pouch, a mishap occurred. The pouch slipped from his grasp and tumbled into the river. Soon, the contents dissolved into the water. Ahuman, in shock, exclaimed that the old man had hand tremors, which resulted in the accidental loss of the pouch in the river. Simultaneously, the matriarch acknowledged Vikir's earlier suspicions, expressing disbelief that he would throw the pouch into the river. Vikir remarked that now they could no longer reveal the content of his pouch using the same method. Ahuman, in a fit of anger, denied having an antidote and stated that accusing him implied he was the one who had spread poison throughout the forest. He pointed an accusatory finger at Vikir, urging the matriarch to punish him for framing the honorable shaman. The matriarch agreed with his statement that you cannot frame someone without evidence. Since he believed he was innocent, she promised to protect his honor and pride. Ahuman smirked, confident that without evidence, even the matriarch would not be able to punish him. He felt untouchable. However, his confidence waned when the matriarch ordered an Iliad. An Iliad was a Balak tradition that served as a resolution for conflicts when opinions couldn't align. The victor of the Iliad was deemed competent, and the loser faced the consequences of incompetence. Ahun addressed Ahuman as grandfather and remarked that he had always emphasized the importance of tradition. The Iliad was also a tradition of Balaks, so Ahun asked him to demonstrate how to protect their traditions. Ahuman cursed him internally, but he reluctantly agreed, scheduling the Iliad for 4 days from now, during the night of the full moon. Vikir, however, challenged the time frame, asserting that tradition dictated that the recipient of the Iliad request determine the day. He then revealed his cunning plan, admitting that evidence and verification were meaningless. Cornering him into a situation where he had no choice but to request an Iliad was all part of his plan. Vikir smiled slyly and suggested initiating the Iliad immediately. Near the summit of the mountain, the Balak tribe gathered to witness the Iliad. The matriarch, presiding over the proceedings, declared the commencement of the Iliad within the warriors' circle, warning that those attempting to flee would face merciless execution by the warriors. Behind her was the warriors' mountain, housing the graves of ancestors, and since their ancestors were watching, any indecency would not be forgiven. She invoked the ancestors' judgment to decide the victor, urging the Balak warriors to prove their righteousness. Ayan, with a smile on her face, shouted encouragement to Vikir, requesting him to secure victory with a single attack. The sentiment was echoed by other members of the tribe, chanting his name. Meanwhile, Ahuman, frustrated by the apparent lack of support, bit his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall to the ground. He believed that everyone would stop chanting his name once he won, as weapons weren't the only things one could use in an Iliad. Soon, 3 skeletons emerged from the ground, and Ahuman ordered them to watch his blind spots and notify him of Vikir's movements. Armed with a bow and arrow, Ahuman smirked, confident that it was impossible for Vikir, who had only been here for 2 years, to beat someone like him, who had spent 7 years in the forest. There was no way Vikir could be more familiar with the terrain. All he needed to do was wait for Vikir to show himself, and he would shoot an arrow right through him. Unbeknownst to him, Vikir had already arrived and was hanging upside down from a tree branch behind him. Vikir pondered the utility of the silent heal skill acquired from killing the master of the swamp. It was a Mushasu skill that allowed him to silently target his prey's openings. He appreciated its ability to eliminate distracting sounds, making it particularly useful for assassins. Observing Ahuman's use of necromancy, he speculated on the possibility of him originating from Lakoko, a tribe of shamans. However, such details held little consequence for his overall strategy. With calculated precision, Vikir descended from the tree amidst the skeletons. His hand moved at an astonishing speed, leaving red slashes in its wake as the skeletons crumbled to pieces. Unaware of this swift action, Ahuman maintained a smirk, believing that Vikir was paralyzed by fear. However, in an instant, Vikir materialized behind Ahuman, thrusting Beelzebub into his chest. Ahuman, bewildered and coughing, questioned the sudden turn of events. He hadn't even heard any footsteps on the fallen leaves. With a push, Vikir sent him sprawling to the ground, his eyes vacant. Retracting Beelzebub, Vikir stood victorious. Ayan rushed towards him, elated by the outcome. The surrounding barbarians, shocked by the swiftness of the confrontation, acknowledged the instant decision. One noted that the ancestors had deemed Ahuman's words unworthy of consideration. The Iliad had reached its swift and definitive conclusion, leaving the mountain's summit in a stunned silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ahuman, writhing in pain on the ground, struggled with the burning sensation of his wound. Fearful of death, memories of enduring a shameful past to survive within the Balax flooded his thoughts. Unfairness overwhelmed him as he looked at Vikir, nursing a deep resentment for the things he believed were rightfully his. The Balak tribe, Lakoko, everyone who had scorned him seemed to bear the blame in his anguished perspective. Vikir, contemplating the ongoing suffering, turned to Ahun, suggesting that ending Ahuman's pain might be a merciful option. However, Ahun refused to deliver the mercy since he had almost lost Ahul because of the Red Death. Even though Ahuman was his grandfather, he could not forgive him and stated that a coward deserved to be in pain and wasn't worth pitying. Unbeknownst to everyone, Ahuman, at death's door, was drawing something on the ground with his own blood. As he neared completion, a purple aura emanated from the ancestor's grave, and the coffin's door creaked open. Simultaneously, the sky and ground were enveloped in a dark and eerie purple energy, catching the attention of everyone present. The sudden change in atmosphere raised alarm among the witnesses. They questioned the ominous energy emanating from the grave, with Ahun, in particular, displaying shock on his face as he observed his grandfather's cryptic actions. Vikir, registering the shock on Ahun's face, turned to see Ahuman on the ground. He was surprised to witness him moving, considering that he had surely stabbed his lungs. Barbarians nearby expressed their anger at Ahuman, accusing him of meddling with the grave and risking the wrath of the ancestors. Ahuman, now with purple eyes and an ominous aura, laughed and questioned whether he should truly be the one to fear the ancestors. Sensing something amiss, Vikir sprinted towards Ahuman, urgently shouting that they needed to kill him immediately. Just as Vikir reached him, an explosion occurred, pushing him back. With a worried expression, Vikir questioned himself if he was too late. Ayan, who arrived behind him, was shocked to see the source of the blast, an arrow covered in dark energy. Ahuman gazed towards a figure on the mountain and declared that, since they wished to defer the decision to the ancestors, it was now time for the great ancestors' judgment. Atop the mountain stood an undead woman wielding a bow. The message unveiled her identity as the Death Knight, with a risk rating ranging from A to S. The Death Knight was an existence that had reached the peak of their lives, but had been corrupted and transformed. They use one's soul and physical body to gather dark mana within their muscles and veins until it overflows. Ayan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon the Death Knight, questioning if she really was their ancestor. Meanwhile, Vikir observed Ahuman's actions and contemplated the impossibility of the situation. Resurrection sorcery on a Balak ancestor. It seemed beyond the capabilities of a shaman like Ahuman. His thoughts delved further, considering the unthinkable. Had he transformed himself into an undead being? Ahuman summoned skeletons and questioned whether they truly believed he was a shaman living among the Balaks without any countermeasures. He then revealed that it was too early to be surprised, as there wasn't only one grave here on Warriors Mountain. Soon, numerous Death Knights started appearing, and Ahuman began to run away in his skeleton carriage while mockingly telling them to do their best in the fight against their ancestors. Ahun arrived behind him and questioned how low he was willing to go. He was about to fire an arrow at his grandfather when another arrow shattered his own. Ahun turned towards the source, discovering it was the Balak ancestor who had intervened. Suddenly, an arrow streaked from the forest, obliterating the undead ancestor's head. The matriarch, after defeating the undead, commanded everyone to prepare for battle. She enlightened the group that the figures in front of them were merely Ahuman's puppets, so she urged them to kill the undead ancestors without any hesitation and prioritize survival. The gruesome battle between the Balak tribe and their undead ancestors raged on, but the situation appeared dire for the Balaks. They suffered rapid casualties against their formidable ancestors, whose strength seemed insurmountable. Amidst the chaos, an undead let out a scream, only to have her head blasted off by a precise arrow. Two more undead met a similar fate, their heads lost to the deadly accuracy of arrows. Vikir observed the matriarch using one arrow per Death Knight. She skillfully dispatched Death Knights who were on par with a high-ranked graduator, showcasing the formidable strength of the Night Fox, Aquila. It dawned on him that the rumors about her protecting the forests from the Empire weren't unfounded. Turning to Ayan, Vikir expressed confidence that there wouldn't be any problem with the matriarch present. He urged Ayan to follow him. When questioned about their destination, he clarified that their objective was Ahuman. Meanwhile, Ahuman retreated from the battlefield and laughed, certain that the Balaks would regret kicking him out. Suddenly, he looked at a skeleton and instructed it to handle a task. He then continued on his way, lost in thought. He acknowledged that, even though he had resurrected the ancestors, as long as Aquila was there, he couldn't act carelessly. After all, she was a genius who had been the strongest village head in history. A smirk appeared on his face as a devious plan formulated in his mind. Despite Aquila's brilliance, he believed she wouldn't be able to handle what he had in store. In their pursuit, Vikir and Ayan discovered Ahuman's location, where he sat in the middle of a magic circle, chanting something mysterious. Vikir, perplexed by the choice of location, questioned Ayan about the significance of the place with the pillars. Ayan didn't know much, but she was certain that they couldn't allow Ahuman to continue his suspicious activities. She took aim with an arrow infused with aura and declared her intent to kill Ahuman. The arrow soared toward its target, but before it could strike, Ahuman shouted, "I'm done." In a surprising twist, a hand emerged from the ground, catching the arrow between its fingers. Ahuman jubilantly announced his success in summoning it. According to legend, he slept alone deep within the forest, and he was the only one who had noticed him. He then welcomed his newly summoned ally, the divine archer Adonai. Ayan was in utter shock and couldn't believe that the undead in front of her was Adonai. Vikir, too, was astonished, contemplating the implications of summoning Adonai, the legendary archer of the Balaks. However, their surprise was cut short when Adonai fired an arrow at them. Vikir, quick on his feet, summoned Beelzebub and managed to alter the arrow's trajectory. Yet, when the arrow struck a tree, it triggered a massive explosion, leaving him shocked by the unexpected aftermath. Vikir's mind raced as he realized that it was an arrow created with aura, and even though he had deflected the damage it caused, it left him astonished. However, his concern shifted swiftly when he heard Ayan's pained voice. There was a cut on Ayan's thigh, and she expressed her pain by revealing that it felt like her leg was burning. Vikir suspected it might be poison, possibly from Adonai's arrow. Thoughts rushed through his mind, and he realized that the legend about Adonai dealing with that monster was true. He also realized that the bow Adonai was currently using was made from the remains of Madame Eight Legs. Before Vikir could fully process this revelation, Adonai launched a relentless barrage of aura arrows at them. Vikir, utilizing Beelzebub, deflected the arrows, and each deflection caused massive explosions wherever they landed. When the onslaught finally ceased, the ground lay split and scarred, but Vikir stood, albeit in a weakened state, shielding Ayan. Even Beelzebub seemed strained, emitting painful sounds. Ayan noticed his fatigue and expressed concern. She told him to stop protecting her, run away, and leave her. Ahuman's laughter echoed through the battleground as he reveled in his perceived triumph. His disdain for Vikir and Ayan was palpable, and with a sinister voice, he urged Adonai to end their lives. Adonai responded, firing an arrow that carried with it the aura of death, threatening to extinguish the lives of Vikir and Ayan. Vikir braced himself, preparing to block the impending arrow. However, a sudden twist of fate intervened. Before the deadly projectile could reach its targets, a mysterious figure appeared, catching the arrow with bare hands. Acumen, Vikir, and Ayan were all struck dumb by this unforeseen turn of events. Matriarch Aquila emerged from the shadows, holding the arrow in her hand. With a display of formidable strength, she squeezed the arrow, dissipating the deadly aura. Acumen felt a chill running down his spine as Matriarch Aquila locked eyes with him and said, "Let's have a talk." Thanks for watching the video. The next part will be added here once it's uploaded. If you enjoyed this video and want to see more like it, please consider giving it a thumbs up and subscribing to my channel. Also, don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you're always the first to know when I post something new.